generally, such as Poland, the Baltics, for example. So there's a long period of Germany and France specifically pursuing a policy by which they wanted to trade with Russia and therefore make Russia more normal through that. But what they were doing throughout this time is assuming that Russia is something of a normal country, which it isn't, which it's never really been. And that's the assumption that they made fundamentally that was always wrong, right? So, for example, when you let's take the example of Romania, right? Romania, after the collapse of communism, was not doing very well. Romania, for the first few years after the collapse of communism, wasn't doing very well at all. It was not functional as a country particularly. However, because Romanian society was fundamentally healthy underneath, it was, Romania was a normal country, so to speak. Working with Romania, trading with Romania, cultural exchange, etc., helped Romania grow out of that in just a few years, and got Romania to the point of being an EU member state by 2007. And since then, Romania has grown massively, and Romania now is a, more or less fully functional country. Now, Romanians coming up will tell you, no, we still have corruption problems, we still have problems here, problems there. That's all true. There's still problems, but pretty much every country still has problems. I mean, not everyone can be Finland, right? So that's fine. And working with Romania as though it's a normal country worked because Romania was already a normal country. Working with Russia, those assumptions were wrong. And the Germans and the French were told that those assumptions were wrong repeatedly by all manner of very centrist, very normal politicians from the previously Soviet-occupied territories, either by virtue of being Soviet-occupied in the Baltics or being, somewhat less directly Soviet-occupied, but still fundamentally Soviet-controlled in the Warsaw Pact, such as Poland and the Czech Republic, right? So they kept being told, no, look, Russia's actually still a problem. They're still very imperialistic. They will just want to get out of their funk and then try to conquer territories again. And we don't want that. And let's please all together try to avoid that. And please trust us, because we are committed to be your friends and allies, both on the economic front as well as the political front and foreign policy front and militarily. So please trust us. And that wasn't heeded. Those warnings weren't heeded. Those warnings should have been heeded. They weren't. Now, it's very difficult currently for the German and French governments to shake off the mistakes that they have been making as countries for decades. And I think therein lies a lot of this problem. It's very difficult to say, do you know what? Everything we've been doing and thinking about this wide area of foreign policy for decades has been wrong, because it's difficult, as you know, on a personal level. Sometimes it's difficult to admit you're wrong, and it takes a big person to admit they're wrong. It's even more difficult to do that on a governmental level, encompassing all of governments going back decades, and the bulk of the civil service going back decades. This is, I think, where the difficulties lie. It's just difficult to admit you're wrong sometimes. It goes beyond that. And Axel sometimes goes in, if you listen to us for a few days, I'm sure Axel will go into one of his big explanations again, because we do this about once a week. But Axel often explains in greater detail, additionally, specifically as it applies to Germany, what the backgrounds of it are. But this is the high level explanation. It's difficult to admit you're wrong. Now, it is wrong to say that Germany and France did nothing to help Ukraine since February 24th. That's definitely wrong to say. They did quite a bit. The difference is that other countries in a similar position, either to the west of France and Germany, such as Britain and the US, the UK and the US, did a lot more quickly, a lot more deliberately, with a lot better messaging, talking about what we can do and how we will support Ukraine to the hilt, and how Russia stands no chance because Ukraine will prevail. Whereas the messaging coming out of the Elysee Palace and coming out of Berlin was not as clear. And that clarity of messaging, clarity of communication, and clarity of mind was what was missing in both of those capitals for a long time. Now, when this clarity of mind might be missing in a smaller country, it doesn't matter as much, because when this clarity of mind and clarity of political will is missing in a much smaller country with a much smaller military, with much smaller defense industry, with a much smaller everything else, it kind of gets just shoved to the side. But when it's the two largest economies in the European Union, then it's more of a problem, and then it gets more highlighted. And I think I'll leave it at that. But I hope that I tried to illustrate this sufficiently well, and that I succeeded in illustrating this sufficiently well.
Yeah, you did, definitely. And I think it is. I think it's very, it is all very complicated. Oh, I've got a phone call. I need to step out.
All right. Thank you very much, Politics Crown. Miss Tweets, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. You can hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. I'm from the Netherlands, Amsterdam. I'm listening to all the things people are saying. First, I want to respond to the previous caller. Why should Germany and France should solve the problem? Why not England? That's a question for me. And also, why not respond to the EU in general? Why should governments in their own should respond to what's happening in Ukraine? And I think we do a very lot to Ukraine. I think we help them. In the war to the aggressor Russian, we do that. And I hear also German doesn't do enough. In Germany, people are suffering from energy losses, and we also want to help people in Ukraine, and we also help people in Ukraine. So there's some level you have to understand.
Right. Let me help you with this. What are Leopard 1s currently in storage in warehouses going to help Germans who are suffering from high energy prices?
I think the EU and
no. Please answer the question.
Okay,
Germany has hundreds of Leopard 1 main battle tanks.
Yes.
In storage.
They should all go. They should all go.
Okay, good.
But I want to also say this: we don't want a war with Russia. We don't want that.
How would that cause a war?
You don't get a you don't get a choice in that, because Russia's the one that's waging the war, as you rightly identified.
I do get it. We want to help Ukraine, and I think it should go to Ukraine from Germany and also the Netherlands. What the UK does, I don't know. People speak about Germany and France should solve the problem. I think the UK also has responsibility.
And they have done.
Also, there's something else. People are scared of getting into a World War III, and that's not so. And that's very understanding, because people now are suffering from inflation, energy crisis, and we also want to go in war with Russia. No, we don't want that. But we also want Ukraine to win. But it's not that easy, as it was said by Poland. From you have to get all the armed forces to Ukraine. It's difficult, because we don't want Russian aggressors in Holland. We don't want that. Of course, we don't want that. But we also want to help Ukraine, because we find Putin a disgusting guy. But it's difficult, and people have to understand that it's difficult.
No, it's not difficult. It's very easy. Ukraine has 1 million people, well, many more than 1 million,
Yeah.
currently over 1 million people
Yes.
who want to kick Russia out of their country. All they need is
I wanted to, eh?
all
Yeah.
they need is equipment, right?
Yeah.
What they need is more equipment.
But-
Now,
but-
does Russia look like? Tell me this. You've seen how Russia has been faring in Ukraine over recent weeks. I'm sure you have.
Yes. Yes.
Russia's been kicked out of over 10,000 square kilometers of previously
Very
occupied
good.
territory
Yeah.
in the last 9 days, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Does Russia look like it has the ability to attack any more countries right now? Does Russia look like they have the ability to go and attack
we
the
don't-
Netherlands right now?
Hey, we don't know. Finland.
Yes, we do know. Right?
We don't know. We don't know. You're sure?
I am very
not-
sure because
Yeah.
I've just seen all of the Russian army get
Yeah,
thoroughly
okay.
routed by Ukraine.
But
And-
we in Holland, we don't have a huge army. We
Yeah,
You
don't
don't
have-
need a huge army.
We don't,
That's
we
the thing.
don't have huge
Ukraine
army.
is already fighting off Russia on their own.
But,
All they need is more equipment to fight them off better.
okay.
This is why the Finns aren't panicking, right? Finland shares a very long border with Russia. Finns understand Russia very well. Finns are not scared of Russia.
No, we are scared of Russia. You think the Dutch have done not enough to go to Ukraine? You say that?
Look, I'll put
At
it very
no
simply.
point in time. No, sorry. Tweets, please listen carefully.
Okay.
If you interrupt,
Doman,
if
you're
you
muted.
interrupt Doman one more time.
Have we lost Doman?
No,
Axel
Doman,
is speaking, Tim.
Can I miss tweets? Please listen carefully.
Yes.
Please
Okay.
listen to Doman. I know there's a different culture, but we're not standing at a friendly bar next and having a Heineken. So please listen.
At
Please.
Heineken?
Would you please listen? If you do
Yes.
not stop interrupting, Doman, I will have to relegate you to room 101. Please listen carefully. He is elaborately addressing your points. Then he will give you the microphone again, and you can address the points. How about it? This is how we engage here politely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. We will work through this very, very detailedly. And,
Yes.
if I don't succeed, maybe Axel can try because Axel is from Frisia. And I think Axel shares a lot of a cultural background with you, Ms. Tweets. But I will explain this very carefully. Finland understands Russia very well. The Finnish people understand Russia very well. They share a 1,000-something kilometer border with Russia. They have spent all of their foreign policy planning and all of their military strategic planning for literally decades, literally as long as Finland exists, on figuring out what to do with Russia.
Yes.
We have had on this space here previously,
Yes.
Pekka Toveri is a retired Finnish major general, but he's not really retired. He's now in the Finnish Army Reserve.
Yes.
He used to be the head of Finnish military intelligence. He told us in no uncertain terms that the Finnish military has no fear of Russia whatsoever because the Finnish military has been observing what Russia has done in Ukraine and have concluded that Russia right now has zero capacity to go and attack anybody else because all of their forces are already tied up in Ukraine.
Great.
So if you don't want to listen to me, please go to our Spotify feed, look for the MriyaReport, listen to the interview we had with General Pekka Toveri. There's a number of other generals, but he specifically addressed this particular point. There is no reason for anyone in Western Europe to be afraid of a Russian invasion. Now, you say that people in the Netherlands are afraid. I accept that there are some people in the Netherlands who are afraid of a Russian invasion. I don't think there are very many of them because we speak to a number of people from the Netherlands here every day, such as Mr. M, who is now laughing. He's from Groningen, right? He's not afraid of a Russian invasion because he's been looking at what a ruin the Russian military has been in their exercise of attempting to invade Ukraine already. And there is no fear that the Russian military might have any capacity to attack anyone else. The Russian military, over the last few months, has emptied its barracks in Pskov. If you know where Pskov is, you will know that it's right on the border with Estonia. It has emptied its barracks at Kamenka. Kamenka is the barracks close to Vyborg on the Karelian Isthmus between the Finnish border and St. Petersburg. They have emptied their barracks at Allakurti. Allakurti is the military base between the Finnish border and Murmansk. These are barracks that have never been emptied ever in the history.
May I interrupt?
No. I'll be very quick. I swear. This is important to understand.
Yeah.
Russia had to call up the military forces from all of those army barracks that are meant to be there to defend Russia in case somebody attacks them from the west. They deployed forces to Ukraine that every military planner would have told them should never be leaving the country, should never be leaving their base. One of the armies that has just been destroyed by Ukrainians in Kharkiv was the 1st Guards Tank Army. Guards in Russian designates an elite unit. The first Guards Tank Army had over 800 tanks 7 months ago. Now they're left with maybe 150. The 1st Guards Tank Army was there to defend Moscow in case somebody attacks. The 1st Guards Tank Army was never expected to be further than 50 kilometers outside of Moscow, ever, for the duration of their existence. And yet, they have been sent to Ukraine and they have been destroyed in Ukraine. Nobody in the Netherlands needs fear an attack from Russia. Any such fear is irrational and not based in fact. What we have observed, and by we I mean all of us here in the space who have been watching exactly every move that Russia has been making in Ukraine since February 24th, as well as everybody who is involved in military intelligence and military planning. We have a lot of these people join us here on our space, such as the aforementioned retired Finnish Major General Pekka Toveri, such as the retired Lieutenant General of the US Army Ben Hodges, who used to be the commander of US Army Europe, such as retired Major General Mick Ryan of the Australian Army, and the list goes on and on. None of them are afraid of a Russian invasion of anywhere else in Europe because Russia simply does not have the capacity, does not have the ability to invade anywhere else in Europe. So your fears are not well-founded. I understand you have fears, but the fears are not well-founded. And because of that, we say, look, the European militaries, be they the Dutch, the German, the French, the British, the Spanish, the Italian, have built out large capacities to be able to stave off a future Russian invasion of Europe. But what we also say is that the future Russian invasion of Europe has already happened. They invaded Ukraine. All of these stocks should best be used by being sent to Ukraine to allow Ukrainians to fight off the Russian invasion of Europe for us. People who say they're afraid of a future Russian invasion of Europe aren't opening their eyes wide enough to see that the future Russian invasion of Europe is already here in the present in Ukraine. This is the future Russian invasion of Europe that all of these militaries have been preparing for. All of these militaries have collectively vastly over-prepared because the Russian army is a lot less strong than everybody always expected the Russian army to be strong. And now the Ukrainians are fighting it off and fighting it back successfully by destroying the bulk of it in the process. And all they need is a little bit more help. Now, Miss Tweets, please go ahead. Miss Tweets, we can't hear you because you muted your mic. Yeah, there's a button in the bottom left corner because we can't hear you right now. That needs to be not red. There we go. Now I think we can hear you.
My God, are you done?
Yes, but this is very important to be understanding. These fears are not founded.
I'm so glad you pointed all that, and I'm so much for Ukraine to I have to laugh a bit. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's so much the east to the west. Telling, oh, we know best, and you're okay. Now me, okay. I just heard Romania. I just before you, another speaker told me Romania also now has Ceausescu. Of course, with the in the Sedel,
Romania hasn't had Ceausescu in 34 years.
Oh, its son is now getting back in power. So it's happening
He's
again.
dead.
We go back to Ukraine.
Sorry, Ms. Tweets. I think you are currently just regurgitating things which have absolutely no relevance. Unless you can come up with a reasonable point to address the very elaborate and very considerate and very polite statement Doman made, I shall require you to leave the room because you're currently trying to derail the room. Unless you can prove otherwise, I take this as granted. Do you understand me? I verdacht.
Je praat behoorlijk rare dingen. Je praat naar desinformatie.
Ja, vind je dat?
Al jouw punten die jij nu noemt,
Ja.
zijn behoorlijk desinformatie en missen een heleboel kennis. Als jij wat vaker hier naar de Space had geluisterd, had je veel meer kennis gehad van zaken nu. En had jij geweten dat de boel heel anders is als wat jij hier loopt te vertellen.
Nou, is het niet zo dat ook een ander geluid niet gehoord mag worden?
Nee, dat is niet het geval.
Want
Luister even, een ander geluid mag gerust gehoord worden. En als iemand anders praat, moet je je microfoon even muten.
Eens.
Ja. Mute je microfoons even, als iemand anders praat. Ja. Een ander geluid mag hier duidelijk wel gehoord worden. Maar zodra er onzin wordt uitgekraamd, waarvan wij weten dat het onzin is, wordt je hier gelijk verwijderd. Want hier wordt geen desinformatie, propaganda van Russische kant gepropageerd. Want al jouw punten komen heel ver van Russische propaganda. Dus, en dat wil ik even zeggen.
Oh, maar
Jij
ik
moet
ben
even wachten, ik ben nog niet uitgepraat.
Ik ben
Als
alleen
je,
maar...
als je beter wilt weten wat er gebeurt, moet je wat vaker naar deze space luisteren.
Mee eens, maar ik ben alleen maar voor dat Oekraïne Rusland verslaat. Hè? Dus begrijp me niet verkeerd.
Ja, maar de rest van de punten die jij noemt zijn allemaal derailing van het punt dat Rusland is de agressor. Rusland heeft gas, de energie, tot wapen gemaakt. Die heeft de kraan dichtgedraaid. Niet Oekraïne.
Ja,
en dat
vind ik
komt niet door Oekraïne. En
Nee.
er is ook geen EU die uitgebreid is naar Oekraïne of of andere NATO.
Nee,
het is
maar
Rusland is degene die
zeker.
fout is.
Ja, maar dat ben ik helemaal met je eens. Daar verschillen we niet in. Waar het mij om gaat, is dat Duitsland, Engeland, Frankrijk wordt benoemd, zeg maar, in het hele verhaal. Dat wij te weinig doen, zeg maar, aan wapens.
Nee, dat is niet zo. Er wordt niet gezegd dat wij te weinig doen. De enige die te weinig doet, is Duitsland. Duitsland stagneert de hulp die Oekraïne nodig. Wacht even, laat me uitpraten. Mute je mic. Duitsland is de enige die dus stagneert.
Ja, oké.
Engeland heeft vanaf het begin af aan al direct Oekraïne gesteund met alles wat ze maar konden.
Ja.
Dus we gaan nou even weer over in het Engels. En dan mag jij even je punt maken.
Nee, ik stop ermee.
Oké,
want
Mr. M.
We hebben hetzelfde. No,
Mr. M, Ms. Tweets.
Yes.
Now I think is the time for the two of you to take this offline. Mr. M, we trust you because I think that Tim and I were talking in the background, we actually got and understood like 70% of that, and we were impressed with ourselves.
And you know why, Domen?
Goed zo.
English is just mangled Frisian.
And Dutch is also just mangled Frisian in a different way.
Dankjewel.
I don't have to go offline. She knows what I meant. It's
good.
Now.
Then I am glad, and we shall move on to other people. But let's just rest assured that any fears of a Russian invasion of Western Europe are unfounded because they can't even invade Ukraine, and that's we shall leave it at that. For any more, please listen on our Spotify feed to General Pekhatoveri the Finnish army, who explain all of these things most excellently well. Right, let's go to Bertrand Russell's Puppy. No, sorry, let's go to Martina, and then to Puppy, and then to Daniel, then we'll get some more people up. Martina.
Yeah, I wanted to completely change topic, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
But now I wanted to say, you explained it so well, Dom, and I feel like, so my dream would be to have you in a German talk show, and you would say all the things you just said. I feel like that would explain it to our public so well. So why they don't have to worry. I miss it. I mean, I watch not a lot, but on regular basis, like talk shows, and I always feel they say things not as well as you do. So that would really be perfect if we could somehow make that happen. But now to the topic I wanted to mention. I read that Mrs. von der Leyen is going to a quick visit today
Yes,
to
she is.
Kiev. And the topic is how Ukraine can get into the EU Binnenmarkt, which is like the EU single market, or however you translate it, which I feel would be a very positive news for Ukraine and also for us. I always love to have other countries in the EU Binnenmarkt. So I feel like there's a big difference. Like recently I ordered something from the UK. I had to pay a lot of duties additionally, and it was so complicated. And it's really, like in the day-to-day business, also with my company and all that, it makes things so much easier. So I feel that's a great opportunity for the EU and for Ukraine if they could be added as soon as possible.
Absolutely, and there's going to be changes and integrations of Ukraine into the European Union frameworks very quickly indeed, I think, and I think that's good to understand and good to know as well. And there's progress being made, and I'm very glad for that. Thank you, Martina. That's an excellent change of topic to something a lot more important and salient and meaningful right now. Let's go to Bertrand Russell's Puppy.
No, actually, I was just going to jump on that teachable moment, but Domen has already used it very well. I will just further note very quickly that for some audiences, the details might be sometimes a bit overwhelming. So depending on the interlocutors, it might be worth further simplifying and just saying, Russia is not in a military and industrial position to win its genocidal invasion. That can probably mean more than a lot of details. Of course, it depends on the circumstances, but yeah, they did a good job. I yield my turn.
Thank you, Papi. Daniel.
Okay, I want to congratulate you for today acting like moderator. You done great job today. And I want to emphasize what you said very well about changing politics, first starting to say we were wrong. And it's a very important point for the Eastern countries of European Union and NATO to be recognized. They pushed a lot the dangers of Russia, and they were put sideways and said, we are paranoid, we are insignificant, we don't lead European Union, France and Germany does. And this was not an official statement, but acting thing which we received. And these things must be addressed now and in the future, but it's urgent. When you can say about some political aspects which happens in Poland or Romania, and right for which need to be amended, to be changed, and we agree about this. This don't undermine the position we had about Russia, the eastern flank, the renowned eastern flank. And usually we are listened only by Americans and British. And this is a reality. Our foreign policy, usual when it was about security and was about our eastern border, we discuss with Americans and British because they receive us very openly and they understand the dangers. And they never said, "Oh, you are paranoid." I never saw any American administration, Democrat or Republican, same in London, say to Romanians, we don't care about Black Sea. We don't care about Crimea. We don't care about Russia. In fact, they move troops increasingly, and they support us. They give us weapons. We buy them. It was not something like charity. They train with us. We send the soldiers in Afghanistan, and for that, they commend us and say, "Great job, guys." And that's why in Romania, if you look all the time, you'll see when you ask which country you trust more, it's very important. The first is United States of America. And never was Germany or France. Never. The first always was United States. And who you doesn't trust always was Russia. And this can add you some level to understand why is a fracture from eastern part of European Union to western part of European Union. It's very relevant because I think in Berlin and Paris, eastern countries were perceived like, I don't know, too American, too pro-American, even in the time of Trump presidency. And we are accused of this, not in the face. But you cannot deal with a monstrosity, which is Russian regime, with gloves, like Macron does, like Sarkozy. Oh, great, the God. He was awful in all points, and no French, even Ben, can defend him. And Merkel policy, her Ostpolitik, was goddamn probably the first fault after Russians. What happened past 8 years ago? Sorry to say that, but I will say, because I write about this. She was an appeaser to Putin. She visited Putin after invasion. She done deals with him. She do it Nord Stream 2, even if Ukrainians, Polish, Romanians said, don't do that shit. Even Scandinavian countries criticized a lot Berlin for that. And I think these things must be addressed urgent because the trust in the foreign policy of Berlin and France will affect the unity of European Union. And maybe it will be a change of politics, trust, authority. So Paris and Berlin will get less power and maybe Warsaw and Bucharest will get more. I don't know. But the question we ask always about hesitation of Scholz administration, maybe here has the roots. A trio of three countries, relatively big, like Poland, Ukraine, and Romania, can be a huge political problem for the future of Franco-German alliance. I end my rant here.
Thank you, Daniel. I think you're very much on point here, and there seems to be an ever closer alliance brewing between the Eastern Front states and the Nordics, because countries that understand the risks and can assess the risks properly, they're natural allies. And Germany is a natural ally of these countries, but the governments have to be doing the right stuff. and they have to have clarity of mind when it comes to the long-term security issues. And countries like Finland, there is a clarity of mind. In the Baltics, there is clarity of mind when it comes to these long-term fundamental security issues. And there's no fundamental reason why Germany shouldn't be on the same side. It should, absolutely, but there has to be a clarity of mind. And right now, there needs to be a simple realignment of what Germany thinks about things with what Finland thinks about things, and that should make it fairly easy, because they can just copy the Finnish homework, or at least copy the Norwegian homework, and be done with it. And that shouldn't be too difficult to implement. Now the problem is, what we keep saying here is, it's difficult to say that you've been wrong for a long time. Okay, let's go to Nina. And Nina will tell us that we should all listen to General Pekka Toveri when he speaks, because he is full of clarity of mind, and understands the problems and understands the degree to which we have problems, and he understands what solutions should be undertaken. Right, Nina?
Yes, so we should all listen to Pekka Toveri, and absolutely. And I will try to get him back here in the space, so we can get affirmed that this is we don't have a threat here. But on I would just shortly want to say something about this Dutch lady who was here. I heard that she was afraid, and this means that Putin's propaganda is still working in some places, of course. And there are people who are genuinely afraid of when they hear these things. And I listened to you, Dom, and it was really great. I don't know if she, how much she understood of English, because, and I don't know what Mr. M said, but
Nina, she is Dutch. If she was born after 1935, which she invariably was, she had English lessons from, I think, first or second grade of primary school.
Okay, but the point
just as all other Dutch people, she is fluent in English, at the very least in understanding English.
Okay, Moriens. So, okay, but the thing is that I really appreciated how you really tried to patiently explain to her this, and didn't just kick her out to room 101 immediately. So this was really good. If somebody else in the audience is listening and hearing how you explain it in a very calm and rational way. So this is good to spread this awareness also. So thank you, Domen, and thank you, Mr. M, for finishing the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. I think calm is a very good approach to most things. Being calm and stoic and deliberate and precise is generally a good way to explain things. And I hope that she's a lot less afraid now than she was before, because she genuinely does not have a good reason to fear. Now, Russians, as Mr. M was trying to explain, Russians are feeding her with misinformation and fear-mongering because the Russian regime wants her to be afraid, and we must not let ourselves be afraid. Right? Do not negotiate with terrorists. Do not be afraid of terrorists such as the Russian regime, especially when they don't have the ability to actually do anything. And this is where we tie in General Pekka Toveri, who explained this very well a month ago when we were graced by his presence here in the conversation with us.
Yes, and a quick follow-up. Just if somebody is afraid in the audience now, I can have a discussion as a Finnish person. I have been got this calm and clear head from Pekka Toveri. So yeah, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Nina.
Dermot,
Tim,
while Nina is up and we are at least adjacent to the topic of Finland, would you like to hear some interesting Finnish news?
I would love to hear some interesting Finnish news.
Now, I'm getting this secondhand because I'm not a Finnish speaker, but a trusted Finnish friend with whom I served in the British Army, obviously, oddly enough, told me this morning that there was an interview with two former Finnish army officers this morning on Yle YLE, which is Finnish BBC. These two gentlemen were Colonel Martti Kari, who is the former Assistant Chief of Intelligence of the Finnish Army and now Professor of Strategic Analysis at the University of, and I apologize for this.
He's excellent, yes.
Jyväskylä, and he's also an advisor to the European Union Advisory Mission to Ukraine. Gentleman number two is also Colonel Aki-Mauri Hyttinen, who is a former Finnish General Staff Officer, now Professor at the National Defence University in Finland, the University of Perth in Australia, and the University of Newcastle in our United Kingdom. Now, these two gentlemen were interviewed, and I'm sure we can agree they are, shall we say, fairly august members of the Finnish defence establishment. They were interviewed on Yle this morning, and they said that Ukraine has taken an estimated 17,000 prisoners in Kharkiv Oblast, which I think is rather fun. And given the source this comes from, two very senior intelligence specialists in the Finnish Armed Forces, I think that is a claim to be taken very, very seriously indeed. I'm not sure any other news outlets have picked up on this yet, but again, I'm not a Finnish speaker, so I can't really check. But these two gentlemen have claimed 17,000 prisoners taken in Kharkiv Oblast.
That is wonderful news, Tim. Thank you very much. And I would just note, this is very much in line with what Yehuda was telling us here, saying that there will have been many thousands, and many days ago he already used the number 5,000, and more recently he used the number in excess of 10,000, and it's very believable that has now risen up to 17,000 as groups of stragglers are being picked up all over the place. At least to my basic understanding. Thank you, Tim. Nina.
Thank you, Tim, for that. I didn't hear that. I will watch it. We have Yle Arena, which we can see the news or interviews or other programs like later recorded.
It went out about 3 hours ago, I think.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I can find it. Yeah, but I will see if I can find some other news about it also. And then Martti Kari, if you didn't watch the video yet, what he did in 2018, I remind you again. If there
Nina,
are some news,
tweet it out, and I will retweet you.
Okay, I will do it. Thank you.
I completely agree. And if you find a written version of the interview that Tim was just describing, because usually Yle summarizes their interviews in written form, I believe, please tweet that as well, and I will retweet that also. Deal?
Deal.
Excellent. See, easy, because we want to amplify sensible, stoic, calm, rational, reasonable voices, such as those of the aforementioned Finnish officers, or indeed former officers. Luis.
Thank you so much. Guys, big props to you by handling the situation. And I just wanted to point out, if you are afraid and are listening, you can come up, you can express your fears, but please do us all a favor and just not propagate Russian propaganda and rhetorics regarding Third World War and nuclear conflict and stuff like that, because that's exactly what Russians want, fear-mongering. And if you are afraid, Dolman is a very capable guy that just shown us again that he can explain things calmly, in contrary to me. So don't be afraid to come up and ask your questions, but please do not expand Russian propaganda. Thank you very much.
I would like to echo your words on the effectiveness of our very own Doman. That was beautifully handled, Doman. Thank you very much. I think two things really struck me about that little segment we had with our apparently terrified Dutch lady. Number one was the suggestion that Ceausescu was coming back to rule Romania, a man who was quite famously shot on television. The second thing that struck me was her claim that that Holland, or sorry, the Netherlands was supposed to say, does not have a strong armed forces. Now, this was bizarre. You know, Holland has been doing really, really war-y NATO stuff with everybody for decades now. I mean, they did Bosnia, they did Iraq, we did ISAF in Afghanistan. They were the third largest contributor to the NATO intervention in against ISIS, also against Libya. You know, the Netherlands has a very powerful, modern, well-equipped, well-trained, well-respected armed force, and yeah, of 40,000 guys, right? You know, this as kind of middle-ranking NATO nations go, you know, this is about as good as it gets. So some really quite extraordinary claims made there. Michael, I see you've got your hands up.
Yeah, just want to correct that a little bit, because most of the Dutch military is about communications, and we do have some capabilities, but it's not like Germany or like England or something. So there's some truth to what she said.
In other words, like many countries in Europe, the Dutch military is substantially less capable than it was 30 years ago because of the cashing in of the peace dividends. That's true. But nevertheless, right, the Dutch military is more than a quarter as capable as the current version of the German military, and that makes sense because the Netherlands is about a quarter of the population of Germany. So of course you wouldn't expect it to be quite as capable, but we will get, sorry Martina, we will get our very own John Howarth, who keeps very close tabs on the precise relative capabilities of various militaries, especially various European militaries, to explain to us exactly how capable the Dutch military is. John?
Yeah, just quickly on the Dutch. When we last year sent a carrier battle group out to the Pacific to exercise with Australia and Japan and loads of friendly nations, the only European country that actually had a presence with us was the Dutch. And the Dutch and the Danes in particular are exceptionally capable for, as you say, you know, fairly low population countries, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not quite sure where that's coming from.
Thank you,
John. Would you say it's fair to say that the Dutch military, however, is substantially less capable than it was 30 years ago, similarly to other European militaries who have been cashing in on the peace dividend?
Oh, absolutely. We're all a shadow of our former selves, some even smaller shadows than others. But yeah, I mean, our political classes across Europe have absolutely gutted us militarily as countries. And that's why the Americans have been so frustrated for the thick end of 2 decades. And I, for one, do not blame them one bit. The flip side of that is they get to make the majority of the big, well, all, in fact, let's be clear, of the big strategic decisions. And if Europe was much more militarily capable, then actually they might receive some pushback and probably wouldn't like that. So there's the swings and roundabouts on that argument. But essentially, for our own, for our, as in Europe, our own defence, we're in a terrible state, and hopefully that will now be addressed. I fear it won't, but hopefully it will.
Thank you, John. Hey, it's great to hear someone who literally studies these things to have to comment on it a little bit. Tim, anything else on that point, or shall we go to Martina and Papi?
Little snippet from our friend Luis, as he's on the speakers panel. I'm not sure why he's not announcing it himself, but President Zelensky's in Izium.
Yep. I've been looking at the pictures of that for the past 15 minutes, but it kind of didn't feel like we should necessarily announce it too loudly yet. It didn't really fit in the flow of conversation, but you're right. I mean, this is very significant, right? What does it mean when you have the president of a country at war show up somewhere? It means that place has definitely been as fully secured as they can get it secured, right? That means that every semblance of the Russian military occupation force in the south of Kharkiv Oblast has been thoroughly dispensed with, right, Luis?
Right, absolutely. Just so one quick question from my side. Putin visited Belgorod, I think, right?
Well, did he, or was it the CGI event again?
I don't know, but as good president he is, he would be visiting Belgorod, right?
Well, I don't know. I see what you're getting at now. Yeah, I don't think he was visiting Belgorod, even though Belgorod isn't actually under occupation. Never was, won't be, unless, of course, the Belgorodskaya Narodная Republika, springs up properly, and then we'll see. Anyway, no, you're right, Luis. Good point there. Good point there. Thank you. Let's go to Martina.
Yeah, I want to say, for me, it's also true. So since I discovered this space like maybe 6 weeks ago or so I'm not concerned at all any longer regarding Russia and their capabilities. But it was very different. So when the war started, like back in February, I was also very worried. And I think if I would only listen to German media, then I still would be worried, the way they word it and what they say and the news they bring. It's really very different to what you hear in this space. I feel like the people here are much better informed. So I'm super thankful that I discovered it. And but I can still understand ladies like the Dutch lady, if the news is like it is in Germany, that she is still worried because she just does not have all the information available. So yeah, it's really mega helpful. I feel like German media, and it's probably like everywhere, so they always exaggerate like negative things. It was also with Corona that, they always presented to how many people will die, and now with gas and with blackout electricity, and so I think because then people are afraid and it provides clicks to them. I feel like for the total population, it would be much more beneficial if they would not, like for every topic, create fear as much as they do.
Thank you, Martina. Yeah, it's easier to write about that, I guess. I think that's probably significant. Anyway, it is how it is. But I think it's good to dispel fears whenever one encounters fears, and to illustrate how little there is to actually fear, despite there being interests of some for fear to be magnified and amplified. Bertrand Russell's puppy.
Yeah, I'm afraid I might be a little bit less optimistic about rational illustrations. Rational arguments are my life's love, but I am ready to acknowledge that they really don't always win hearts and minds, especially when you're talking to the type of people that think that Ceausescu is coming back from the dead. So I think you need both. You need articulate people.
I mean, puppy, look, he's Romanian. Of course, he's a vampire.
That's a good one, actually. But yeah, among your qualities, you also have a comedic talent. So I was just going to say that you need both, right? You need articulate people making rational arguments, but you also need to appeal to emotions when the right audience is there. So I don't know exactly how to appeal to emotions because I'm not really. It's not really my strength, but I suppose that sometimes just going for the bumper sticker versions of stuff is as effective or more effective with some type of people. But that's not the reason why I wanted to come to the mic. I was just going to ask whether you have talked extensively about the at least 300 million that apparently since 2014 Russia has distributed to pro-Russian parties around the world. That is something that worth some further attention if when it is the right moment to talk about it.
No, I think we should delve deeply into that momentarily, Puppy. Let's go to Rich and to Vatsilias. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Rich first, and then we can turn to Vatsilias. Then we can turn to that, Puppy. I think that's an excellent topic to be bringing up. Rich.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to kind of highlight or sort of make a bit of an opinion on the suggestion that UK haven't really been pulling their weight.
No, we dismissed that outright.
Yeah, but I mean, I think personally, I was quite surprised how kind of unequipped the British Army actually is after this all sort of started. And from my opinion, I think that the UK has sort of given everything that they possibly could, and it's more that the capabilities aren't quite as strong as other nations, like the United States, for example. But and also, I just wanted to say about with France and Germany. I don't want to be too overcritical, but I think you're really spot on about the sort of hesitancy, where if you compare to the United States and the UK, even before February 24th, the US and the UK were making sort of propositions and putting in sanctions in place for this sort of eventuality that they could foresee. And the UK and the US have definitely been very well aligned throughout, and a very concise message throughout, where the hesitancy with other nations, for example, Germany and France, hasn't quite been up to scratch. And also the political power that Germany and France have in the EU is one of the major reasons why we need them to make the right noises and not be so hesitant.
Yeah, let's drive the important stuff home. Absolutely. No, and you're right. A lot of people were surprised at how much many militaries in Europe have been dismantled, but nevertheless, in relative terms, they're still relatively strong. Matthias, go ahead, and then we have CJ for a bit of an update, I think. Matthias?
Yeah, hi. I'm actually here in Germany, and I'm, of course, paying close attention to the debates and the influence which is coming in Germany from left and right wing, obviously from Moscow propaganda. And people are really, following this propaganda from the left, and which is funny because the left and right wing parties are like tweeting exactly the same stuff. And so that's maybe some interesting thing you should know. And the other thing is that I got since yesterday, I got an interesting theory about why Chancellor Scholz is so cautious with sending out heavy weapons. And of course, there are a lot of theories that he is there are information on his probably criminal background held by Putin and so on and so forth. But let's not dig into that. There, I don't know if you have noticed, there are lots of these commanders from desk, ADs, they are called Admiral from desk ADs, which are like consultants for the first. They have been for Merkel, now they are for Scholz, and those are the same guys. And they are constantly talking about escalation dominance. So that's like the most important thing. That's what wins the war. They are not paying attention to like supply chains actually win the war. But in their mind, escalation dominance is the only thing which wins the war. So given that, they might have put in his mind the theory that because Germany has no nuclear weapons. The final escalation dominance might be at least something he can, some final card he can play is that, okay, then now we are sending everything we got. That's just what I realized yesterday, and I wanted to share it with you and put it to a debate. Thanks.
Thanks, Vasilius. CJ, I want to go to you anyway. Maybe you can comment on this, and then maybe you can tell us some stuff about Ukraine. I honestly think do not attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. That's my general attitude to everything, including Olaf Scholz, because I see a lot of the latter, and there's no need to go beyond that. But hey, CJ, good morning to America.
Well, might be a bit earlier than most of America, I guess, unless you're Daryl, who's listening in. But yes, good morning or good afternoon, Europe.
What's up in Ukraine, CJ? What are you excited about? What are you looking very closely at? And what do you think that we're going to learn today? Or what indeed we have learned while Europe was asleep?
Really, it's just all these bridges in the south, these pontoon bridges and other vehicles that are being transferred left, right, north, east, south, and west. Is very interesting. There was some optimism or hope that perhaps Russians were pulling out of Melitopol yesterday. I'm not quite sure how that sort of almost good panic started. It didn't seem to make any sense that it would possibly be true, but that's okay. We all want to be optimistic, of course. But what we did see is in Mariupol, bridging equipment heading west for Kherson. So in the same vein as understanding, what the situation is there, there's been still some very significant military breakthroughs in the last 24 hours with Ukraine pushing through in certain areas of defensive lines, getting pushed back in others. They still have gained more land, of course, in this counteroffensive than they've lost by a large amount. I think something on the order of 200 or 300 square kilometers. But in any case, that the sign that they're moving bridging equipment to Kherson is a sign that Russia they're still going to hold on and still going to try. So really, just very interesting that what this means is two things. First is that they're not going to surrender maybe right away unless the situation changes. But secondly, it means all this bridging material that could help in the Donbass, specifically with the Svertsy Donetsk and other rivers out east that basically Russia needs to defend and move supplies across. They're just moving it all to Mariupol or Melitopol and then back to Crimea or Kherson. So really, it's very interesting to see how they prioritize two bad situations. And it seems like, they moved all their people to Kherson. They're moving all their equipment to Kherson. It just seems like they wanted to go there to get hit by HIMARS. And they're okay with, those troops at Donbass losing out for it. And it really just doesn't make any sense to me, Delman.
When has that ever stopped them?
Well, no, I mean, this is the thing, of course, right? With Liman, surrounded on at least three sides, I believe, and, Ukraine now officially back in Luhansk in a major way. The whole line shifted pretty significantly, right? We still see Russia attacking at Bakhmut. My personal theory is to have an anchor point for a new defensive line in Donetsk, but they're still on the offensive. It just defies all military logic to try and understand what Russia is doing, which is why people, including myself and others, have gotten it so wrong so many times because they don't seem to adhere to any logical sense.
CJ, what do you make of the recent suggestions by the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov, very famously not currently in Melitopol because he was first kidnapped by the Russians and then tortured and then exchanged some weeks later. But Ivan Fedorov has been saying that apparently Russian equipment has been fleeing, and he used the word, I believe, fleeing or similar, retreating from Melitopol and across Chongar into Crimea. What do you think of that? Is that likely to be true, or is it more likely to just be a rotation of troops?
Well, what's interesting about this specifically is there are definitely videos of Russian vehicles moving. So there's definitely some movement going on. To what end is not quite clear. And I always sort of thought that the Ukrainian governors or sort of any Ukrainian political figures in exile, it was going to be a little bit like not tenuous. I'm trying to think of the right word. They're trying to support their people that are still there, still trapped. Behind Russian lines, trying to give them some sense of hope. But what we saw, last week and the week before that was the mayor of Kupiansk, reach out and say, hey, everyone evacuate. Ukraine is about to retake the city, and all of us looking at the map, where we saw Kupiansk was 60 to 70 kilometers behind Russian lines. Like, what is this guy on? This is not happening anytime soon. And lo and behold, he was right. So I guess that doesn't really help the discussion, but they definitely they're not always wrong necessarily, even if they're in exile or anything like that. I just militarily, it doesn't make any sense, right? Melitopol is at least, I think, and correct me on this, between 40 and 50 kilometers behind Russian lines. There's no major Ukrainian force that can threaten it right now. The closest Ukrainian force I can think of is in Volodar, and it's sort of orienting towards Mariupol. So that would be the closest thing I would say, unless you've seen something else, Doman. Otherwise, the Russians in Melitopol, other than partisans and HIMARS, are safe for the time being. Obviously, those two things are very deadly to them now.
Thank you, CJ. What are we looking at on Route 66, to the best of your understanding?
Well, we're
woke up, so you're a bit behind.
No. Well, we're really trying to find where the FLOT is, or the forward line of troops of the Ukrainians, right? Because they made this incredible drive to the Oskil, and then in certain parts they definitely bypassed the Oskil and continued forward. But there's still some significant Russian pockets that exist within that area, right? So there's still Russian troops in south of Izium. There's still Russian troops north of Kupiansk. There's still Russian troops in Oskil. There's still Russian troops in Liman, right? So Ukraine was able to kill, capture, or wound about 10,000 Russians, which is incredibly successful. But at the same time, there's still a lot of resistance, which is why understanding the highway control of Route 66, as it would be, is very important, right? Because there's one thing to have, hey, my forwardmost element or my forwardmost tanks made it to this highway, to actually controlling this north-south running road. Because if they control it, then that's a completely different ballgame in terms of what happens to Severodonetsk, and then, of course, Luhansk city itself, et cetera, et cetera. So I haven't heard any updates in the last 12 hours. I just know that Ukraine had some people on that area, but in terms of whether they controlled the whole highway, I think was maybe going to be a little bit down the road.
And beyond that, one last question from a listener. Could you expand what you're hearing about Luhansk? I'm guessing that's in terms of some purported retreats of Russians back to the city of Luhansk, possibly, but generally, anything in Luhansk Oblast.
Well, so I've seen two things so far that, based on the trends we saw last week, seem to line up. The first is Russian troops coming back into Luhansk city, and they'd mostly been gone for at least the 7 months of the war, of course, because the city's been in Russian hands for quite some time. So Russian troops back in the city, and then Russian civilians that had come into the occupation authority or some other sort of administration, those people seemingly leaving and selling real estate and heading back to Russia. So those two things are very, very interesting, because it shows that the Russian politicians kind of understand the writings on the wall in terms of what kind of future support they can expect from Russia. And if the politicians are leaving and the Russian civilians are leaving, they must know something we don't, as in the support for this war is drying up. Whether it is that they're not going to send new military units, which again, who knows for sure, but the Russian civilians at least have a little bit more control on their lives than the Russian soldiers do, who really can't just get up and leave like at least the civilians can, at least nominally, right? Obviously, still authoritarian for both, but you're not necessarily going to get shot right away as a civilian, as opposed to a soldier, where if you just leave your post, that's pretty much what could happen. And the last thing I'll say on that, Noman, that we saw just an hour or 2 hours ago was the Russian National Guard, or the Rosguardia, in positions around Luhansk and Donetsk, but not, of course, on the battle line, but on the border itself, whether to prevent sort of people from egressing back to their own country or to provide support. Not quite clear yet. I would have to say, of course, it seems like they're trying to control the flow of people in and out of out of Ukraine, but I guess we'll have to wait and see unless you have more information.
Thank you, CJ. I don't really. I just see the same sort of speculation as you do, but unlike me, you are a West Point graduate trained in this stuff, and a gentleman and an officer, and I'm only one of those three, at best. So it's on you to try to explain those things. Thank you, CJ. Let's go to Will. Will, go ahead.
Good day, everybody. I just want to make an appeal on behalf of you guys for support for the Maria aid I think a lot of us listen to this station and we support morally, but how many of us actually get out our wallets or our credit cards and donate? And if you're feeling a bit guilty listening to the program or listening to these updates, listening to these guys donating all their time, please just consider right now going on to Maria Aid and giving and giving. I enjoy listening, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Will. I'll echo that briefly and say, yeah, please go ahead and do that. That's a part of the reason why we're here, right? Because we think that if we're here all the time, then maybe Maria Aid will get a bit more visibility as well, and maybe they'll get a little bit more money going their way. The latest drone push, I can tell you this: the latest drone push is most of the way there, not quite all of the way there. So if you'd really like to see some more clever, fancy new drones in the hands of Ukrainians out at the front, maybe now's the time. On similar lines, Gunny.
Yeah, morning all. I've got a question for, is CJ still around?
No, CJ just parked his car behind the HIMARS and dropped off.
Yeah, he's airborne.
I'm not even kidding. His base is full of HIMARS.
Yeah, he's airborne, mate. He's probably gone to pump weights or, run 90 miles with a camel on his head or whatever it is they do for fitness over there. I've got a question for any of the army guys listening. Just I see Tim's still up. If you look at the movements past 24, 48 hours, and there seems to be a lack of direction. If you were looking at this from the top down, would you suspect that command and control, like overall command and control, has kind of broken down, and theatre and maybe even divisional commanders are acting with virtually no direction from higher up, and essentially units are just doing what they think they should be doing, as opposed to actually talking to each other and having an overall bloke in charge? And can we put this down to some huge comms problems that they're having? I have seen the odd kind of picture of abandoned motorbikes and things in some unit positions. I am wondering if their comms are so bad now they're going back to dispatch riders and maybe field telephones. So do we think that we're seeing an absolute breakdown in operational control, and therefore individual unit areas are just doing what they think they should be doing? Or do we think there's still some kind of centralized plan?
Tim, I'm sure that you'll be happy to defer to John.
Correct. John.
Cheers, guys. Gunny, I mean, I don't know, mate. It's possible. I thought that when there were the rumours about units shifting out of Melitopol, that maybe they, as you say, unit commanders were just taking the initiative and doing what they wanted to do. But I'm not sure, because there's stuff like the continuing attack on Bakhmut that CJ was talking about that doesn't make any sense to us. Again, and a few people have raised this on here, and in fact, you've raised it with me in DMs loads of times, and I think you're right. We're applying our cognitive models to the way they operate, and I think in the case of Bakhmut, for example, they haven't had the order rescinded to try and take the whole of Donetsk and Luhansk. The fact that the northern flank of their position is falling apart makes no difference. They may not be aware of it. Even if they are aware of it, until they're told to do something else, they'll just keep going. I think they're like armed lemmings in a sense. So no, I mean, I don't think it's gone yet. I think if it watch and shoot, really. If there's more combat indicators of people doing crazy things that don't make any sense at all, then maybe, yeah, But I mean, it's more your bag. I mean, if in terms of EW, I don't know. Do you think we've got inside their kit and are mucking with that? Have there been more HIMARS strikes on CPs and potentially knocked out some key divisional officers who aren't able to coordinate and give orders now? You know, I don't know. It's all speculation. There's loads of stuff it could be, but I don't think yet they're at that point.
I mean, to me, with what little I can kind of gather from what they're doing, and knowing how early on they managed to lose not only ECM gear but comms gear as well, crypto. Because I mean, the beauty of that is, yeah, you can change crypto on a communications van, but it was all flashed up and ready to go. So essentially, you know how that communication system works. You've got an example of crypto, and therefore you stand probably a very good chance of cryptologists being able to break all future codes as well. I really wonder, after that happened and after we've seen some more of them broken and the capture of the electronic warfare equipment, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians are jamming the shit out of everything. And it just looked to me, as a novice at this, that the divisions, like you say, divisions are just carrying on with the last order, or even down to battalion level. There's very little inter-unit communication. They've got no I-star, no functioning I-star as far as we can tell. So they're absolutely blind to what's going on. And yeah, they're so stupid, they won't even send someone on a dispatch bike or even in a jeep sort of 20 miles to go and talk to the unit next door and say, hey, Igor, you know, what are you doing? What have you heard? How bad is it? I mean, their mobile phones are going to be compromised. The battlefield radios, I've seen reports that they're talking in the clear and that subunit commanders are still using mobile phones and things. I mean, who's the overall frontal commander? Do we know anything about him? Because I've done some digging round. I couldn't really see. First Guard tank that commander wasn't supposed to be all that. It was more of a prestige posting. But do we know who's looking after on the Russian side this absolute cluster around Kherson for them at all? Do we know what his pedigree is? Is he a competent player, or is he another political appointee? Because he just doesn't seem to be doing anything at all, does he? And leaving the individual units just to crack on with it.
Yeah, I don't. Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
No, I was just about to invite you to speak, so crack on, please.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I don't know who's in charge in Kherson, Gunny. I do recall several weeks ago now that they shifted their entire CP from Kherson. They moved all of their divisional staff, everybody, back to Melitopol, got set up all together nicely in a building, got their antennas up, and then got HIMARSed out of existence. So I don't know who's replaced that guy at all. I do know from a couple of days ago that the guy who was in charge in the north was relieved after 15 days in post. And I don't know who's been put in there. I mean,
there's no one to put in. There's no more front.
Yeah, exactly. There's no Northern Army Group anymore, is there? So that's kind of irrelevant now.
Of what?
Well, yeah, but apparently a band of stragglers, and that was one of the. I came up to ask CJ a question just to see if he had any information. You know, I don't know if those units around Izium, Le Mans, the ones that are basically on the hoof in the wild, are actually still formed units, or whether you're looking at, I don't know, platoon company groups of guys who are just running around. Because if that's what it is, then actually they're not, you know, they're not operationally significant. They can pretty much be ignored for a while. and that doesn't really have to interfere with Ukraine's main effort to hook around and flank Severodonetsk and
Yehuda
there's a
basically
chance.
spoke to this, so I can
Oh, did
try
he?
to- Yeah,
please,
yesterday.
please, thank you.
He basically said, "Look, there's guys left behind. There might be groups of some tens, maybe even 100 odd. This is what I'm inferring from what he said. I don't. He used words that mean stuff to him, but not to me, like squads and companies and such. But basically, yes, that the Ukrainians knew full well that they can bypass and contain and have other people take care of it, and that it's not urgent, that it's not significant, that they'll deal with them over the coming days as time goes on. So yeah, that's basically what happened. What you just said.
Gunny, I wanted to come back on something you said. It was quite interesting about Russian forces talking in the clear, using mobile phones. For those who don't know, talking in the clear is using a military radio that is not encrypted. So anybody who's got a radio tuned in will be able to understand what you're saying. I mean, I've heard reports of that as well, and I understand it's quite widespread. I would say it's probably a symptom rather than the disease itself, right? I find it very, very difficult to believe that Russian forces have not lost, a red fill gun. Just the state of organization and the general chaos of their lines where they still exist. I find it very, very difficult to believe that Ukraine hasn't at least partially broke their crypto, and fairly early doors as well. So I would speculate that Russians using other less secure means of communication is because it doesn't really make any difference at this point. Encrypted radio nets, they're not difficult to organize, right? This is not a high-level military capability. This is something that, can be organized quite easily at very, very low levels down in units with a modicum of competence and fairly basic equipment. So yeah, I mean, I would say there's probably not much point in Russians talking on encrypted means at this point, because the Ukrainians are going to be able to decrypt it. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I think so. I also think if they're doing comms in the clear, the Ukrainian capability to direction find that now with NATO backstopping that with things like RC-135s and things. I don't know about you. I think their CPs are having to move every few hours, which is going to play absolute hell with the CO's ability to keep tabs on what's happening. I mean, they must literally be setting up, not even bothering getting tentage up, probably doing, I don't know, what do you think, orders of a day, something like that, and then he's packing up and he's rolling, because he knows he's got a better than evens chance that he's going to get a MRLS in minutes. So they'll be packing up, they'll be relocating, setting up, trying to get a grip on what's happening whilst they've been on the road, maybe, and all the time, kind of one eye skyward, thinking, am I going to get schwacked here because I'm using my comms too much? And a lot of them, I'm guessing as well, will be really reticent about transmitting. They might be getting sit reps and things coming from other units if they feel brave enough to use comms. But I would be really, really nervous. I would have my antennae switched up, set up about half a mile away if I could. And that just kind of makes me a little bit more convinced that there is no real command and control there. That they're just trying to do it on the hoof. And units, I think you're right. I think units don't know what's happening to the left and to the right, and they're just looking at the last given order, and they're going, well, this is what the boss says, we better crack on. Whereas in actuality, if they knew what was going on, they'd be, screw this, I'm off to Sevastopol. So I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Just from a novice's point of view, I think they've lost command completely. And I think once, from what I can understand from other battles, once you lose command and control, you've got to be really good to regain it. And I think the only real way they could rescue this maybe would be the long jump backwards, and just go pell-mell, and hope that any units that don't get the signal will kind of stand and fight and buy you time to head off and try and establish a new line.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to OPs, broadcasting, even if it is encrypted, I mean, for me, it wouldn't be a question of broadcasting too much. It would be a question of broadcasting at all. When you're faced with the SIGINT capabilities provided by RC135 as well as Ukrainian domestic capabilities, combined with capabilities like HIMARS, certainly when I was doing covert OPs, we were taught to consider ourselves compromised as soon as we broadcast anything on the net. Right? As soon as you ping from your radio, the enemy will know where you are, and so it's a question of their inability, when faced with Ukraine's capabilities and the capabilities provided by allies in the SIGINT space, that it basically becomes impossible to run an effective radio net in that situation, especially when it comes to CPs. I would say, but let's go to John.
Cheers, Tim. The other thing here, I mean, we're assuming, and we probably shouldn't, the level of competence here, and that they've sat down and said, "Oh bugger, our secure comms are compromised. We have to get off this net." If they haven't done that, and especially if they're not just using voice, if they're using data as well for transmission of orders, it's possible that they're receiving ghost orders from the Ukrainian side to actually move and do all sorts of stuff. I mean, that's obviously the absolute worst case for the Russians, but could we? I'm not sure that's something we could actually discount, that the Ukrainians aren't inside their networks and sending out God knows what to them.
Yeah, no, I've seen some reports of that they started by jumping on things like Bayonet and playing Ukrainian national anthem over the Russian bomber formation stream comms and things like that. But then I started to see they had started spoofing, but they were kind of reports from they weren't really notable military reporting sort of accounts, but it did kind of ring in, because we know that's a tactic that we use, spoofing, and the only way you can beat that, I assume it's still the same as you authenticate. So for people listening, if you're on a net and you hear something or someone talking and you think, well, this is a bit weird, we used to do a thing called authentication, and you would have a daily publication, NATO publication, and you would call out a preset, and then they would look it up in the book, and then they would reply with essentially sort of the answer of the day kind of thing. But the problem with that is, in the old days, it was a publication. You had to change it every 24 hours, and of course, you've got to get that publication out to everyone. So yeah, that would make sense. If I bet they're still on there in what they think is secure comms, or even using tactical data links. Yeah, and they're getting spoofed. I mean, just the electronic warfare side of this, when this is over, is just going to be facile. It'll probably never come out. But of course, RC135s also carry linguists on board, as do most signals intelligence aircraft. That's a trade in the military, linguists as well as cryptologists, things like that. So yeah, I wonder if individual commanders are getting spoofed. What a nightmare for them. It's an absolute nightmare. I mean, I hate them, but it just must be. And working in a CP must be horrific for them, because essentially they're just using comms that everyone's listening to. And you got some crazy Ukrainian sending one of your tank companies to go and take a fun fair 60 miles down the road, and can you bring back 3 sheep for us? I mean, they must be just pulling their hair out, mate.
Must be very frustrating, doesn't it? But it's good. It's good that it's easier for Ukraine to intercept these things, as you know, right? Communicating the clear, as you said, and kind of have a leg up on that, because I'm sure that Tim has some sort of saying from his days as a star about just how important knowing stuff is. Is it what, 50% of the battle, 30%, 80%, whatever it is?
A percentage.
A percentage. Okay, very good. Okay, let's go to Nina, to Gaston, to Canberra. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And hi, Gunny. How are you? Okay.
Hey, mate. Yeah, I'm good.
Good. I have a question for you. All this movement now in Donbass, have you seen any movement in the Black Sea? What are they doing there? Are they doing anything? Or I'm thinking of this because people are fleeing from Crimea, and like there is movement also. And I'm thinking about Sevastopol. Are they still working there? Thank you.
Nothing. They're not productive, put it that way. So they hit some critical infrastructure, didn't they? Some electrical facilities, which Ukrainians seem to repair at a remarkable rate. I mean, the boys and girls working on Ukrainian infrastructure, I mean, that's going to be a movie in itself, isn't it? Everything from the trains to the hospitals to the utilities. I mean, they're just superb. Unsung heroes of this. What else are the Russians done? Well, the 3 boats, shipyard reckons 3 of the kilos pulled back to the east of the Black Sea a while ago anyway. They don't seem to be up to much. The surface warships, do you know, I was wondering if they do a suicide run if things get any worse and maybe run up the coast. I think that might be an option if, as and when the Ukrainians start foaming at the mouth to get across the into Crimea. I think the Russians are probably keeping their powder dry in terms of warships for gunfire support around the coastal areas, maybe. But is that going to be much use? No. I mean, the biggest guns that they've got 76mm, so you maybe start dropping shells 10 kilometers in if you're lucky. And for that to be effective, you need a good forward observer, a trained forward observer. And the Russians don't really do trained, professional, competent, do they? So, no, I think, again, either they've got something in mind, or I think the Black Sea Flotilla commander is just doing the odd thing just to say, hey, boss, look, we're doing something, rather than pull everyone into harbour. I suspect, given the example of Russian Baltic Navy crews being pulled and trained up in tanks for a couple of days, he might be just trying to keep his ships busy, just to spare most of his ships companies at. Because what will happen is, if you tie up the ships alongside, eventually someone will look at those 1,000 men and they'll go, well, if you're going to sit alongside doing nothing, come and drive a 1960 built tank for us instead. So that might be it. So there's not really any indications that they're doing anything purposeful and meaningful. They're just they're doing the naval thing, Nina, which is trying to look busy and remain not busy, if you know what I mean. And it's something that you just do in the Navy, give the illusion of activity. I think that's what they might be doing. We'll see some more caliber strikes, but I think now we're seeing evidence that caliber is running out. They'll want to keep a few back just in case.
I would add to that, Gunny, there was a story out in Naval News, which is seems to be a fairly respectable publication this morning, that the Russian Navy have moved their 4 kilo class submarines from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk. So they've moved them way further east, and they were, they were basically up and down the Ukrainian coast, firing calibers with impunity at Ukraine, because Ukraine has no anti-submarine capability, and they have now been moved east, according to Naval News.
Yeah, Shipyard reckons the same, but he says that happened actually quite a while ago.
And covert source says threat from drone strikes. That's why moved.
Nah, probably not. You're not going to sink a submarine with 5 pounds of
Maybe he was referring to the surface craft.
Yeah, no, I don't think that. I wonder if I wonder if they're just playing safe and they're just wondering just what other capabilities the Ukrainians have for standoff attack, or they might actually be worried about a full-on air raid on the harbour. That I've still yet to see confirmation, but there was a report of some kind of strike against Taragog airfield.
The Ganarog, but yeah.
Yeah. Now, if that's true, that's significant because although on the pictures it looks like it's an air transport hub with IL-76s.
Nope, airbase.
Yeah, it's actually
Proper
where they
airbase.
run. It's actually where they run their airborne early warning aircraft out. And if they caught some airborne early warning aircraft on the dispersal pan, especially the A-50, or even if they didn't and they force them out, they're forcing the Russian airborne early warning capability way back east. And if that's the case, then the possibility, I think, of a full-on fixed-wing strike against Sevastopol would be potentially a goer. So maybe the Russians are looking at this. If this report of the airstrike on the airfield is true, maybe the Russians are going, do you know what? Sevastopol might be becoming slightly untenable. There's still ships in, though. There are still ships in, and there are still a couple of ships in the roadstead just off the harbour. So, we'll wait and see on that. But they're remarkably, apart from the caliber strike, they're pretty passive.
Gani, thank you. Can you explain to me what is this suicide run you mentioned?
So if let's say let's go into Wonderland a bit, and let's say the Ukrainians, I don't know, I doubt it will happen. Let's say the Ukrainians bounce and get towards the Crimea sort of isthmus, the route into Crimea. Historically there's two routes, and if you have a quick look, the Germans used these routes in World War II, and the Russians did to regain it. So there's two routes in. You could use warships to provide what we call naval gunfire support, which is when you sit off a coastline. You have ideally you have a forward observer ashore, and you use your ship's guns and you pump rounds into targets ashore. It would be quite brave for them to do that. They could hug the coast and hope to avoid detection. What good it would do? Very little. Coastlines are dangerous things for warships these days because even an anti-tank missile with 3 kilometers range will go through one side of your ship and out the other. They might be thinking that. They might be thinking, well, we'll just keep them just in case the fighting does kind of go across and the Ukrainians try and bounce the line into Crimea itself. I think they would have a short and extremely exciting and emotional life if they did send some warships up there, but we'll just have to see. I'm more inclined, Nina, to think that the flotilla commander is just, as I said, giving the illusion of activity, and trying to avoid his ship's companies being sent across the gangway to drive really high quality Russian armor a week later. That's what it feels like to me.
Thank you for explaining. And just to comment to the previous discussion, you talked about the communication between the Russian troops, and I actually heard a discussion which was between a Russian like a woman and her husband in, I don't know where he was, but he was in a bad state. He was wounded and he was crying, and his wife just said, calm down and go to the hospital, and the soldier said that he can't go, he can't move, and the hospitals are completely full. So it didn't sound like it was theater. It was like really quite horrible.
What goes around comes around.
Yeah, and there's been a really interesting intercept that came out yesterday. Ukrainians rung home, and he said a Russians rung home, and he said the Ukrainians are supermen. because apparently he kept shooting at one and he went down and then he got up and he carried on running. I think we all know that the Ukrainians do not have some kind of immunity shield around them, but what he was saying, and this is really poor because he's supposed to be a soldier, what he was saying was dash down cover sites, shoot. So the Ukrainian was zigzagging around. This Russian was probably rattling off his AK-74, not using principles of marksmanship and just being a complete dick. The Ukrainian went down, probably popped up a couple of shots, got up, and then carried on dashing around. And if we can kind of spread that around, that the Ukrainians are employing bulletproof shields, that really put the heebie-jeebies up. But it just goes to show, these are soldiers who are seeing basic infantry skills and thinking it's some kind of superhuman capability. Well, I think Tim and John will agree. It's pretty much week one, month one of basic infantry training. Don't walk in a straight line across a battle.
Black magic. It's what the Russians think. Black magic.
It's amazing. Right. Okay. Thank you, Gunny. Now, see, I was wondering what was going on as well. I just thought he had really good body armor. Thank you, Gunny. Thank you, Nina. Let's go to Canberra and then to Gasta, who have their hands up. Canberra.
So, I mean, I guess there's a possibility that all those soldiers in Bakhmut are cut off, but it just seems unlikely to me, given that, we're seeing telegram reports in and out of the soldiers on that front, that they're completely cut off from communications and they don't know what's going on. I think that's a less likely occurrence, and I think the more likely reason that they're continuing to attack Bakhmut is political. Now, a week or maybe a fortnight ago, I described two different types of authoritarian regimes. One is where you have, a military leadership that relies on its military success to maintain its power, and it uses its control over the military to intimidate its entire public. So examples would be, the regime in Myanmar, a brutal regime, but it's a military-led regime. But the second type of authoritarian regime is one where they actually keep their military weak, and all of their economic power goes into their internal security services. And I believe that this is where Russia is at, and the best example of the best indicator of this is how Putin, as a person who's not from the military, has appointed as his head of the military somebody who is also not from the military. It's all about the internal corruption, which of course all authoritarian regimes are. But it's also about keeping the military weak so nobody can ever contest his power. Now, in this environment, by this point, it would be very clear to all of the people, including Putin, that they are not going to win this war. And they are now making preparations for how they are going to lose this war. And it's more likely that the whole charade around Bakhmut is about trying to create one win, which they can hold up as a possible win, to say, well, we were capable, but we were betrayed. That is the more likely reason that they continue to attack Bakhmut when all of the other lines around them are being cut off. They're looking for one single thing that they can say, yes, we were able to do this, and we would have kept doing this if it hadn't been for all of these other things that we can blame that put us in an impossible position. They will use that narrative to speak to the Russian people to say, yeah, it's okay, we're not losers really. We are winners, we have the capability to win. We are being, we were just betrayed by, the military but they won't, and let me repeat this. They won't just pick out a few scapegoats who head the military. They will also pick out some other internal group in the Russian population that they can use to scapegoat. And obvious target is always the Jewish people. You see it, and Russia is famously anti-Semitic, and I will bet that they will be a classic scapegoat. And you can bet that every single thing that is being done from this point forward is being done through the political prism of how do we ensure that we maintain our internal control of the population. They will know where this war is heading. They're not stupid. Putin is not being lied to by his generals, or even if he is, he has enough internal security apparatus to know that he is being lied to by them. That is not what's going on. What's going on now is the shaping of the narrative for when this war is ultimately lost by the Russians, and everything, every decision from this point needs to be viewed through that lens. Thanks very much.
They're not taking Bakhmut and Soledar.
That they may not be.
No, they're not taking it. They've been repelled 4 times in the last 15 hours alone.
Yeah, and they may throw.
And they're running out of shells already. The frequency of fire for Soledar and Bakhmut has decreased by half, according to what people who are on the ground have passed on. And that is in the last 2 days, despite the mechanized infantry attacks.
Yeah, and if you look at the fires data for Kherson, you can see that basically there's nothing going on there in terms of a Russian response to whatever, there's basically nothing going on. There's no conflict going on in Kherson that involves artillery, at least. And so
not on the West Bank, I agree. Not on the West Bank.
That's right.
Deeper on the East Bank and close to Shablinka, there's concentrated, and you can see it like a mosaic fire going down in the last 48 hours, and that seems to be missile fire from the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so, but on the West Bank, you can see basically the Russians have stopped firing back.
Yes.
On the firm paper. And I guess what I'm saying is, look, so the issue that was being raised was that, is it possible that all of these people in Bakhmut are still, all of these Russians, and, apparently they're the elite of the Wagner mercenaries, which are distinct from the people that they sign up from overseas countries who have absolutely no military experience, but they, we're told that these are the elite Wagner troops that are attacking Bakhmut. The question is, why are they bothering to throw them there? Well, and I'm saying it's not because their communications are cut off. It's because there is some tortured political justification that's going on that's telling them to keep fighting for that. It's not because of a communications difficulty, in my view. I believe that whether they win or lose, they're going to frame a narrative around that Bakhmut offensive, which is going to be used to justify other forms of internal repression when they lose this war. That's what they're preparing for. Everything, that's what I'm saying, is everything from this point that's being done by the political leadership of Russia, the Russian Federation, will be about suppressing the internal dissent that will arise from the loss of this war, now that they have figured out they have lost this war. Thanks.
Yeah, there are some good arguments in there.
So in other words, they're still trying at Bakhmut because they refuse to realize that they should stop trying. Casta.
Hi, everybody, and thanks once again for the quality of the work you do. A short question. I've seen several reports of the Russian armed forces not sending new units
to the front in Ukraine because apparently most soldiers do not want to go and fight and die in Ukraine. Now, if you've got an army where your units do not want to fight and do not want to move to Ukraine, that's basically the largest mutiny in a major military since, honestly, I don't know when. Frankly, I mean, we always compare Russia to the Nazis, and there is a lot of reasons for that, but there never was this level of desertion or mass ignorance of orders during the Second World War, at least to my knowledge. So I would be very curious to know what you think about it, because is this a Ukrainian psyop? Is this a Russian fake news? Because if it's true, we are basically ignoring the fact that a significant, if not a majority, part of the Russian military has basically mutinied. And it seems huge to me, and I'm very surprised that there's no more comments on this. Thank you very much.
We have no verified data on this matter.
Okay, well, thank you.
At the very least, let's put it this way: there's speculation on Telegram. There are reports from individuals or small groups on Telegram who say so, but that doesn't allow you to establish whether A, it's true, and B, what the scale of it is if it is true. And that's kind of where you can't then say, oh, is this on a scale? Is this important? Is this just a few guys? And that's kind of a limiting factor there. Thank you, Gasta. Let's go to Rusty and then to John in Canberra. Rusty. Is it just me who can't hear Rusty? Tim, can you hear Rusty? Okay, Rusty's unmuted, but we can't hear him. Still can't hear Rusty. Rusty's unmuted again, but we still can't hear him. Okay, Rusty, I'm going to drop you down to listener. Go quit the space, quit the app, come back, and let's try again. Then John.
Yeah, just a comment on what Gusta said about mutiny. Is it? I mean, the fact is that they haven't mobilized, so there's no legal way to force them to go, isn't it? Isn't that the case? It's on a voluntary basis almost.
So that's the thing, technically, right? And we all know what follows the word technically. This is not a war, therefore the soldiers have a right to refuse to go. I think the condition is before they cross the border they can refuse, or while they're in their home base they can refuse, something along those lines. And there were definitely cases of that happening before. Obviously, they weren't treated very well. Okay, Rusty, I'm trying to add you, but it's refusing. Try to de-request and re-request, please. So I think it's difficult to assess exactly what's going on, but they do have technically a right, and this is why a lot of these Russian military bloggers are saying, call a mobilization, call it a war, because when it's a war, then they can't refuse to go anymore. So I think that's a part of it, but I can't again provide a full assessment as to how big a part of it is. I am not surprised in the slightest. Oh, you got Rusty. I'm not surprised in the slightest that they would be refusing to go. I mean, they don't have to be smart to realize what's going on, right? They certainly don't have to be smart to realize once they've been there once, what awaits them the second time around if they survived the first time around. So I think we can leave it at that. Rusty, let's try again.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I added an external mic. Okay, so I have a question about what I perceive as today's and yesterday's more silent news from the floor. That was a bad wording. Okay, so during the last days, I've seen like Ukrainian reports from the front so rapidly, and then suddenly it's gone down, like yesterday and the day before, after they probably crossed the river that the Russians said would be their defensive line. So I'm wondering, how do you perceive the difference in how much the Ukrainian army and their media department share about the offensives that they've been performing?
Ukraine's keeping a tighter lid on Kharkiv than they did before. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is keeping seemingly a little bit of a tighter lid on exactly what's going on there. It seems that it's very definite that Ukraine has crossed the river a couple of days ago, if not 3-4 days ago, but like they significantly expanded its control beyond the Oskar Reservoir and the Oskar River towards the east. So that seems pretty clear, also with what Yehuda's been saying, with what various OSINT people have been identifying, etc. So that's pretty clear. They are clearing some regions near Izium. Izium itself has been cleared. Zelensky was in Izium earlier today, which can tell us a lot about how the city has been cleared, right? You wouldn't send the president there if it wasn't already cleared. There's probably some squads of stragglers in the forests around Izium, but they're all completely surrounded and isolated. There is a larger number around in and around Liman, which has been bypassed to the best of my understanding, which I believe is completely surrounded on all sides. And clearing them out will take a little while longer, but it's not significant anymore. Russians were reported to have left Kremina on the P-66 just to the north of Rubizhny and Severodonetsk. But what exactly Ukrainians are doing, they're keeping a little bit quiet because I think they realize that they don't want to compromise any operations going forward.
So I have a follow-up question. So to me, when they started to report about the Kharkiv offensive, after some days where they were more quiet, when they probably already breached the line and were far behind the Ukrainians, they started to tweet about the cities they've taken, and the panic started on the Russian side. So I'm just wondering, do you think they'll do the same again? Just later start a rapid story about how they advanced and try to use Russian panic again?
Maybe that's an interesting thought. Could very well happen. I think that with all the reporting going on about Russians actually retreating troops back to Luhansk from the Severodonetsk area back to Luhansk city, maybe that has something to do with it as well. Let's see how it goes. But both Yehuda and Colonel Spencer have been pretty optimistic yesterday as to Ukrainian prospects in the area. And when I hear those guys be optimistic about something so specific, I tend to be optimistic as well because they know and understand a whole lot more about this than I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rusty. Sorry, just remind me, you're from Norway, right?
Yes.
That it just helps me remember people if I have a geography to place them in. That's all. Thank you, Rusty. Canberra.
I'll just give you a quick example of what I was talking about before, and then I'll step down. In my lifetime, an authoritarian regime where they lost a war and then they lost another war. So in Iraq, Saddam Hussein, he fought a war against Iran. He used chemical weapons in that war and he lost, and then had a purge of his elite, and then invaded Kuwait to try and maintain his power later on when he felt like his regime was becoming unstable, and he lost that war, and he was still able to stay in power for many, many years afterwards. And one of the ways he did that was by gassing, again, his own population, or an ethnic minority in his own population, the Kurds. And I think that's the sort of thing that unfortunately the Russian people can look forward to in the wake of this loss. And I don't think that this will necessarily be the end of the Putin regime. And if it is the end of the Putin regime, it won't be because the military gets in. It'll be because somebody in the security services or his own internal guard gets in. But I think that that's unlikely. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Canberra. Actually, yesterday there was an interesting article in Foreign Policy talking about these militant extremists within Russia, military bloggers and the like, complaining as to what the regime has been doing and not been doing, and how they're gaining much more power. And now it seems that we've identified that all those city district councillors around Russia that have been complaining over Putin, that they're aligned with all those far militant, highly militant military bloggers as well. So that I think that's worthwhile remembering as well, bearing in mind that the opposition in Russia comes from the other side of the Overton window, the side that has been created and supported, the permitted the position that has been created and supported by the Kremlin to legitimize what the Kremlin does, and not coming from anyone that you'd find particularly savory. Thank you, Henry. Let's go to Aaron and then to Rusty. Aaron.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. The day before yesterday, Yehuda came on and was, he made a big announcement that on the west side of the river in Kherson, that negotiations were ongoing for the surrender of all the Russians that side, not even a few units, but all the Russians.
Who
He
said?
gave numbers that could be Yehuda. The negotiations were. He didn't say. I thought he said that it could be up from 15 to 25,000. No.
I did not when I was around. When I was around a couple of days ago, when he was saying that there's negotiations ongoing, he said that up to a brigade, and that's much less than.
Okay. Then maybe I misheard, but what I was going to say is that I feel like in the last day, it was all over the news at that point that those negotiations were ongoing, but in the last day, haven't heard much of anything. So, is that still progressing? Do we know anything further? Is there any further news about what's happening there? About specifically the surrender of those Russians?
Yeah, my understanding is that there has been one, probably at least, around Snichurivka. Maybe Axel can fix me on that one, can correct me on that one. Snichurivka is right around where the Inhules makes that clear 90-degree, highly persistent bend, as opposed to one that's more, much lower persistence length bends. So I think there's been stuff going on there. Ukraine has also been pushing in a number of other places around Kherson Oblast, on the right bank of Kherson Oblast. So we'll see. These things sometimes take time. Sometimes it takes time to present just how bad a situation the Russians are in. And once they realize that, maybe they'll realize what to do afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Rusty, back to you.
Thank you. So I am backpacked in Georgia. That's for those that's not in America, but the country is south of Russia, if anyone's confused. So
Sakartvelo, Rusty. Let's make it clear.
Okay, so I don't know the difference here,
Sakartvelo is Georgian for Georgia.
Yeah, Gamarjoba. That's mainly what I can say in Georgian. So I would like to ask about something I discovered in the Russian newspapers yesterday. So Kommersant, a Russian newspaper, published that Georgia was politicians in Georgia was wondering about having a referendum to see if the public would be open to make a second front and attack Russia, and that doesn't really align with what I experienced in Georgia. But I wonder if there's anyone in here that maybe have an idea about why Kommersant is publishing that there could be a threat from Georgia. I know the Azerbaijan conflict, Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict restarted, but are they benefited with recreating a narrative of Georgia as dangerous right now?
So it's very interesting. So I was looking at that previously, and it seems like the governing party in Georgia is trying to quell dissent and quell the annoyance of some within Georgia that Georgia isn't taking the opportunity and liberating Georgian territories to the north and South Ossetia and Abkhazia while Russians are distracted in Ukraine. And it's almost like the governing party proposed that referendum to either get the opposition to stop it or to maybe actually hold the referendum, but knowing that there will definitely not be a majority for it, and thus kind of stopping the conversation domestically and saying, oh no, we won, the people have spoken, right? We're not doing anything, nobody wants to do anything. So I suggest that's why that's why they're doing it, as opposed to there being a real likelihood that they might do something. Now, could Georgia actually do something? Yes, because Russia is not in a position to do much. The Georgian military is not in the absolutely best state, but it's in a much better state than the Russian military, and they would be very much on home ground there as well. So let's see. But I don't think it's. So the thing is, actually, I kind of like your logic here. That maybe it is for Russian domestic political purposes, because the party running Georgia might actually be amenable to that. Maybe it is just a proposal that came out for that. That's a good point, actually, Rusty. Thank you for that. That's a good twist there.
So my thoughts about it was maybe it's Russia that's kind of setting up for another conflict with Georgia later, that Putin doesn't like. How I perceive Putin, I perceive Putin as a guy that would like to make conflicts to conquer territory later. So even if it fails for him in Ukraine, he might be setting up conditions to further down the line go into Georgia again, if they try to join NATO, as they always want to do. So that's just how I perceive it.
No, I think you're partially right on that. So the thing to look there is, Georgia currently has a government that's kind of appeasement seeking with respect to Russia. Doesn't want a conflict with Russia. That's a good idea to be reminded of. And I think that's a large chunk of the reason as to why they're doing, or rather not doing, things, and why they're trying to avoid doing things in the first place. So let's wait and see. But I think your suggestion that Russia might be doing this makes sense in the way that Russia might be suggesting to the party in power in Georgia that is quite Russia friendly, hey, can you like talk about this thing a little bit so we can get some domestic organization out of it, and show the domestic world how everybody is against us. Maybe that can help us win some sort of propaganda victory at home. And then you, of course, don't actually hold the referendum. Of course not, right? But just mention it, and then we can write a lot about it, and then we can. Solovyov can talk about it on his show in the evening, and maybe it's more in that direction. But as I say, I think we'll have to wait and see how exactly it goes.
Thank you. I also see it as possibly a distraction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rusty. Right, we have a few more people up who haven't put up their hands. Sabra, if you're looking for how to put your hand up, there's a heart with a plus at the bottom of your screen. If you click that and then the rightmost option, you can put your hand up and we can go to you. There we go. See, perfect. Sabra.
Hi. So my question is, I read that a lot of Russians that are disguising themselves as trying to blend in with the population, and with so many.
Sabra,
Sabra?
sorry to interrupt. Your audio is unworkable. We can't hear you.
How exactly is the process?
Sabra. Sorry, Sabra, I had to mute your mic. We can't hear you. There's a lot of. I wouldn't say it's background noise, but it's almost as though your microphone is rubbing up against something, like some clothing, and there's a lot of rustling noises that are louder than your speech is. So we can't really make out what you're saying. So feel free to try to unplug your mic and plug it back in and try again. Maybe. Then, John, do you have a suggestion in this respect? I know you're good with technology.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Speak clearly into the microphone. Stay away from wind.
I would say disconnect from the Bluetooth, whatever thing that she might have actually. But I see that she dropped down now.
I think she dropped down to come back up. But you're right. Bluetooth sometimes messes stuff up a little bit. Speaking straight into the phone is often better. Then, John, in the meantime.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I can say I worked with the people who invented Bluetooth personally. I don't
You're
know.
not that old. Come on. That was like 1100 years ago.
Yeah, but okay, the grandchildren to those with the great grandchildren. Anyway, it was invented in
In Yelling.
Sorry.
In Yelling, there's a stone dedicated to it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's leave with that. That's okay. Okay. I have a serious question. Before M came up and said something that some news was coming, and then I had to drop out. So I just want to check if he has come back with anything since then.
No, not yet. Not yet. I think we'll have M up for gloating a little bit later.
Okay. Yeah, because I was resisting, but I had work I had to do, so eventually I had to leave.
No, that's makes sense. Makes sense. I'll work through a couple of people writing stuff to me in the meantime, noting that the lack of news and surrender might be to minimize the chances of the Russians getting shot once they get exchanged to back home, to not call it a mass surrender, but instead a capture, in smaller groups, and they're maybe trying to arrange that to look like better theater. Beyond that, Russians are panicking about Belgorod and possibly setting up some false flags around Belgorod, putting pictures of exploded buildings on that look like something exploded inside the house and not hit it from the outside. So there we go, Russia as per usual. It is the Ukrainian GUR, the Ukrainian military intelligence, who's saying stuff that some people brought up earlier, that Russian units are refusing to participate in combat en masse. So there might be actually something significant behind it, since they're talking about it. Yeah, I think we will have to see exactly what happens there. Oh yes, okay. Somebody suggesting what's going on with Sabra's mic earlier. Possibly that she was using a Bluetooth headset or even wired headphones, but the phone was picking up the phone microphone. However, the phone was in her pocket or a handbag or some such, and therefore all the rustling noises. That makes good sense to me. Excellent. Then John.
Yeah, I just want to check. How's my audio? Is it okay?
Perfect.
Okay, then I suggest everyone get an iPhone and AirPods. Not this cheap stuff.
Is that your fiduciary comment?
Yes, it seems to be working. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, very good, very good. Rusty?
I would just like to ask Domen, are you from Georgia?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Not even close. Not even close. But I have had several examples when people thought that I was talking about the Georgia in the US, and that since then I try to say Georgia is in Sakartvelo, not Georgia is in peaches. Puppy.
So I guess maybe now you want to tell us what you think about those 300 million that apparently since 2014 Russia has been distributing to various pro-Russia parties around the world. That is something that got postponed a little bit, but maybe it's a good time now for listen to your thoughts about it.
I think it's the perfect time. I'll put it this way. Wow, only 300 million? They were cheap. That's what those were my first thoughts about it, because the scale of this operation seemed to me like something that would require far more than just 300 million euros or dollars. I mean, now it doesn't matter which ones, right? I mean, what is this? 300 million only for everything they've done. Maybe that was direct funding and not other favors and sponsorships for their favorite sports clubs. Maybe that was all on top of it, but goodness, were they cheap. That's really willing there.
Yeah, I will point out two things. One is that the wording was at least 300 million. So we don't know what is the upper roof. And I would also note that in 2018, when Italian Lega was recorded having a conversation with top Kremlin officials about the financing of Lega, they were talking about 65 million. So if just poor Italian Lega is discussing about 65 million, I'm not going to believe that 300 million is a reasonable amount overall.
Maybe 300 million on an annual basis every year since 2014. Now that one I'd believe.
What was this 300 million for? I missed the
yesterday. Finally, so you missed the news. Yesterday it came out that apparently Russia has spent at least 300 million euros in direct financing of pro-Russian parties in Europe.
That's low.
No, it's not Europe.
That's what I said.
I can give a 30-second version. Yesterday, the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken sent a memo to about 100 U.S. embassies around the world, right? And the memo says that according to U.S. intelligence, Russia has been, since 2014, spent at least, and I will stress the at least, $300 million in financing of parties that they considered Kremlin-friendly. So the Washington Post reports today additional details, quoting various, anonymous sources, and claiming that a few of the countries involved include, I'm going by memory, Albania, Montenegro, Madagascar, I think. I wouldn't call it really shocking news because, of course, everybody that has not been living under a rock for the last 10 years or more knows that this is happening. It is, however, interesting news in a number of countries, one of which is a country that I happen to have a passport for. It is absolutely bananas top news in Italy. And the reason is, of course, that Italy has national elections in a little more than 1 week, and the very parties that are likely to win the election are considered to be Putin-friendly. I will add that the situation is evolving fast. For the specific case of Italy, which is the country that is having the closest election, so it's affected the most by this report. The Copasir, which is the intelligence committee in the Italian parliament, has been involved, and reportedly Draghi, who is the outgoing prime minister, made a request to the US to know what are the Italian parties that receive the Russian money. And it is maybe quite obvious, but still it is worth getting some more information about that from official sources. I will add that it is worth perhaps noting that Kurt Volker, who is, for anyone who is not following, he's the former US ambassador to NATO and is a former special envoy in Ukraine, gave an interesting interview to the Italian newspaper Repubblica today. In such interview, Volker says that he believes that in Italy, the parties that received the money are Lega, Fratelli d'Italia, and Berlusconi's Forza Italia. And incidentally, those are, of course, the parties that are forming the alliance likely to be in power after the upcoming Italian elections. That's the short version of it. I hope Finance this helps with catching up with the news about that.
Thank you for the update. I do appreciate it. I think the other reason, Doman, it might be low is the words direct financing were used there. And, that precludes all the indirect financing, which, sorry that here I'm going to have to show my American bias. Indirect financing can absolutely dwarf any sort of direct financing, at least in the shenanigans that the us Americans are used to playing.
Well, there you go. Shall we hear from some?
And thank you, Mr.
people
Notorious
from,
BRP.
Yeah, from let's hear from some people from around Europe on this. Let's go to Nina, Danny, Dr. Brain, and then John. Nina.
Thank you, Doman. And Papi, I am not surprised at all. This is something like I just didn't know the exact numbers, but this is obvious. But my question is to you: shouldn't this news that maybe is news in your country for some people make them a little bit thinking again about what they are doing? Or do you think that this doesn't have any impact on the elections? Thank you.
I'm afraid, Nina, that your guess is as good as mine. So I don't know how much of an influence we'll have in the upcoming elections. Also, I will note that Italy is now in a polls blackout by law 15 days before the election. So we don't know the current polling, and we will not know what happens until the next elections. But if I were to speculate, I would say the following. Some of the parties that are being mentioned as possible recipients of Russian money are already known to have got Russian money. And this apparently did not move the needle that much, So without getting too much in the weeds of Italian parties' relationship with Russia, I will just mention the fact that Lega has been officially having a deal, let's call it this way, with United Russia, Putin's party in Russia, since 2014, I believe. And the deal, which is public, so it's not anything that you have to speculate about. The deal says that they agree on exchanging information about each of their countries. And I will add that the same party in 2018 was recorded. It's not clear how the thing was recorded, but one of the representatives of the party was recorded in the Hotel Metropole in Moscow, having a negotiation with Kremlin's representative about the next round of financing of the party. And the figure that was mentioned during that conversation, which you can read just by using Google, because there is a transcript and there is the original conversation available pretty much everywhere, is the figure is 65 million, which were supposed to be funneled by Gazprom through some intermediaries to Lega's pockets. And today, Volker, who is, senior, not currently serving in the current administration, but former US ambassador to NATO with quite some credentials, and the guy that would not speak without, having something to talk about, is saying that he believes that Fratelli d'Italia and Berlusconi received financing as well. That's the short.
So basically, you're saying it's unlikely to have a big impact on the upcoming election simply because it's an old scandal as opposed to a new scandal. It's just coming back again, and it's shocking enough that didn't have enough of an effect previously, and people who are going to vote for them already priced it in and don't really mind, probably.
I'm afraid it's priced in. I don't have a crystal ball, but I do expect that it is pretty much priced in, because anyone that listen to the news now probably was alive in 2018, right? So.
Well, there you go.
John, can I have a follow-up, please?
If you can do it very quickly, because we have 4 people waiting.
Yeah. Okay. But Papi, about the media, what is said in the Italian media, and also I think that the international media should be very interested right now. Thank you.
The international media is interested. There are different levels of interest depending on the country. It is top news on the Washington Post, which tells you something. But in the Italian media, it's absolutely the one thing that right now is headlines everywhere. It's above everything else. I'm not sure what to make it, what to make of it. I'm not sure if will have some influence on the current opinion of people going to the polls. I suspect, as I said, that it is already priced in, but it is absolutely top news for what it's worth.
Thank you, Papi. Danny. Danny?
Sorry about that. Yeah. Just joining you guys from my lunch breaks. First of all, just wanted to say thank you for keeping the space up with such up-to-date information. I was wondering, this report that came out talking about how Russians spent funds to influence politics, does it specify? So I understand there's clear evidence that Italy was one of the recipients. Do we have names of other countries that have received such funds? And then I'd have a question for Bertrand.
Papi mentioned some countries: North Macedonia, Albania, Madagascar, etc., etc.
Yeah, those are the countries that are included in the latest reporting by the new Washington Post. So,
okay,
but it's likely that obviously there are more countries. We don't have to be. We don't have to be paranoid to know that, of course, there are other countries.
Yes, I agree with that. And I'd actually bring a point that I was thinking about is that this is, as I think Finance was saying, direct funding. And it's not maybe that unusual for a country to fund certain political groups in other countries to serve their interests. So maybe the fact that they've only spent 300 million, which is not a huge amount of money, it's maybe chump change for people that want to influence politics. Maybe they did it specifically so that people would look at that funding and say, okay, yeah, it's not that huge amount of money. Maybe we shouldn't be worried about that, to cover up kind of the things that they do under the table and the bribes that they pay out unofficially, just to have people focus on a sum of money and then just continue to influence politics in a gray area that nobody can look at. That's my thought on things. But I have a question for you, Bertrand, as well.
Go ahead.
Do you think that the latest developments with the very successful counteroffensive, Putin's own people seemingly not offering their support as strongly as they did before, all of these signs that might point to a very swift Russian defeat, or at least a defeat that will come sooner rather than later, is that maybe enough to sway some people that would have voted for the parties that want to collaborate with Russia and say, well, we don't really want to hitch our cart to the losing side of this war, and we thought Russia might win, and we were going to vote for people that want to stand with Russia, but now that's not going to happen anymore. you think it might sway people in Italy to vote with their conscience?
Yeah, that is a really good question, Danny. The honest answer is that I don't know. I really don't know. If I were to really speculate, I would probably say that this is not something that has the highest priority for most voters in Italy. So right now it is again in the news because of the current current information about financing, and it has been Ukraine has been in the news in Italy and in some other countries, frankly, for the last few days because of the counteroffensive. But other than that, I am not sure how people in Italy and a bunch of other countries in the Western world are voting with the idea in mind that there is a war against the Western world. It's the number one priority for, a bunch of people like me and a bunch of people that are here in this space, because I cannot fathom whatever could be more important than a war in Europe against a European country by a country that is trying to invade and commit genocide to them. I cannot really imagine what the F could be more important than this. But as a matter of fact, other than the last week or so, not only in Italy, but in most of Western media, this was not top news all the time.
The one thing I'd want to raise here is I don't think many people who are considering voting for this coalition in Italy realize that Ukraine is winning, if you see what I mean. I really fear that this is simply something that isn't covered enough, right? That's why, we had the Dutch lady here earlier. I think she's not necessarily representative, but there are certainly other people like her who think that Russia is doing way better than Russia is doing, that Russia has way greater capability than Russia does, etc., etc. And I think that's a large part of the problem here. I'll leave it at that. I'll try to be succinct as much as I can. Then John.
I forgot. No. Oh yeah, actually, finance answered half the thing about the $300 million. I mean, if it's a direct contribution, then it's not that much. But then again, if it's direct contribution to individuals, I mean, $300 million goes a long way. Example, I'm not insinuating this is a fact, but if someone has the power to sign the transfer of some arms and gets paid $10 million not to do it, I mean, that's quite a lot of money. So yeah, it could be significant.
I think that was probably going to be party financing, right? So for party operations, I would suppose that personal financing was beyond that, on top of that. And I would also suggest that there was other indirect financing, either when it comes to media or when it comes to financing somebody's football club, and then all of the
We may have lost Domen, I believe. Domen, are you there?
Domen just he's got to disappear, so I've just moved him down from co-host, but he's still speaking. Hopefully, he still will be able to speak. Domen, are you still there?
He's reconnecting.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we can get Domen back up here. Until that happens, Nina, hope you have a question for Nat Domen.
Hi, Finance. About the 300 million, was it dollars or euros or whatever it was? I think it lacks 1 0 after that. I am sure this is right. not true. It's going to be more. And yeah, just a comment about that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, as I said, my comment was it was direct funding only, which means it avoids indirect funding, right? So if they pay for anything they pay for that isn't the political party itself, that is going to not be considered under that number, right? So if they pay for a think tank, if they pay for overpay for somebody's apartment, if they hand a barrel of cash to some corrupt politician, if they're a Russian-owned bank hires somebody's cousin for a massive sum of money, or their wife, or their brother, or they give you a sweetheart loan on a project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I would point out that all of that wouldn't count, and it is. Yeah, right. Like easier and obvious that number is probably dwarfing the official. Here is a donation to your political party of X dollars. That's where I was going with it. That's my guess.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that there have been like money, like brown envelopes going here in Finland too.
Yeah, right. That's I mean, I think you know the brown envelope or the more point the excuse me the proverbial brown envelope, right? It's a shell company, somebody's mother getting a ridiculous job while she hangs out, making lunch, et cetera. Like that kind of thing is more their style. But anyways, moving on. We have two other hands up. Thank you for the question, comment, Nina. Rusty, and then back to the notorious BRP. Rusty.
I just want to say something quick about what you were talking about, the Swedish election. I'm living in Norway, and the Swedish election, they're counting votes now, and Swedish Democrats are the furthest party to the right has achieved 4% more, now at 20.6, but they're still counting, but that's like the number. And Russia has just congratulated the Swedish Democrats for their progress in achieving state power. So I just thought that was a funny commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. I have people discussing in my PMs that there appears to be a very 100 to 200 million, euro for a German nonprofit kind of thing. Like my guess is there's a whole lot of stuff like that. So, I that's where my guess we're gonna if people start digging into the money, that's what I would expect to see more and more. Like notorious BRP, back to you, sir.
Yeah, it is direct financing does not include, for example, the 10 million or so that Le Pen got in France as a loan. So it's a loan that I understand it has not been repaid yet. So there are different ways of financing. The loan was granted by Russian bank. I fail to remember right now what was the bank. Maybe you remember, but it has not been repaid. And I believe that it is obvious that there is a concerted effort that includes different types of help, ranging from shady deals like the one that involved Lega in Italy to direct financing, apparently the ones that involved the countries like Albania and Madagascar, according to the latest reporting from the Washington Post. And the likely figure at the end of the day is likely to be much higher than the 300. I think that we can probably be on the safe side by saying that.
Puppy, did that finish your comment, or did you just get cut off, sir? Okay, I was making sure you were done with your comment. Yeah, I think we're all sort of agreed on where this game is actually being played, and that's probably being dwarfed. I also do think, though, it's a good indication of which political parties are most pro-Russian in their outlook, right? Nobody on that list has a stance that, shall we say, is independent of the donation to the by the Russian Imperial Federation, or whatever we're calling them these days. So I would note that the donations are a pretty good list of who's who of Russian bootlickers in Europe. So I don't think anybody here is going to argue unless I miss something. Anybody? Arguing going once? Arguing going twice? Arguing sold to all the Russian bootleggers. May you guys please find anything better to do with your lives than that. All right, moving forward. Tim, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When are you joining the fellas?
Well, as I keep saying, my shadowy CIA handlers have told me to strike a more serious tone. When you're working upstairs at Langley, you have to maintain an air of professionalism and decorum. So that's what I've been ordered to do by the global conspiracy, and I take those orders very seriously. So yes, I'll maintain my serious and professional demeanor for now, and not become a brain-damaged cartoon dog for the moment.
For somebody who claims we're a bunch of brain-damaged cartoon dogs, I would note that you like to call Article 5s, call them the boys, post the Russians on a regular basis, and really feel that you should just come on down and join us in the non-negotiable NATO expansion, which is occurring, as you can see, quite regularly on this space. I'm going to absolutely 100% take the last word on this as we move on to lunchtime, something that it is here, and I absolutely have not done yet because I have been chained to my desk by Axel. That's the kind of guy he is. All right, lunchtime.
I urge you to have some lunch. I mean, as I keep saying, any time is lunchtime. It's just a question of adjusting your state of mind. So on the subject of this corruption report, I suppose it goes to show two things. Like, one is that these politicians are excellent value for money, because you seem to be able to buy quite a lot with not that much. And also, I'm curious. Like, I haven't actually read the report, so does the report solely focus on EU countries, or are we talking about countries outside the Western world as well? And also, what about countries that are seen to be pulling their weight in the Ukraine war effort? Presumably, there's been money going to certain political parties in the Allied nations. For example, the UK and the US. Are they mentioned on this report?
I can answer to that if you want. So the original report, which is not actually a report, is a memo sent by the US Department of State to embassies around the world, does not mention specific countries. There is a follow-up reporting by some news outlets, chiefly the Washington Post, that actually mentions some countries and says that those countries are in Europe and in other continents. It singles out a few countries that apparently, according to those off the record sources mentioned by the Washington Post, include, I have it in front of me, I am pulling it up right now, includes Albania, Montenegro, Madagascar, and Ecuador. Those are the countries that are specifically mentioned, and those are a few of them are. Two of them are outside Europe, so it is not only about Europe, it is about Russian influence buying parties and people around the world. Does it answer your question, I hope?
It does to a certain extent. So it does. So what about countries like India, or I'm surprised that that Madagascar is the only non-European country that leapt out at me there. You know, because there's a huge amount of influence that's bought in the third world, for sure, and I suppose as well that it's probably just as well that specific European countries are not mentioned with more sort of granularity, because that would probably mess up any attempt at sort of cooperation in terms of providing aid to Ukraine. So that's interesting. But yeah, so India, etc., is not mentioned. Is that right?
It is not specifically mentioned, but I am going to make a bet with you. 300 million, which are likely to be much more, in fact, are not going to be, Albania, Montenegro, Madagascar, and Ecuador. There are obviously other countries that are involved. So,
yeah, obviously. Also, specifically, so in Italy, then, I'm very surprised. Like, I just don't understand why Berlusconi is on the list even in Italian politics. The guy was imprisoned and is clearly corrupt. I take it you're Italian, or you lived there. Perhaps you could speak a bit about how he managed to rehabilitate himself. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we were reading about bunga parties and so on and so forth. And if I remember correctly, he was actually put in jail, wasn't he? Like, how on earth did he manage to resurrect his political career?
So he was not physically in jail. He's also 85 years old right now. So that's you will not go to jail in Italy if you are 85 years old. But besides that, he was actually sentenced for a number of different criminal behaviors. Those include underage prostitution. Yes, he was having those parties with girls that were underage. I'm not making this up. It's just the way it is.
No, I remember.
Yeah,
There was a Moroccan girl, I think, that was involved. Who was
that is correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. And so, welcome to Italy. That's apparently not something that, I mean, there were other things like, corruption of judges and fiscal evasion and other things, but apparently none of them was enough for Italian voters to think that it is a good idea to look elsewhere. And every time I mention this, I feel the need to also mention the fact that Berlusconi is currently, or his party rather, a member in good standing of the European People's Party, which is the largest coalition, the largest group in the European Parliament. So, I mean, European People's Party is not bad. It has a record of being, on the right side of history of a number of issues. We are not going to get into the weeds of that. But right now, the European People's Party and his leader are actively campaigning for Berlusconi, while at the same time, having pro-Ukraine statements all the time, but Berlusconi is at the same time pretty much every other day or every day even in the news saying things like I'm quoting the war in Ukraine was due to the fact that Putin was forced to defend the republics in the east from, again, quoting here, Yeltsin's Ukraine. That's what he said. And he's still a member in good standing of the European People's Party after saying that. It's not. It was on live TV. So I'm just
from Yeltsin's Ukraine. That's insane. That's completely insane.
James,
My
I'm very
goodness.
sorry to interrupt this conversation, but we do have a scheduled guest. So our guest, Victoria Wojcicka, has just arrived. So please welcome Victoria. Victoria was a member of the Ukrainian Parliament from 2014 to 2019, and is now advocating for Ukraine with the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. She is a great friend to the space. So please, everybody, welcome Victoria. Victoria, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I don't know, but what's the way you're dealing with the speakers? Should they make like a short introductory or like an opening speech, or shall we go to the questions straight away? Whatever suits the audience, it's fine with me.
If you would introduce yourself more thoroughly than I've been able to, and also talk a little about your work, talk a little about the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, and we'll do that for a bit. I'm sure my co-hosts, myself and the panel have a couple of questions, and then we'll open it up to the wider audience, if that's okay.
Sure, team. Thank you. So, as you mentioned, my name is Victoria Wojcicka, and indeed, after the Revolution of Dignity, in which I actively participated, I've decided it was the time to not just being an active citizen in terms of going to the streets and protesting, but actually take responsibility for reforming our country. So I've joined a party, Samopomich, based from Lviv, with the Lviv city mayor as the chairman of the party. It was the first try of the party to get to the parliament, and I truly believe that we brought the best people to the parliament. Although we were only 33 members, still I believe we made quite a significant impact on the reform agenda, and specifically on the agenda related to national security. We were the ones who were pushing for Ukraine to recognize that we have a war with Russia, not anti-terrorist actions, as they were called initially. We were pushing for the fact that we need to have policies and strategies towards occupied territories, and etc. I was a member of Energy Committee, as you rightly mentioned. I was the secretary of that committee, so I was responsible for energy security, issues related to reforming our energy sector, and introducing laws on electricity market, gas market, reforming corporate governance of state-owned energy companies, etc. And okay, it seems like my parking is no good, and I need to repark a little bit. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'm terrible at parking as well. Still haven't quite worked it out.
A tram is trying to pass by my car and it can't. So anyway, yes, for 5 years I was actively involved in reforming our country, and one of the key agenda items was to get rid of the corruption that was fueled by influence of a few Ukrainian oligarchs, and I believe we had quite a lot of successful stories there. Still yet a lot to do left after we've finished our convocation. And then I came back to private sector, and together with my colleagues also established like a law NGO that was also advocating for the reforms in educational system of Ukraine that would allow to get rid of the corruption there as well. So in parallel, I was doing some work in private sector and still being involved in political arena just a little bit in education, on educational matters in particular. Well, this year, my friends from that was back in September, October, they've started sending me warning signals that we need to be aware that the big war is coming. And since I was a active participant in Euromaidan, reform-oriented MP in the previous convocation, etc., etc., family was in the kill list, and I should be aware of that, and I should do everything to make sure that my family, my kids are safe. And they kept on telling me this, and I remember weeks before the full-scale invasion in Kiev, so 2 weeks prior to February 24th, I took my kids and brought them to in-laws who live in outskirts of Lviv.
Victoria.
Yes. Can you hear me well?
Victoria, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Yeah, you're starting to break up a little. It sounds like you're having phone reception issues. If you could move back to where you were standing 5 minutes ago, that would be great.
Okay, so now it's the challenge of finding the place where to park with a good coverage. What about now? Is it better now?
Marginally better, yes. Thank you.
Better
Thank you very
now?
much.
So together with my
Yes.
friends, yeah, good. So together with my friends from civil societies and former MPs, women with kids, we met in Warsaw beginning of March, and we were starting to discuss, so what are we going to do? How can we help Ukraine in this dire year times? And this is when we've decided that we cannot just sit and watch what is happening. And this is why we've established this advocacy platform in Poland, which is called International Center for Ukrainian Victory. We have a couple of key areas which we together, and it's a group of over 50 people all together. We are covering issues and trying to promote and get as much help as needed in respect of military assistance,
I'm so sorry,
humanitarian aid.
Victoria. You're becoming unworkable again.
This is weird because I'm standing at the same place.
All right, because you keep kind of cutting in and out. I just want to check. Finance, is that just me, or is Victoria's audio quite patchy?
No, it is. It is not just you, Tim. She is coming in and out, unfortunately.
It sounds to me like the audio is clipping at low volumes. So it might just be a question of improving your mic, Victoria, like holding it closer to your mouth or something like that.
Okay, let's try this way. Does it work?
So
It's
far,
much
yes.
better.
It's louder, but it's still clipping a little bit, I would say.
Well, this is the coverage in the center of Lviv. My apologies, but I cannot make it any better. Unless
You're way better now. You're way better now. That's perfect. Thank you.
well, better now. Okay, so I will stop here because I'm driving around trying to find the right spot. So basically, that's the introduction. We're working with politicians in Berlin, in Paris, Stockholm, Brussels, Washington, One of the items on our agenda was obviously to advocate for Ukrainian to get EU candidacy status, and we've successfully did that. From day one, we were advocating together with Daria Kaliniuk, Hanna Hopko, Olena Halushka to get military assistance and the Lend-Lease that we successfully got from the US. We assumed that we had a little bit of the contribution to that success, but there is still lots of things to do, lots of things on the agenda list. We have right now one of our delegations in Washington, and they are advocating for more military support from the US. Moreover, to have a clear statement, we expect that the US will come with a clear statement when it comes to Germany to provide tanks to Ukraine, that the US will encourage Germany to actually do what they promised. And so I can talk about it for a long time. I think it's better if you start asking me questions. That would be more effective and efficient.
Of course. Thank you very much for that introduction, Victoria. Really appreciate it, and apologies for the audio issues we're having. So, in terms of your work in advocacy, at what level are you engaging with Western and regional governments, and how are you finding the access and the reception that you're getting? Has it been fairly easy and positive, or is it a bit of a slog, or how's that working out for you, as Sarah Palin once put it?
Well, I can tell you this: it's improving. During our first visit to Berlin, for example, back in, I think it was end of March, beginning of April, we were trying to set meetings with MPs from CDU, but guess what? None of them replied to our kind request. At the same time, Mr. Merz, I mean SDU, the governing party, and Mr. Merz, the head of the opposition, gladly met with us, and instead of like giving us 30 minutes, he would talk to us for 1 hour and 30 minutes, and would tweet about it and post pictures about it. So we met with the representatives of Green Party, and we felt quite a good support from their side. And the head of the faction was always and still is, which is really good and great, a friend of ours. And next time we had the next meeting, it was a completely different setup. We had a joint foreign affairs and defense committee, over 15 MPs, most of them from the coalition were there, including the Mr. Scholz party. And we met with Mr. Scholz employees in the chancellorate as well. We were quite well received, but when it comes to delivering what is promised during all of those meetings, that's the big question mark. I can tell you this. So this is what is happening when it comes to Berlin. In Brussels, we are meeting with top officials there, and especially the members of European Parliament. They always welcoming us, but are still saying that major decisions are made at the state level. So it's more effective and efficient to work with the politicians and civil societies and journalists at the local level. In Washington, D.C., when I had my first visit there, we were meeting with people from the State Department, USAID, National Security, and so the level of the meetings are quite high. The question is to get the results that we're aiming for, because we want everything right here, right now. And of course, in politics, it doesn't work this way, but when we think about the cost of delays, it's the lives that are lost, it's the all the tragedies that are happening at Ukrainian families levels. It's the destructions that are being caused by Russia. We just cannot afford like waiting. From the emotional point of view, it's really hard when you hear comments. Yes, we need to think about it. We need to consider. Thank you for pointing it out. And those buts, it's really hard to hear.
Thank you. I mean, this leads us on to my next question. Your website mentions that you have been doing work documenting Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity during their invasion of Ukraine, and also establishing a tribunal to that effect. Could you talk a little more around both of those things, particularly with regards to the tribunal? Who your cooperation partners are. By what authority is it being established? Is this a Ukrainian thing, a Polish thing, an EU thing, an ICC thing? Could you give us a bit more color on that?
What I would suggest, it's the area where Olga Ivazovska, she is from Opora NGO. She's and her team group is working on that. I think it will be more effective, or it will be right way for them to describe all the peculiarities of the process that they're going through. They have set up a specific function, like an instrument in Poland, where they're collecting the information from people, from Ukrainians. They're working with the Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine and with international institutions. But in more details, I think it's better if she briefs you on the specifics of the process, because I'm not or involved in that myself. We have in our group different people are responsible for different aspects. It's just overwhelming to be would be overwhelming to be an expert in each and every direction.
Sure, thank you. On a philosophical level, though, do you feel that Russia's extensive crimes against humanity and against the Ukrainian people in particular should be a question of international jurisdiction, or do you believe that this is very much something that Kiev should be prosecuting under domestic law?
Well, I think it should be done both in Ukraine and at the international level, and I can explain why. After World War II, you remember the phrase that is quite well known and widely used, especially in Germany, never again. And that never again was actually supported by the fact that there was an international tribunal, on the one hand. On the other hand, when it comes to Germany, what we see, and I personally see, what they've lost is the first part of this phrase, never forget. So to never again have such atrocities and crimes, so that they would never be repeated again. So I think it's important to recognize, and I think we see that already today's statement by Ursula von der Leyen about the war in Europe, that it's basically a war in European country that is happening right now on European soil. Her words, and not just her words, they support the notion that it's not just a Ukrainian war, a war of Russia against Ukraine. It's just the war of one empire against democratic world. And this war has different forms. It has forms of the combat war in Ukraine. It has a form of energy war that is been happening for years. It's just for some reason some European countries and overall European Union has decided for some time to not see it coming and evolving because the energy war in Europe started back in 2021, not this year. It has other forms like chemical war, the poisoning that happened in the UK, Novichok case, and other forms, the cyber attacks on energy infrastructure. So we have to recognize that Russia is fighting numerous fronts. Informational warfare is also happening for years, and it's happening not just against Ukraine. Ukraine is just one of the parts of the war. From the physical point of view, like to take control of a territory and commit crimes, the genocide against Ukrainian nation this is what is on Russian's agenda. But it doesn't stop there, and I think European Union and European countries, most of them recognize it. So my answer is that we need both.
Absolutely. I have one follow-up question that I believe finance has a couple of questions for you. When it comes to international jurisdiction, do you see a danger of fueling, Russia's persecution narrative here? The ICC being an organ of the United Nations, they have this spin where they have this siege mentality where they say that everybody is against them, etc., etc. Do you think an international tribunals of whatever in whatever form they may emerge, do you think they might be almost counterproductive when it comes to Russia?
Russia lives in its own narrative, the one that's being imposed, and the one that Russian people want to accept. I think there is a perfect match of both sides, and whatever happens, unless there are certain actions take place in Russia, and I'm not talking about getting rid of Putin only. I think Russia as the prison of nation, the state itself, the empire should finally be dissolved into independent states, and independent nations should have the right to exist finally. And unless that happens, the imperialistic view on the world will prevail no matter where and how the International Criminal Court is going to be set up. So that would be my answer.
If I may just add to this, Victoria, and by the way, thank you very much for joining us today. It's organized yesterday at short notice, and I apologize for not being here earlier.
Pleasure's mine.
When you look at this, obviously, when you worded it carefully, as you just did, it should, and it would have to, but arriving at that dissolution at that disintegration of that imperialist conundrum Russia is, without significant force, that is highly unlikely. Now, the force can, I just posit this to you and would like to know what you think about it, continued sanctioning and containment, which evidently is harder for a state such as Russia when compared to, for example, North Korea. It requires significant naming and shaming, whether this is a tribunal or whether this is just literally only Ukraine doing so and being supported by the coalition of the willing in communications worldwide, and institutions such as, of course, within the framework of Europe, the EU making it clear to Russia that there is no trading in whatever form and no acceptance of cultural exchange, which up until recently Europeans didn't quite abide by. They still thought that there's something to be saved in Russia. Having listened to all the interviews of our colleagues and people in recent weeks, it doesn't seem likely. Is that the strategy? Containment, breaking off the cultural component, banning tourists. Is that the way forward? Because otherwise, how would, in the pressure cooker of the Russian culture and nation, any change be induced?
It's a good question. Of course, it's a question of what strategy will work to dissolve this prison of nations, Russian Federation. I think no one has a crystal ball to say this is the strategy and this will work. But without trying, we will still have an empire as our neighbor living next to us, always thinking about destroying Ukraine as a sovereign and independent state. And that will be a threat, not just for Ukraine, but for all and everyone on European continent. That's, I think, what we need to understand. How to achieve that particular goal is another question. I was born in 1974, so I remember the days when we had really, really bad times and struggling to even buy simple things, food in stores. Like I would stand for 2-3 hours on the eve of New Year. I remember it was year 89 and the eve of 90, and for 3 hours with like -10 of 15 Celsius just to get a piece of bread for because there was nothing there, and still you wouldn't feel that there was like a strong movement to dissolve Soviet Union, right? And it just happened that the economic pressure that was created through the energy market, by the way, made that particular empire insolvent and forced it into um, breakup, a big breakup. It's just some nations that were trying to leave Russian Federation. They attempted to do the same when Ukraine got it independence. They didn't succeed. The Russian Federation wouldn't let them leave this big empire, but there were attempts to leave that prison of nations, as we call it. I believe that there is a possibility that maybe time will come that the same scenario will evolve. But I can tell you this, it will not happen overnight. An economic struggle that Russians will go through, they are not going to work. I mean, they will not force people to go on the streets and demand changes straight away.
Yeah, and it has never happened in the history, for example, of Russia, that people went
Exactly.
to the streets. The only time it actually occurred in some shape or form was organized, starting in 1905 with Trotsky, throughout 1907, and then again after the loss of Tannenberg and Brest-Litovsk, it was essentially the communist movement which started heavy duty but orchestrated, very orchestrated mutinies and upheaval. So there was no overall revolt by the normal peasant population because it simply had no power left and no concept of self-government.
You're absolutely correct, and this is why I believe those nations who are seeking their independence have to start thinking about how they will organize themselves and how they are going to prepare themselves to govern their own countries. That's their homework that they also need to do to make sure that this dissolvement happens and it happens fast, and they will have a chance and be able to govern their own states. It's also an important part of the story.
I will have a follow-up question to this, but let us go to CJ. I know that he is also under time pressure a little. CJ, please.
Thank you, Axel and Victoria. It's so great to have you here. So my background is I'm a U.S. Army officer who was stationed in Europe, and I was fortunate enough to train with the Ukrainian 81st Air Assault Brigade back in 2018, 2019, pretty extensively. And it was interesting hearing their combat experiences in the Donbass. They said at the time if they simply had more gear and better equipment from NATO and other countries, they would be able to win. And it was hard to see at the time, but now I think that's becoming more and more clear. How do you, which is very encouraging. I know there's still a way to go. But my question for you is, I know you're a big proponent, of course, of more countries giving military aid, but how do you think this increased military aid to Ukraine helps with the agency Ukraine has in negotiating for better economic deals and the eventual rebuilding of the country? Because as we've talked a lot in the last couple of days, in Kharkiv and a lot of the liberated areas, there is a lot more, of course, economic need and other things needed. And that seems to be maybe less sexy, a little bit harder to sell on the international information space as is weapons. So how do you think those things are related, I guess I would say?
Well, I think the first relation, obviously, that we need to make is that the better we're equipped, the faster we can regain control over our own territory and the less casualties, sorry for using that word, but lost lives and we will have. And I think there is no way how we can value, although I understand that there are people in this world who have specific jobs to value a person's life, but there is no way to assign the correct value to anyone's life. So I think it's important to have that in mind constantly, that by providing more weapons, better support, the world is saving Ukrainian lives. Full stop. When it comes to economic impact, I think we need to understand two things. Obviously, the less damage there is, so the less time Russia has to destroy Ukraine economically, the less of a burden there will be on our partners, so to say, to fulfill what they've already committed to, which is to rebuild or build a new Ukraine and help us to do that. And although we have, again, different numbers right now, how much Ukraine needs, but it still is in the range of $300 billion to like $700 billion. It's big numbers, and it's not an easy task. It's not an obvious one. It's not something like a trivial task to come invest and come to country, bring some money, invest into it just in 1, 2, 3 simple projects. No, it's going to be quite a complicated task. So the financial burden, the easier I think it will be for everyone when time comes to rebuilding Ukraine. And the third, and I think it's most important part that I wanted to stress your attention to, is that while I hear discussions about rebuilding Ukraine when we win this war, which means when we return control over Ukrainian territory, sovereign territory that was determined in 1991, so including Donbass, Lugansk, and obviously Crimea. We also have urgent needs of rebuilding critical infrastructure that Russians are destroying right now as we speak, by destroying electric lines, by destroying heat and power stations, by destroying gas distribution centers, etc. Without them, without this working critical infrastructure, it will be, and it seems like it will be, quite a challenging winter for Ukraine, not just from the perspective of astronomical energy prices, but in terms of just critical infrastructure being in place and being the one that is working and operational.
Victoria, thank you very much for being here. Agree with everything you're saying. We've been saying some similar things in this space, though not as Ukrainians ourselves. I wanted to ask something that I wanted to take two different threads you said and what you said and sort of bring them together and ask a simple question, which is, As Ukraine is trying to rebuild going forward, and I know you personally have a background in combating oligarch influence. How does Ukraine, and anyone else trying to help, get the Russian money out of Ukraine, both now and going forward? And I'm assuming we want to keep that money out. How does that happen?
This is a very good question. And I believe it's not just about how to get Russian money out of Ukraine. It's more of a question how to identify those assets through which they still have influence over Ukraine in one way or another. I.e., we need to have a clear ownership structure and understanding on all assets of critical infrastructure, including those in energy sector, for example. Because again, Russia used to use those assets to blackmail Ukraine in the past by creating artificial shortages of specific energy resources that threw our country into blackout back in 2013, 2014, for example. So the first step is that we need to do our homework and get an understanding of the ownership structure and who is standing behind all of those Cyprus, Marshall Islands, and other jurisdictions, BVIs, companies that are registered as owners of our gas distribution centers and etc. etc. I mean, all the critical infrastructure that we have in place, and strategic companies as well. So that's the first step. Second step, and this is what Ukraine is doing already. How Ukraine has started to the confiscation process over assets that belong to those Russians that are being sanctioned by Ukraine, and it's an official process. It's being based on the court hearings and the court decisions. So it's not just someone decided to come and seize the assets. It's everything is done according to the law. And the third part is that we need to make sure that in the future we watch really closely when ownership structures of key assets in Ukraine, especially in critical infrastructure, when they change hands, change the ownership structure, we should have a red flag and see for Russians or directly involved in trying to acquire this or that asset or through their intermediaries, so not to let that happen, full stop.
Thank you. Has there been a movement to make ownership of assets? I know real estate's also a good place to look at because this is very easy to use that for influence for more local political things. Has there been a movement to make all assets far more clear on ownership structures and beneficial owners being clear as far as corporate structures go in Ukraine?
So work in progress, but we're not there yet. As lots of Ukrainian oligarchs are not interested in revealing the real connections that they still have with Russian businessmen. So there is an opposition to this idea, but without going through such an exercise, I believe not a single euro, dollar, whatever, British pound should be invested into any projects in Ukraine when we get to the reconstruction or construction stage. That would be my ideal first objective that we need to achieve is to have a clear ownership, beneficial ownership structure of all the assets where we are thinking that we'll have to attract foreign investments and in one way or in one form or another when the reconstruction or construction of a new Ukraine stage, when we reach that stage. Have I
Thank
answered
you.
your question?
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, you even answered the follow-up question I was considering, which is how do you do this without clearly if the Russian formerly too close to Russian oligarchs are gone, such as Medvedchuk being the most extreme, I think. I'm sure you could probably name others. If they're gone, my follow-up question is, how do you try to rebuild Ukraine in such a way that you're creating a more decentralized, broad-based, shared economy as opposed to just another oligarch?
Well, I have a view on that, and it will take, of course, time to describe it. I don't know how much time we have because I have another like maybe 20-30 minutes. First, I believe that this reconstruction of Ukraine or constructing a new Ukraine, because again, I don't see any benefit of rebuilding the metallurgical plants or, for example, power stations that were built based on Soviet time design and based on the technologies of the previous century. Doesn't make any sense. So we will need to find new solutions, more effective solutions, greener solutions. And having said that, I do believe that we need to have strategy that will be based on the following principles. First, we need to distinguish, like separate projects that will be realized for the benefit of specific communities. And this is where communities and specific regions should have their say, as we have one of the most effective reforms that I voted for, and it was fully supported by the parliament from the previous convocation, the decentralization reform. We need to make sure that local communities have their say in choosing what project is to be implemented at what community. It's the local people that should choose from variety of projects that should be provided, like offered them. They have to feel their responsibility for the choices that they're making in terms of choosing the best solutions for their communities. It's the learning process that we need to go through, especially when it comes to that feel of responsibility for the decisions made. It's really important that it will help our communities and people on the ground feel that their voice is worth and is being considered, and they have a say in developing their own communities. So that's the first principle. So when it comes to local solutions, local projects, it should be local communities that should have a say. When we talk about projects, when we talk about investments into infrastructure, critical infrastructure, where the state benefits or a couple of regions benefit from developing, this is where we need to set up clear rules as to the ownership. So who is going to own this particular asset, who is going to operate it, because when it comes to local communities, it's more or less clear that it's the local community that will own the asset. Private owner, it's their decision. But when it comes to the state, we need to make sure that we're not going to have too much of the state ownership in our whole economy, so that we're not going to become another sort of like a quasi Soviet Union, or I don't know. I think it was Greece that used to have quite a significant percentage of the state in its economy. So we don't want to go that path, but there will be a certain period in our history when all of those projects will be realized, when the state is going to have a significant stake there. So it's important to declare clearly what is going to happen to those assets, who is going to manage them, what will be the strategy, whether they will be privatized or not. And overall, the objective should be to get rid of oligarchs in each and every sector by developing real competitive players, by using those funds that will be provided to Ukraine. And that might be, and I hope it will be, one of the most effective way how to make Ukrainian oligarchs just ordinary big businessmen who operate in competitive, open, transparent markets. So I will stop here because I can talk for a long time on that particular subject, but I think it's important to remember those points, distinguish local versus state clear rules of the game. We need to create competitive environment and make it all in transparent way, and have all the rules of the game set up and communicated clearly even before any investments are made. Hope I made myself clear.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I appreciate it, even if this is fascinating for me, perhaps more than many of our listeners, but I truly appreciate it. Tim, you seem to have a follow-up question.
Yeah, sure. While we're kind of in the vicinity of this topic, I wanted to talk about corporate governance and the institutional culture of private business in Ukraine, especially with your your corporate governance, your former corporate finance hat on. Now, could you speak a little around the level of international compliance with international convention, the quality of private institutional governance in Ukraine, and then I have a couple of follow-up questions around that.
Corporate governance, it's again part of the reform package that was voted in the previous convocation, and it's I would say it's a process of learning by doing. There are positive examples of this reform, and positive impacts of having independent board members at the state level, state companies levels. There are not so good examples of people are just sitting officially on their in their board seats and not actually contributing much into developing the strategy and implementing the strategy for specific companies in specific industries. But overall, there is no other way. I mean, we haven't seen any other options, or should I say, like approaches of the best way to address the issues of corruptions, especially at the level of state companies. Corporate governance and the instruments that it provides actually is the way forward for major Ukrainian state-owned companies, which, from my perspective, should be privatized, and they should be privatized on the merit of transparent, competitive, again, platform and approach, not like it used to be during COVID time and before him, when privatization was just a word that was used, while the terms of privatizations were written in such a way that specific oligarchs would win in all of those privatization auctions. Everything was predetermined, so we need to avoid that for sure. But overall, it's the right way. But it's a work in progress.
Thank you very much. I have one follow-up question, and then I guess we should open up to some audience questions. When I was involved, I used to be involved with a company in supply chain finance, and one of our markets was Ukraine. Before we had to put the business in Ukraine on hold when Russia invaded in February. one of the concerns we had from international debt investors was around the security of debt held against Ukrainian entities and the ability of international investors to enforce those claims in courts. Now, could you talk a little around that? Do you think those concerns were founded? And number two, do you think that this situation is being worked on, if it exists? What's the outlook when it comes to rule of law based security of investment in Ukraine?
Well, the rule of law, the judicial reform is not completed. Let me put it this way: we started it back in, I believe, 2017 and 16, but it hasn't been completed yet. We need to do again our homework and clean up our courts from those who are used to I don't like the word make their money, but it's like but based on lots of judges used to work not in courts just for the sake of getting bribes for the decisions that they were making. So it was like a competition who's going to bring more cash to a particular judge to get the decisions that either party wanted to get. But it's a different situation right now. The cleansing of the not cleansing but cleaning of the system had started, and we're getting more and more really not reliable but real judges for judging based on the rule of law, not based on the rule of size of the bag with cash that is brought to his or her office. Let me put it this way. So I would say that the claims that you've heard, they might be justifiable, but especially now, the nerve, the level of acceptance of any form of corruption in Ukraine, it has reached to the level where it's just became intolerable. People just cannot tolerate it. And it's really important because it's a fundamental change that is happening not just at the institutional level, but at the psychological level of the entire nation. And it's the change that you cannot just not notice and recognize. So that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you. So improvements made, but more improvements to be made, I guess would summarize that, would you say?
There are some improvements to be made. Yes, there are a couple of laws that are being adopted recently that will make a really significant impact on the process of selecting and nominating and selecting judges. So the selection process will be much more rigorous, and it will be much more difficult for certain groups of judges to remain in their seats. They will have to go, and so that's one of the ways how the system is already in the process of reforming and will be completely reformed, I believe, within short periods of time.
Marvelous. Thank you very much, Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Finance or Axel have any other questions. Finance, Axel? I'll take that as a no. Let's go to the man who decodes trolls. Decoding trolls, welcome up.
Hi, thank you. I just had one observation, which you may or may not wish to comment on. But it is that one of the consequences of the attacks by Muscovy on Ukraine is that the assets of mini oligarchs, the local, the regional, but even the district and Hromada oligarchs with assets maybe up to $100 million or $60 million, a lot of them will have lost their asset base. And this provides an opportunity to equalize, and as you mentioned, a privatization process which takes into account the lessons learned from the 1990s. I just wanted to plant that idea, which has occurred to me. And as I say, you may not wish to comment on it, but it's I don't quite know how you would take advantage of this if they're assets. I'm thinking of grain elevators and assets like that, which are used to control local agricultural production, for instance. But now those people will have lost their assets, and this is an opportunity to create a fairer distribution of power at the local and district and regional level.
Well, such assets, obviously, they have to be legally seized, and then they will become part of the state-owned assets group, and then they have to be privatized. And obviously, by doing this, we will first of all eliminate the influence that Russians had on specific industries by owning certain assets, and on the other hand, we will provide an opportunity for Ukrainians, and not just Ukrainians, I believe also international players and international investors should be allowed, and they will be allowed. Obviously, it's a question when they will be ready to participate in such privatization process, when foreign investors are going to be ready to come to Ukraine and invest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eric, welcome up.
Thanks. Really interesting discussion, this. I just wanted to say, and maybe this is totally out there, but my specialization is actually corporate governance. That's what I've been working on the last 10 years, and I work as head of corporate governance, but for a very major institution owner, one of the biggest in Europe, and oversee corporate governance for over 4,000 companies. So I just want to reach out, and if you want any help, or if you want anyone like that has an institutional perspective in corporate governance and what international asset owners look at when it comes to corporate governance and what demands they put, I'm more willing to help if that would be interesting. So it's just an offer of help, nothing else.
Oh, that's really great to hear. Absolutely, I would really appreciate that, because I think it's important even to formalize such requests and add it to the recovery plan for Ukraine. So to say that these are the requirements of international communities and international investors, and this is the homework that Ukraine needs to do to be able to attract the best investors and move on with that.
Yeah, so my DMs are open, so if you want to just reach out, you can do that.
Sure, let's do that.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eric. Victoria, do you have time for a few more questions, or do you need to disappear? Either answer is fine.
I have 10 more minutes, so we can continue.
Okay, fantastic. I see Antti is coming up with his hand up. Finance, did you want to ask something first?
I did. Let's let Antti go real quick, and then I will go after Antti.
Thank you.
Antti.
Thank you so much, and what a pleasure to see you here, Victoria, and thank you for coming to the space.
Pleasure is all mine.
So I was wondering if you could paint us a broad strokes picture about the general situation of municipalities in Ukraine. What kind of challenges there are, and how many of them are, structural or related to the current war, and so forth. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, when it comes to municipalities, and we need, I think, to break them into three major groups. First are those that are being affected by the war, with the part or fully destroyed critical infrastructure, residential area, schools, hospitals, etc., and those that are liberated. So this is where Ukrainians regain control over those municipalities. They have their own set of challenges, and I'll list them after this short description. There is another group of municipalities that were not affected by shellings and bombings, but they have their own challenges, and I'll touch on them. And the third that are still under occupation. So we need to distinguish those three groups. Let's start with the general challenge that all of those municipalities have in respect of, for example, coming winter. The greatest challenge is that we understand that Russia is going to continue its strategy of Holodomor, we call it. Holodomor, standing that Russians will try to destroy the energy assets, the assets of critical infrastructure, to make cities and towns uninhabitable. Because if you look at, and if you just do simple scenario analysis, let's take Kiev, and there were back in March attempts to cause major damage to power plants, and there were some problems with electricity and heat supply. If something like that happens again, and major parts of the stations are destroyed, with the temperatures +5 to 0, people in their flats will not be able to leave without electricity and without heat. Even if the electricity is there, still our grid is not going to be capable of letting everyone use the electric heating equipment to warm their apartments. So the apartment buildings, they will be a place where people will not be able to leave, right? And here comes a question. There will be part of people, citizens of such cities, that will be able to evacuate and go to their relatives, friends somewhere outside of the city, and somewhere to villages where people have their private houses where they can at least use other means to warm up and keep the premises where they live warm. In the city itself, is just going to be next to impossible. But there are people who don't have such plans, who don't have such options of evacuating due to financial constraints, due to health problems, and people of respective age just might not be able even to leave physically their apartments. So the challenge is to have to prepare the places for people to find a rescue from freezing from freezing that will come from their flats and apartments. So the municipalities should establish some sort of like a chain centers where people can go and get basic services or basic needs to deal with challenges of such situation. Municipalities, they recognize that they need to do that, but they don't have any money. That's the problem. That's the biggest challenge, the biggest problem. Why they don't have enough money, or just don't have the money? Because of the economic impact that the war has. Lots of businesses unfortunately hasn't returned or is just in the process of coming back. Lots of businesses are they had to close due to damaged, I don't know, damage caused by shellings and other causes, because of the people who left the country and refugees that just went outside of Ukraine, so they didn't have enough force to keep their business going. So local communities, their budgets are almost empty. They are hardly making their covering their needs, current needs that they have under existing budget, and to have additional funds to create such centers, they just cannot do that. They don't have financial capacities to do that. So this is one of the biggest challenges for major cities right now. They are preparing for the winter, but they cannot make sure that they have enough, or just not just enough, but they have all this shelters where people can find the way how to deal with challenges if there is no heat and electricity and running water in their apartment buildings. So this is the major issue for everyone. When it comes to the first group, like let's take Chernihiv, this is where the major shelling and bombing took place back in March. Half of the city is without electricity, and they're not going to get any heat into the apartment buildings because the heat and power station was completely destroyed by Russians, and obviously they don't have any money to rebuild it. So even if people want to come back to their cities, they understand that they cannot, given current circumstances. The same issue Chernihiv has with the water supply. And in our centers, we're trying to reach out to European Commission, to German government, and USAID, asking them for technical support, technical aid to provide those cities, not with money. They're not asking for money. They're asking for actual, like, physical equipment that they need to have running water, to have restored heat supply and electricity production, etc. But it's a very complicated issue. The third group, occupied territory. Oh, it's a long story. I met with represent the mayor of one of the cities that's been under occupation for the last 5 months from the southern Ukraine. And the stories he was telling me yesterday for hours, they are horrible. What is happening right there, right now, with people, with cleansings, and with interrogations, with the pressure that is coming from Russians, with especially when in respect of educational process, Russians bringing their teachers to schools and making Ukrainian kids sing Russian anthem, say that Ukrainian government is a terrorist state, etc., etc. It's the brainwashing of our kids. It's just one of the story that is a very sad one, and but I can talk about it for a long time. So different cities, different municipalities, they have different challenges, but there are lots of commonalities, especially when it comes to the winter, as Russia is going to make our life as hard as possible, but we will still survive. There is no other way. We will survive. Then
we
we will win.
Slava Ukrainian.
Slava
That's the
Ukraine.
most important part.
Victoria, you started breaking up again. I have a question from one of our fellow often panelists and sometimes co-hosts who has PM'd it into me. If you can take time for a brief question.
I hear it.
Victoria, you are really breaking up now. We're struggling to hear you.
Sure. One more question.
Understand. The question is, to what extent do you think post-war Ukraine will ban Russian Federation citizens from visiting? Victoria, we can't hear you at all. Ma'am? Ma'am? Tim, I believe we have lost Victoria at this point.
I can't hear Victoria either. Victoria, you are totally unworkable, I'm afraid.
Victoria, if you can't hear us, given your current tech issues and that you need to go, I think we will just have to ask you our last question at the next time. You've been an absolutely great guest, and we absolutely appreciate having you here. Personally, I love hearing about your views on economics and how Ukraine can move forward most, sort of profitably for everybody, and decentralization, as our friend Decoding asks about. So I really love hearing somebody who we have a guest who's right, down Main Street for the things I love to talk about. So really loved having you here in the space with all your expertise. And I truly wish you the best and hope that whatever meeting you're headed into is also excellent. All right, since we cannot hear Victoria, I'm going to sadly move her down because we can't hear her. So she realizes that we have no idea that she is talking. And let me go see. All right, we are having a MriyaReport member who does have DMs with her, reach out to talk with her. Victoria, if you do gain the ability to hear us, we are more than happy to have you up. We assume you have a meeting you are walking into, and you are welcome back anytime. Please, by all means, come up and talk in the space. If you'd like a hosted meeting, we are more than happy to send out a card and let everybody know you're coming. If you just want to drop in and say hi, you are welcome to do that too. Truly lovely having you. Watchfire, sorry we don't have her. I couldn't get to my last question either. But if you want to ask the space, hopefully we can try to grapple with it, though not as well as our last host. Or sorry, as our last guest. Watchful Eye.
Mic check.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Right. My question to Victoria, amazing discussion, guys. I'm out in the English countryside collecting mushrooms and could not switch off. So interesting was the conversation. My question is, if there is an international model that Ukraine is looking towards, especially for the judicial reform, is that it has done successfully, that they are looking and sort of finding shortcuts so that they can move that transition very quickly. And my second question would be, what law are they adopting? Is there a change to the law? Are they moving to case law or coded law? I'm very curious about that. Thank you.
Well, I think if I understood your question, Watchful, is is there a template? Are there template countries that perhaps Ukraine might look to for this kind of scale and level of reform? Am I correct?
Absolutely right. Yes.
I mean, I'm somewhat biased, of course, but I think they could do worse than to look at Estonia. Estonia has gone from a rather chaotic sort of place that in the 90s could accurately be described as post-Soviet. I mean, this is a term we don't really like up here. Whenever the Western press mentions the Baltic states, they always feel the need to say, oh, they're the former Soviet republics and all of that nonsense. And this is, of course, a wholly unfair and inaccurate label for the countries as they are today. But it's fair to say that Estonia has come an awfully long way from the heady days of the 1990s, with all its accompanying economic and political issues to the place it is today, with practically non-existent corruption, very, very strong rule of law, excellent public services, excellent government responsiveness. You know, there's kind of the kind of interactions you have with the government as a quote consumer unquote of government services are really quite amazing. And certainly this is something Estonia has been doing, especially in the e-governance space in Ukraine. So the Estonian government has been working with Ukraine for some years now, both independently and as part of European Union frameworks, to improve the e-governance infrastructure down there. But I see Victoria is coming back up, so she'll be able to answer your question.
I'm trying to.
Victoria, welcome back to the
Thank
panel.
you. I'm trying to. It's really weird because I was really standing at the same spot for all this time, and for some reason, I got disconnected from everything, just all of a sudden.
Yeah, we totally lost you, I'm afraid. We were in the middle of a question from finance, which was actually relayed by one of our co-hosting team. And so I'll ask you that, and then we have a very interesting question from Watchful Eye, if you have time. So a quick question from a member of our hosting team. When do you anticipate that there will be labor shortages in the reconstruction of Ukraine? And if so, what would the Ukrainian government's attitude to citizens of the Russian Federation who find themselves in Russian territory, and potentially citizens of the Russian Federation who find themselves outside Russian territory, outside Ukrainian territory, I beg your pardon, assisting in the reconstruction efforts?
There might be a shortage of labor. And still, I believe, given the fact how many Ukrainians used to work outside of Ukraine, it's millions of people with the work here, with families, their families and relatives here. I think we will see an inflow coming back to motherland of Ukrainians, and not just Ukrainians as labor force, but investors as well. I strongly believe that that will be the trend that we will see. When it comes to Russians, I think Russians should ask themselves first whether they really want to work in the country that they were trying to liberate from Nazis. Sorry, excuse my cynicism, but it's really, I think, a question to the whole nation, whether the whole nation is ready to recognize and speak aloud about the crimes they've committed by supporting the killings of innocent women and children. So they have to go through this process first. And when they, as a nation, at least say that they are sorry, then there might be some sort of we can start thinking about mending all of those wounds that were caused. But at least one generation or two generations, I think the attitude towards Russians of Ukrainians will be quite straightforward.
Finance, you're kind of more familiar with this issue than I am. Do you feel that that answers the question? I know I didn't express the question very well.
Oh, I think you expressed the question just fine, and Victoria's answer hit all of the things that I actually said, all of the main points I said back privately myself. Look, I'm, as I say regularly in the space, sometimes it matters that I'm a Jewish guy, and I can't imagine anybody of my faith welcoming a literal Nazi back within a decade or two of World War II to help with anything. So, and every Ukrainian I know feels that way about the Russian Federation. So my assumption is even if the Kerch Bridge is standing when the war ends, that it will probably be blocked and closed. My guess is no desire for anything to be driving from Russia to Ukraine right now, unless I'm missing something.
Fully concur with what you're saying.
Thank you, Victoria, and Finance. Thank you, Victoria, for coming back to us. If you have a couple more minutes, we have one question from Watchful, and then we will
just one.
So Watchful,
just one,
please. Understood. Watchful, please ask your question again.
Hi, Victoria. Thank you so much for gracing this space with your participation and
No. It's not about gracing. It's really, I'm really, truly thankful for all the people who've created this place, for all the listeners, for all the commentators. It's really incredible. As I said, the honor is all mine.
The question that I asked, one of the questions that I asked during while you're having technical difficulties, was if there is a regional or from further afield example or template that Ukraine is looking at other countries that have gone through the transitions that you have been discussing successfully, and could present Ukraine with some shortcuts so that you can achieve that in much better time. Thank you.
From the discussions I've participated and I've heard in different capitals, I can tell you that even our international partners are a little bit puzzled as to what should be the best solution for Ukraine, and what infrastructure should be in place from the institutional point of view in order to make this whole story a success. Because we're talking about one of the biggest countries in terms of territories in Europe. We're talking about hundreds of billions of euros of investments required. And I can tell you this, I see at least, and this is what I observe already, there is a growing competition, which is good, among our potential donors as to who's going to invest into what rules of the game, so to say, should be implemented. Everyone is saying that yes, it's Ukraine that should manage this process. It should be our ownership. But I see that the group of countries who believe in our victory is the group of willing to support is growing, and with that, the demand from private sector, especially, to participate in the reconstruction is growing, which is good, and it puts some additional pressure on the state government of each and every particular country. So no, there is no, I think, clear cut. What we understand, as was mentioned while I was trying to get back, is that Estonia is one of the best examples when it comes to e-governance, and this is the way forward for us. We have already lots of successful stories, and the platform that we have, DIA, we already have exported to, for example, Poland. And the documents that we have in this this platform, this application, which are all digital, like passport, foreign passport, local passport, driving licenses, they're already accepted by Poland, as far as I understand. So now the question is not just about importing the best solutions from Ukraine, but exporting them to outside world. There are lots of things to be proud of.
Absolutely, and this is a point we made. I made to you the other day. It's when it comes to the NATO issue, there's this idea that NATO would somehow be doing Ukraine a favor by allowing her to join. If anything, I think it's the opposite way around. Ukraine I don't want to say thanks to this war, but certainly as a consequence of this war, Ukraine has amassed military expertise that NATO can only really dream of, you know, in terms of practical experience. And I think Ukraine, with a seat at the table of be it the EU, of NATO, etc., etc., she brings so much to that table, and very much negotiating from a position of strength, in my opinion.
Yeah, I truly believe that NATO is, or should be at least, much more interested in getting us on board than just Ukraine getting the membership in NATO, especially given the length of the reaction of Article 5 of up to 60 days. I don't remember president of which Baltic state said, but if NATO would follow that particular rule, if they were invaded, then Russian could have or would take over their territory in a matter of days, while some people in wherever like Brussels will make a decision whether to support this country or not. So yes, I've heard that comment yesterday, and I fully concur with it.
Thank you very much. Now, Victoria, I know you
Right.
have to disappear, so I don't want to be abusing your time. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of the panel
Thank you.
here and the volunteers at MriyaReport for your presence here, for your answers, and for your continued work in support of your country. So thank you very much, and you're welcome here anytime.
Thank you. Pleasure. Have a good day.
You too, Victoria. As I said, if you want to be a guest anytime, let us know. Give us a day or so. We're happy to try to schedule something, put out a card, let everyone know. If you just want to drop in, you're welcome to do that anytime. I'm sure literally all of our hosts would be happy to pull you up and hear what you have to say. So I hope your next meeting goes swimmingly well, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Щиро дякую.
All right, the time is currently 4:31 Kyiv time here at the MriyaReport. We just concluded our excellent interview with Victoria Wojcicka. Apologies for not probably pronouncing your last name perfectly. A current member of the Ukrainian Parliament 8th Convention, as well as a former financier and someone with a lot of insight into Russia, decentralization, pushing oligarchs out of the financial control of the country, and many, many other things. And she was here yesterday and is always welcome back in the future. If anybody else wishes to come up, you're more than welcome to hit the bottom left button to ask to request to come up and speak, and Tim or I as co-host can bring you up. If anybody would so nicely like and retweet this space, that would be appreciated as well. Let everybody know we're here. The other things that we ask people to do is, if you have a few extra dollars to spare, the MriyaAid.org organization, which is in fact not directly affiliated with MriyaReport, we just share the name of the amazing largest transport plane that used to exist in Ukraine. It has no overhead, which is why we support it. Its workers, the people who run the organization, all donate their own money and time to make sure that needed non-lethal equipment, everything from drones to tourniquets to ear defenders, get from wherever they are in the world to Ukraine to help people and citizens on the front lines. And quite frankly, everywhere else, because Russia doesn't seem to really care where Ukrainians are when they shoot their weapons at them. With that, I would like to say thank you very much. Tim, can you take the helm for a moment?
Of course I can. Thank you very much, Finance. We have a Mockers coming up, so we'll give that a couple of minutes until she's on the panel. Mockers, very welcome to you.
Good afternoon. I was just coming up to say that today my automatic payment to MriyaAid went out of the bank. Got my little confirmation email. Dead easy to set up it is. You know, it doesn't have to be loads of money. My contribution is small, to be honest, because I'm not full of money. But every month I send something to MriyaAid. It took me a second to set it up on the website. And every time I see it go out, I think, good. I feel really good about myself. So today I'm having a good day.
Thank you very much, Mockers. Yes, of course. You don't have to be made of money to donate to MriyaRaid. Whatever spare dosh you have lying around, or even a regular contribution, however small, is enormously appreciated. It does make a difference, and the important thing about MriyaRaid, much like MriyaReport, is they have absolutely no overhead. So they're not spending money on fundraising. They're not paying, expensive bureaucracies to administer. It is 100% volunteer effort. So every penny, cent, drachma, what have you, that you give to MriyaRaid will go towards buying equipment that assists the war effort in a non-lethal capacity and really saves lives. So thank you very much, Mockers. It's enormously appreciated. Daniel, one of my favorite Romanians, welcome up.
Hello, just a small thing. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, said today, we must listen Poland and Baltics because they know Putin. We made a mistake. I feel avenged. Just that.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of that? You went a bit dark.
Sorry, Tim. The statement of President of the European Commission was on, like, putting a bandage on old wounds, saying, these Easterners were right. We were wrong because they know Putin and we made a mistake. And for me, it was like feeling avenged. For, I talk a lot about France and Germany looking us like fools and paranoids. And it seems even in the head of the European Commission, this is clear. We must listen our partners. Just that. It is very easy.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a bit of a recurring theme on this space. And you are very, very right to bring it up again. The attitude of the great powers of the West towards our friends in the East has often been slightly patronizing, has often been kind of slightly eye rolling, like, oh, Cold War's over. When will these guys stop talking about Russia? Blah, 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 blah.
Tim, your country in the United States never made this mistake. I don't understand why. So ask every Polish people, every Romanian, every Baltic, and they will say, when it's about security, international politics, we trust United States and Great Britain. It is very interesting because we are EU members and we are closely integrated. But when it's about security, we have I can say, a step back on French and German policy. When Macron tells you he wants to make an European army, and Eastern partners say, why? You have NATO. Why? Because you don't like some American president at this moment. The presidents of the United States come and go because it's a democratic process. Maybe I didn't like the previous administration. Who cares? It's not important. But you have a common threat and treat like a common threat. I understand their hesitancy because Iraq. I understand. I am not stupid. And at that moment, they were right. So, and maybe that's why they judge American security policy, international relations, a bit harsher. But even then, they didn't go to topple, I don't know, some democratic people elected. Saddam Hussein was not a nice guy, was not a point of stability in Middle East. He was a horrible person. He was defeated and he started massacring Kurds. So even then, the hesitancy, which I understand at one legal point, is not comparable. Then, at that moment, I think, was the breakup of trust. And if I remember well, in Iraq, Romanians, Polish, choose to go with the United States in Iraq. Our prime minister, he's a very bad politician. I will tell you very simple, plain. He's like wood. But also he fight in Iraq. He was an officer in Iraq. And you know how many prestige he gets for that? We had people who die in Afghanistan. We don't say, you know, Afghanistan, oh, what a catastrophe. No, no, no. I say, United States said we invoke Article 5. And all we jump and say, we help our ally. It's very simple if you don't get excuse to not deliver martyrs. And sorry for digressing, but I think it's a wider spectrum on this. And you must be trustworthy. So people join your alliance. If Armenia asks STO, help us, and today Azerbaijani kill FSB, that is the difference. That is a rival alliance. And in NATO, you trust. If nobody here, we are at border, not like that Dutch woman. We are at border. I don't need to say about Poland, Finland, and Baltics. And we are not scared. Why we are not scared? Maybe we understand very well how these things work better than Berlin and Paris. Maybe better. At some things we are better. Some things we are not better. We will never make next 10, 15 years cars like Germans. Of course, not.
I would say, Daniel, and I think that I completely agree with you. And, you know, to quote the prime minister of the country I'm currently standing in, Estonia, right, that Russia can't be trusted and that you should listen to the Baltics and the Polish as to how that Putin was always going to continue on. I would note that the United States, that was particularly bad about how to deal with the 90s Russia, the post-Soviet Russia. We put on our rose-colored glasses. We decided that integrating them into the financial world would go swimmingly, that this would magically bring some sort of democratic freedom after we paid them off, and sort of ignored that under the hood, all we were doing was empowering a horrific mafia state that was rearming itself for, well, what we're seeing now, what we saw in Georgia, what we saw in Chechnya, and we ignored the earlier things. So I would say that while I do agree that NATO is excellent and has that the Article 5 protection is excellent, it's nice and simple, is excellent in that fashion. But we definitely were not perfect on that. I would say that we were not the only ones who put on some rose-tinted glasses when the Soviet Union fell as to the opportunities that this new Russia would present. I would say the current Russia has shown the limitations of that earlier strategy. And I think we should be a bit wary about both what Russia, you know, about dealing with Russia in the future as if they are some sort of normal country, assuming that they are going to, especially if they continue along the lines of, you know, new czar, same as the old czar. They don't decentralize. They stay as this imperial conglomeration, etc. You know, and trying to just sort of reintegrate them as if, you know, in some sort of post-war world. So I would just caution that you know, us here in the U.S. we're not perfect on that. Oh, Victoria's back with us. I would love to go to hear her views on what I just said.
Thank you, Tim. And just to add to your discussion, it's not just a matter of not listening to the warnings that were communicated clearly and loudly by Baltic states and Eastern European countries, but what was happening in parallel. Ukraine, for example, was humiliated. I just want to remind you about the words of Putin, and they were, in a way, supported, and especially by decisions made in Germany by German government when Putin created artificially a problem with the gas transit back in 2009. He just shut down the transit through Ukrainian gas transportation system of gas to Europe, created the artificial problem and mm, uh, disaster, basically, actually. And Ukraine was named unreliable partner. And this is what triggered the Nord Stream 1 and then Nord Stream 2 development and construction, and was fully supported this idea by Merkel. And she never said anything about, well, the wrong choices that she made and her government made because of this notion, supporting this notion of Ukraine being unreliable partner. And I think that these lessons, they should also be learned. And the fact that now Scholz is saying that Russia is unreliable partner, it's in a way even it's like a little bit even funny, because it was obvious for us from day one what Russia was doing, but for some reason Germany decided to listen to Russian lies back then, and then by using energy as a source of corrupting German government, German government was feeding that mafia state that was growing its strength, and not just the strength but understanding of they can do whatever they want. And it was in a way a strategy of motivating Russia and Putin and his regime to attack Ukraine in 2014, and then especially after 2008 um, attack and invasion of part of Georgia. The whole world, including, by the way, Ukraine, unfortunately did nothing about it. And now we're dealing with a war in Europe on Ukraine's territory. So it's not just recognizing that certain states were right in their assessment of Russia. It's certain states were wrong by humiliating Ukraine, by supporting Russia. This is the message that I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Completely appreciate the message, Victoria. We read you loud and clear. I'll redirect back to Daniel.
I want to sustain what Victoria said, because I'm old enough and I remember well the NATO summit in Bucharest, where the plan was to invite Georgia and Ukraine in NATO. And I will never forget the picture of a table where there were 4 people. Former President of Romania, President of the United States, Bush Jr., Angela Merkel, and Vladimir Putin. And at that table, again, Romania was very, very supportive for Ukraine and Georgia to get accepted in NATO. But at that table, 2 actors were on veto, and they didn't say anything, but we know, Merkel and Putin. And for me, Merkel is maybe, until 6 months ago, I considered Chancellor Merkel the best choice for Germany. Now I consider they're doomed. For all happened, including the energy crisis in Germany. But there is hope. Ursula von der Leyen was the defense ministry of Merkel. At one moment, they considered her, before becoming the president of the European Commission, her successor in CDU. And she was not a good defense ministry for Germany. But look at what she has done. Declared, act like politician. In the head of EU, I can say, South von der Leyen deserves all our respect. She's done a wonderful job. And I can say, European can feel more European than they feel 6 months ago.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think that I was always a little bit more questionable of Angela Merkel, specifically because I was wondering why somebody with such a reputation for boring, staid policy kept making energy decisions that, as somebody with a financial background, I just could not explain. Like, there was no logical way to understand their energy deals except with really, really cynical explanations. And
Axel can explain, because he's a heritage of Helmut Kohl. And Helmut Kohl have only one thing to say. Thank you, Mr. Gorbachev, for reunification.
yeah, when I see stuff like that, I say, you know, if you're doing some Russian bootlicking, then and that's all I could view her approach to energy policy and creating dependency on Russia, as opposed to treating Russia like one of many trading partners. I could have understood that. Like, hey, they're an energy supplier. We work with the global energy markets. I would understand that kind of policy. But creating just super heavy dependency on a mafia gas station next door, ignoring absolutely everybody's concerns that are your other neighbors in between you, is just kind of shocking for somebody who's otherwise known for their boring, staid nature. So that was always my concern, and clearly we've seen the limits of that. So yes, Daniel.
Okay, remember when Trump made the declaration of United Nations? President Trump, for me, is a despicable person, and I don't want to enter in that kind of words. But he said very clear, the dependence of Germany on Russian energy is very, very hurtful for Germany and for allies at large. That was a declaration. I don't think he wrote it at Mar-a-Lago. It was all the staff around him. And I remember very well the smiling faces of German delegation, because they saw, oh, look at him. We all despise him because he's stupid, he's bad, because they feeling entitled to consider them smart and good politicians, not like Trump, which is clear at this moment, at least at that position, how bad the choice is of all politicians in Germany. Because it was not a choice just from the left. CDU has his fault also. Nord Stream 2 was not a business of Scholz. It was a Merkel business.
You know, look, I think, you know, I think we've discussed Germany quite well. I have my only vague disagreements with you here, and I think they're matters of shades of gray, nothing huge. I do think we should get back to. Oh, Victoria left finally. All right. Well, we wish her well. Please, hopefully, she comes back. I do think, though, it is important to consider that Russia is currently having some, how to put this politely, internal struggles. Their economy is currently. It's the wheels are falling off the bus, and the bus is kind of being lit on fire by maybe an Atacam's brand cigarette product, and the Russians are looking at this and smoking copium in large amounts and not really considering that they're driving a bus on fire with no wheels. So, you know, and at the same time, we're seeing Russia take drastic actions around imperial stability with, you know, possibilities of upset with Putin. We, as discussed in this space, even if it's not him most of the other choices, if the same style of government stays, you're going to have similar results, etc. Either way, we're looking at a very unstable Russia. I do think it is important that we again listen to the politics, we listen to the European Commission, and that the leadership for dealing with Russia after the war should be us listening to Ukraine, Poland, Estonia, Finland, the people who understand that even if they start pretending that even if Putin doesn't wake up tomorrow for whatever reason, and is replaced by somebody who says some of the right things, but they stay an imperial federal mess, but they claim to behave and they look like they're doing some of the right things, that they're still a virulent, dangerous power, and that just turning back on all the gas and working with them like they're a normal country is just going to lead to problems down the road that we can't force them to change, but we also shouldn't be working with them, trading with them, and empowering them, helping them get wealthy with trade, even if a lot of that wealth turns into yachts in the Mediterranean and villas in the south of France and Swiss bank accounts. So I think that we should just be hesitant, listen to the European Commissioner, who I believe you were the first one who brought up today, Daniel, that if I remember correctly, who said, we're not going to drop sanctions after the war. Humorously, she said it in a way that we're not going to drop sanctions until Russia's economy is torn apart. To which, when I saw that post, I commented that their economy is sort of already torn apart. If they were a normal nation, it would be looked at as a depression. So I realize that's not what she meant, but I found that a humorous side. But no, seriously, like the sanctions should continue significantly after the war. And I hope that that is the kind of leadership we see emerging, not the spineless, I hesitate to use the term, but I guess leadership is all I've got of whatever in the world we call what Olaf Scholz does. And we can lump Emmanuel Macron there with him. And yeah, we're going to move on over to Raver, who came up. Hi, Raver, and has his hand up. Raver, how are you this evening?
Hey, good morning, Finance. So you forgot the clip at the end of the long pier for that flaming bus. So back to Germany, just real quick. I think Germany is reaping the rewards of its mercantilist policies towards everybody else. I think she tried to capture cheap Russian energy and got captured by it.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true, right? That Germany tried to capture cheap Russian energy. Russia tried to sell cheap gas as a way of getting leverage over Germany, which clearly somewhat worked. But the dependency goes both ways. And when Russia's economy is, a bus on fire with the wheels falling off, then they need that money. And if Europe moves away from natural gas heavily and moves away from Russia as a supplier, then I don't know where they're going to get that money. Rusty, please mute your mic. Welcome up. If you'd like to ask a question, please hit the heart at the bottom and raise your hand. Thank you, sir. We will get to you next. So yeah, I agree with you though, but I would note that there were definitely other countries, not named Germany, absolutely able to get that cheap Russian gas in. What they did with it, everybody chose a different path. But where I think the German mercantilism really is starting to bite them is all the European countries not showing any real desire to take Germany's intransigence on sharing the pain of their own bad energy policy. And I'm here to watch and eat some popcorn while it happens because, well, Germany made this bed and now they can live in it. Rusty, thank you for raising your hand, sir.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to say that it's not only Germany that's pushed by their dependence on Russia. So I live in Norway, and we have gradually increased our support to Ukraine. And one of the reasons it's taken time is the fact that we have agreements with Russia, especially in northern Norway there are Sami people that are living in both Norway, Finland, and Russia, and there's agreements so they can cross the borders with the reindeers, so they can grass wherever it's best for them. And there are special agreements on fishing rights in the furthest northern water territories where Norway and Russia has agreed on new borders for fishing rights between them. So when most of the countries in the EU has closed down their ports to Russians, Norway has refused to do so because they fear that Russia will back out of the agreements with Norway on where to draw the fishing borders between the two states when it comes to naval borders. So Norway is doing their own things on certain things when it comes to fishing rights and passports to Russians. You'll probably not see the government in Norway will probably not close the border for Russian tourists, since they worked in many years to get a special visa exchange between Russia and Norway, so people living in the northern areas can travel from Murmansk to Finnmark in northern Norway with a special visa.
Yeah, no, for sure it is not just Germany. There are absolutely other countries that made some mistakes, and you called your own country out, and I'm not going to argue any of that. I would hope that the Nordic countries would be considered around at least the tourist visa kind of stuff. I don't think that should be so acceptable going forward. We have 4 hands up for 4 people who aren't co-hosts. That is awesome. All right, our order of hands is Star Trek, Daniel Raver. Star Trek, then Rusty again. Star Trek, doing the rounds.
Good morning. My name is Pierpaolo. I am Italian and American, and I live in Chicago. And because we were talking about European country with problem, is not, unfortunately, is not only Germany that has this. Germany, of course, is the most important, the richest in Europe. I mean, the decision Germany are important for all the other European countries. But in Italy, the September 25, we will have an important election, and unfortunately, we have a lot of Russian Putin puppet as leader of a political party. We have Mr. Berlusconi, Mr. Salvini, Mr. Conte. We have an important, also the people that probably surround Ms. Meloni, that seems to be favorite, that have friendship with Trump, with Bannon. So the situation in Italy, the 25, is very important. Also because Italy is not Hungary; it's the 7th richest country, country of the G7. So I would like that you put some attention on that, also because the American Secret Service, they say that the Putin gave $300 million to party all over Europe. And
yeah, we were discussing Star Trek. We were discussing the 300 billion earlier today. We absolutely hear you. If you are on some other time, when you notice our good friend Bertrand Russell's puppy, or as I like to call him, the notorious BRP, is up. He is a fellow Italian brethren of yours. I believe he still lives in Italy, but he was discussing this at length earlier, and how a bunch of that Russian money made its way to your country of birth, and how frustrating that is for him and for the political machinations. And he's also hit at different times on this space how the political machinations have enriched the politicians at the expense of the people before, right? I think those have all happened, right?
Exactly. I'm worried about, of course, Ukraine that I support 100%, because if this Putin puppet go in power in Italy, I mean, it's starting to not be a good thing. Just to say that, unfortunately, the Russian mafia money destroy a lot of parties in Europe, and the propaganda is so strong, and there is no the people cannot hear anything else on the big media in Italy. Just Russian propaganda 24/7, 24/7. So we will see. Of course, the future is not written, but I just want to highlight the problem is not Germany. From the 25, Putin puppet could be in charge of Italy. So, like Salvini, Berlusconi, Conte, and brother of Italy, it's a very, very, very interrogative point, because Bannon means Trump, Trump means Putin. That's what I want to say. So thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Star Trek. Come back up anytime. Daniel dropped it. It's coming back up. I believe our next speaker was Daniel and then Raver. Is that right?
Okay.
Daniel, were you next?
Okay. I will say something.
Yeah, I think it's Daniel, Raver, then Rusty, then Nina now. Daniel.
Okay. For our Italian American friend, and by the way, Bernard Papi is in Czech Republic, not in Italy. And for Rusty, your countries are okay. Rusty, Norway is a very civilized country who want to defend minorities. And Italy, sorry, even all the coalition of the fascists win, there will be nothing like Hungary. Because we bash so much France and Germany and forgot that Orban not help with a penny Ukraine. He's on border, he's member of NATO and didn't allow NATO planes to go from the base in Hungary. He didn't allow any supply of weapons to go in Hungarian airspace. He's totally dependent on oil and gas from Russia. And he used it for his populist actions to be re-elected. And now he has a brilliant prospect for his economy. People in Hungary live bad, even with cheap gas and oil. And we forgot to talk about Hungary because, sorry, for me, it's more important what a country like Hungary does than Italy. Because Italy at one moment will have again elections. And if Mr. Salvini was minister, he stayed there 1 year because his populist agenda didn't work. Berlusconi is not a man who can say he will rule Italy. But in Hungary, we don't have democracy, and this European Union said, and he will be punished, Mr. Orban, very hard because you have a decision. All the funds will be restricted for Hungary because Hungary is no more a democracy. He's no more an ally. He don't share our values, and I think we must bash them much more than even Germany. Hungary is probably the worst thing we have in our alliance.
All right. Mr. Daniel Arfire shows his incredible love of Hungary. Star Trek, do you wish to respond?
Yes, just to say thank you. You're right. I don't understand the name of the person that speak before me, but I agree with him. Italy, of course, is different from Hungary. Hungary is a very bad condition. But this Putin servant, Salvini, Berlusconi, Conte, they have the power to to win again Mr. Draghi, that was one of the best politicians in Europe against Putin. Of course, behind them there are also the gas industry interests, some bank, of course. But I mean, they were so strong to bring down Mario Draghi, that is a star in a democratic world, a man respected all over, but these disgraceful people are dangerous. And yes, luckily Italy is not Hungary, but the Russian propaganda, it's really started the 24th February and never end, and it's still there. And the people, I have friends, family in Italy, they don't understand anything. I mean, the basic, they are confused. They are like Tucker Carlson 24/7. So, Russia is winning, and we are loser, and we need to give everything to Putin. That is the message that people in Italy listen. So, yes, I understand Hungary, who is Orban, etc. We are not the same, but we are very. We will see. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic for nature, but we need to be very careful to these people, to these Salvini, Berlusconi, populist in this moment. Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, gentlemen, we understand your deep and abiding lack of Hungarian love. The notorious BRP is coming up as well. Hold on a moment while I try to figure out how to get him here. Having some technical difficulties. Raver, you're up while I try to figure out how to get the notorious BRP up. Tim, can you raise up BRP? I'm having technical issues.
Yeah, so Star Trek is the recent release, I think it was yesterday, from the U.S. Russia spent over $300 million buying off European parties. Cough, cough, Berlusconi, cough, cough, Orban, cough, cough, Germany. Getting any traction in the media over there?
And no, not on my knowledge, unfortunately. Actually, I have to say there were a couple of tweets I saw from Enrico Letta, that is the leader of the Democratic Party. We can say certain kind of center left in Italy, and other exponents on Twitter. But I don't see don't see anything in the Italian media. Hopefully, they say the Italian Secret Service should investigate and give the name of the people where that they the name. We want the name before the election. But in Italy, I hope, I don't know if they will do that. They should, but the commission that control the Secret Service, they probably have the list of the name. I don't know if will give to the public before the election, because the president of the commission is the brother of Italy, so the party of Giorgia Meloni. So the one that should be they think should be in charge with Berlusconi, Salvini. So that's the only things that I heard. Some tweets and a request from the commission to give to the commission, the Congressional Commission on the Secret Service, to give the name to the public. I don't know if they will do that.
Okay, thank you. And then a real quick follow-up. What are the Italian communists doing? Where do they fall on this war? I know they play a pretty big role in Italian politics.
They are terrible. They're the same. The far left is totally in the hand also the Russian propaganda too. So the far left, the communists, but they are nothing. I mean, they count for maybe 2%, 3%, maybe of the total electorate. The problem is Mr. Salvini, that should be around 10%, or Conte, the other populist five-star movement, that should be around also above 10%. Then Berlusconi, hopefully it's an old man, doesn't reason anymore, but it should have another 7% maybe. And so we are already 25, 27, 30. And then we have Miss Giorgia Meloni, that is surrounded, and I don't know about, by people that are really connected to Salvini, to Berlusconi, connected to Putin, Bannon connected to Trump. The photo, I mean, the handcuffed Bannon smiling and sustain Giorgia Meloni is not a good sign, and say that she will be like Thatcher. This is an absurd political comparison. Giorgia Meloni is just a populist. She could be not Thatcher. So yes, the far left, the far right, and then Salvini, Berlusconi, Conte. So it will be a big challenge, the 25th of September.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Huge list of hands. We now are down to Rusty, then Nina, then Brian, BRP, and then Brian, BBS, then BRP. Rusty, then Nina.
Okay, so Daniel expressed his love for Norway. That's well, I I think of course there's different policies regarding Ukraine from Hungary, but I also know that there are loving people in Hungary, and we don't have to say that nation or people in different countries are overall bad. I would say that I met many lovely Hungarians. So I think I've learned in politics, being in politics for some years, is that there are people controlling narratives and making narratives to get support and control the support in the country regarding other parties. So let's remember that there are people working 24/7 to controlling the populace. So it's not the populace that's bad, that's more necessarily people getting them to just talk or further the propaganda that they're heard every day, every year, every week, every month. But the thing I was saying about Norway is that like politicians here have made different agreements with Russia, especially a thing called border living proof in northern Norway. That if you live with inside 30 kilometers from the border to Russia, you can pass the border with a special documentation card. So you only have to be about 15 years to get that documentation card. And from Norway, that's 9,000 people, and roughly that's have gotten the card. And from the Russian side, that's around 45,000 people. So about 45,000 Russian citizens in Murmansk can cross the border freely to Russia. So that's also a security issue, but it helps the minorities that have lived back and forth beside the border, on both sides of the border historically, to reconnect. And but the thing about the politicians is that when you have agreements like that, suddenly Norway does something and Russia just makes an announcement that suddenly we don't feel positive about this agreement anymore. And the Norwegian politicians that have worked probably up to 10 years to make the agreements for that have been passed, and really like it's like a political child for them that they've made come true with the Russian politicians on their side. When Russia threatened to just upheaval all the agreements we've made together, the Norwegian politicians suddenly become more quiet about certain things, and then say, look, we're sending equipment to Ukraine, but we won't talk about it until the equipment are in Ukraine. And suddenly it's all more quiet about what we're giving, and way less focus on it. And the same thing has been done with the fishing rights. Russia said that they would investigate again the border that was drawn up between Norway and Russia. So to clear up, there's 100 nautical mile. I think we have different. I think it's 100 nautical mile that FN sees, the United Nations sees as belonging to a certain country. So 100 nautical miles out from the shores are regarded belonging to the country with the shore next to it, and Norway and Russia has areas that mix match, so no one can say they own it, and they agreed where the border should be, and Russia is, for example, threatening to kill such agreements. And I think the same is for Germany, right? You need to think about the politicians like Angela Merkel worked extensively to get the cheap Russian oil into Germany, and to go back and say that what I worked for in the 20 years I was active as in government, I was all wrong. That's a hard nut to crack, I would say.
I agree with you on the ego side of things, though I do think that that is the sign of somebody who, you know, the sign of maturity is the ability to admit when you're wrong, even if it's something big you did in life. And it can be quite hard to do. I can appreciate that. But I think if you mess up as drastically badly as that, maybe it'd be a good time to start. That said, I think we should just move on to our next hand, which I believe.
Could I just come with an expression?
Yes.
I think there's an expression that goes like, a country only has as mature politicians as the maturity of the country.
That's harsh in this case. I'm gonna leave that one there. All right. All right. I think we're up to BBSZ, but it might be Brian. I'm now getting confused.
Now, finance. Are you going to like walk over me? Sorry.
Sorry, Nina. I apologize. Nina, you're up.
Thank you, because I have a pen and paper here. And who is next?
Then you're ahead of me right now. I do not.
Yes, excuse me for being so harsh here. First of all, I want to say to Star Trek, I think it's welcomed to have voices, Italian voices who see things clearly. And we have heard Papi, who is very clear about things about Italy. And I think it's welcome to have more voices like this. And also, I would want to welcome voices like this from several countries. And as Daniel said about Hungary, I completely agree. Even if you, Rusty, said that there are some nice people in Hungary, I'm sure. But the leader of Hungary is not good, and is like a threat to, I think, Europe and to NATO. And also, I would really like to hear like Hungarian voices. Where are they? And also, I'm just thinking that people from Germany, we have Martina sometimes here, but there are not many voices from these countries who are like in this soup now. So yes, and then we have Erdogan, who is also a threat to Finland in that sense that he can make it difficult for us to join NATO, and also the human rights things and all these things with both Hungary and Turkey. So yeah, it's a big mess, and but it's coming into light now, all these things what Russia has been doing. So I see, for example, this space like an excellent place to see things clearly, and I would hope that we would hear more Italians from Italy speaking. What are they thinking? Should NATO fellas invade Italy, Germany, France, Hungary, Turkey? Thank you.
I absolutely support the NATO invasion of Turkey. I think that is, in fact, the best solution Turkey could have. A huge, massive, pronounced invasion of nonsense and Shiba Inus everywhere. I think that's about the only way to reason with Mr. Erdogan, and that is in fact the greatest idea that anybody has ever come up with on this space. I do not think that anybody will argue with that. There's even a Turkish fella. I don't know if he's ever been up on the space, but he does reply to the various NATO messages, and he has a great. Oh no, he hasn't been up on the space because he's discussed his great recipe for kebabs. So I would note that there are Turkish voices in support of Ukraine. And we do welcome all those Turkish voices. We wish that Mr. Erdogan would pull his head where it is currently placed, somewhere deep where the sun don't shine, and join those actually pro-Ukrainian voices. But we can't get everything. Until then, let's just move to our next hand. Yeah.
Let's get Erdogan here.
He could be here. He could be under the sea. He could be all sorts of places. All right. We're going to move to BBSE. Is that correct, Nina?
Yes.
Bibi.
Hello. I am actually from Hungary, so hi, Nina.
Hi. Hi. That's nice to hear.
I've been a long-time listener and a long-time supporter of MriyaReport. I just been in the shadows, just listening. Just wanted to come up quickly and thank Daniel that he usually, almost every time, brings up the Hungary question and tries to actually make sure that it's being kept in the highlights. And it's just crazy that this guy is still able to rule. But the only way I see him, drop his rule is by not getting those EU funds, which I hope he will not get. Although the current economic situation, they will definitely be coming in handy, but that's the only way I can see him lose his spot. So keep it up, Daniel. That's all I wanted to basically say.
All right, supporting Virus from Mr. Arfire, one of our favorite Romanians here in the space. We have many Romanians in the space. This is a very Romanian-heavy space. Once in a while, we devolve into pro-Romanian time, and we get to hear about recipes and all sorts of things about Romanian culture. I'm here for it. It's actually quite lovely when we do that. All right, I believe it is Brian, then Raver, is I think our order. Unless Nina corrects me. Nina, is it Brian, Raver, Bertrand, Brendan? No?
Bertrand was before.
No? No, who's up? You have the order. You are now the official order keeper. So we're gonna defer to finish Nina as our official order keeper. It's Bertrand, Brian, Raver, Brendan.
Yes.
All right. Our official order keeper, the referee Nina, has told me that the notorious BRP is up next.
So Romanians and Finns rule, I would say. So I agree with the Star Trek Pier Paolo concerns, basically 100% on everything. A couple of points that have been raised. One is that Draghi, who is still the prime minister for a few weeks, has reportedly requested for the names of the ones that have received money from Russia. So we will see about that. The timing is short. There is only like 10 days, and I'm not necessarily convinced that even having those names somewhere will change too much in the hearts and minds of Italians, but it is an open possibility. Also, the timing is interesting from Department of State point of view. I'm not saying that they are doing this specifically for the Italian elections, but certainly they are doing it in a moment when this is overall from a global geopolitical point of view important, and I would probably consider credible that they also have an eye on what is happening in Italy. On the point that Italy is not Hungary, unfortunately, I am on one hand optimistic by nature too, but we may well add that Italy is not Hungary yet. Consider that the pro-Russian parties that are likely to win the next elections on the 25th of September have a non-negligible chance to win 2/3 in the parliament. So why the 2/3 threshold is significant? It is significant because in Italy you need 2/3 vote to change the constitution. And those are people, keep in mind, that are saying every day that Orban is their political model. Those are people that wear T-shirts with Putin's face on it. And they are on record saying Putin is the greatest leader in the world. Just a matter of fact, observations. I would not trust these guys with the bill of my groceries. So entrusting them with the Constitution is frankly a nightmare scenario. But it is unfortunately a realistic one right now. That's my observation for now.
Thank you, Notorious BRP. I hope your concerns do not come to pass, but certainly we don't share that. And maybe, just maybe, it will very quickly stop being fashionable to idealize Vladimir Vladimirovich and the Empire of Russia, as it appears to be, shall we say, leaking into the mainstream that they are a unabashed and complete mess. So hopefully that will blunt some of the paid for love of the Russian Empire. But, you know, a man can dream. All right, Brian, you've been waiting super patiently.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question relating to German politics. Now, I believe Axel is among the listeners, if he's able to pop up. And I know he's always my go-to person to set me straight on matters of European geopolitics and German politics in particular. What has been mystifying me...
We are short on Germans at the moment, and I believe Axel's indisposed. So...
okay.
We are bizarrely short of Germans.
Yes, I'll just throw it out there anyway. A good friend of mine lives in Germany, was French, but now has a German citizenship. His fiance, of course, is a Jewish Ukrainian. He has become a member of the SPD and working in a local Arbeitskreis, and he's been basically trying to help reform at a lower level, reform them from within. And I've discussed with him recently as to what the nature of the political impasse is, not so much that it's happening, but why it was happening. Because some of the actions of the Bundesregierung have appeared to me so absolutely mind-blowingly implausible or inexplicable that for me, the only thing that came to my mind is, what does Putin have on them? Have they been compromised? Is there some sort of corruption or something that gave the Kremlin leverage over them? Is it simply the fact that they have been delivering for their clientele? Well, that's probably not the right word for German industry, who became quite fond of cheap Russian energy supplies. And I would think even for the captains of German industry, it must be abundantly clear by now that there is nothing to be gained by clinging like demented limpets onto a energy supply arrangement which is clearly no longer tenable. So what on earth is it? Now, my friend posited a couple of theories on that. One is more, shall we say, ideological or philosophical, that, and I lived in Germany for 25 years, so part of that I can grasp. There are still certainly more than remnants in the SPD which are clinging on to what remains of their concept of Ostpolitik, and who still want to believe there is something redeemable in Russia. There is also the looming threat of nuclear annihilation. That has sort of been ingrained into the German psyche in the post-war decades, and that is still there, and it seems to be impervious even to the the eminent logic that has been discussed on this program before, why that is not plausible. If it were, so we say, the problem dealt with the specific political intractabilities within the SPD, the ruling coalition as it is constituted now, and therefore maybe there's a generational aspect to it, then a new German government could possibly overcome that. Or is this something so deeply ingrained intergenerationally within the German psyche that we're going to be struggling to get them to see sense for a long time?
Yeah, I will say that there's a lot of speculation as to what leverage has occurred. Axel doesn't specifically think that they have been corrupted. I think that the level of decision making, given the unpopularity of many of their approaches towards Ukraine and Russia, with the obvious voting blocks in Germany, despite their actions, is so extreme that I think maybe they have been consistent with it. It makes sense to me. So where that comes from, I don't know if we can attribute it here. Nobody here has that sort of information. So, but I do agree it's deeply problematic, and I wish, look, in a dream scenario, they would knock it off, and if they don't knock it off, it looks like there is a non-zero possibility the German voters will change things up because they are not so thrilled with some of these actions, and we're seeing that in some of the local elections. So hopefully the German voters will have a say in a way that takes care of this problem, and that would be the proper and best possible result for a democratic leader being a jerk. Their voters getting rid of them. It is, I believe, Brendan and Raber, but it might be Raber than Brendan. Brendan, I've never heard you speak before, so you're up. You have a cute fella picture.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, my name is Brendan. I'm a political consultant in the United States. And so I'm sure everyone's been talking about the 300 million spent on Western politics throughout the world. So what this all kind of comes down to is campaign finance laws in all of these democratic states. So one of the reasons we ended up getting a democratic leader like Zelensky was because Ukraine is capped at something like $35,000 per election at that status. However, when you look at places like Florida in the United States, there are not really campaign finance laws that cap the amount of money that even an individual can give. So one person can give like $150,000, and that's how much that one person can influence that single election. And so in all of these Western countries, what we need to be looking out for early on is finding ways to get money out of politics. And so if there's any follow-up questions on anything related to that, I'll stick around for a little bit longer, but it really all comes down to getting money out of the political system and tightening up campaign finance laws. Thanks.
Every single country has different campaign finance laws. The US actually has some of the absolute worst, given our huge dark money pools and how they affect campaign finance. So as an American voter myself, I feel rather silly questioning anybody else's campaign finance laws, because it's actually quite difficult to be more money in politics than we have gotten in the US. It's actually freaking impossible. So I do appreciate that. I do agree with that. If a European here would like to comment on campaign finance laws, is anybody here an expert on these sorts of things? This is not my specialty as far as campaign finance laws in Europe goes, but if somebody here would like to comment, I am all ears. Anyone?
I am not. I'm not an expert. here I am, and not being an expert on the campaign finance laws, I can tell you that several countries in Europe, including Italy, forbid foreign entities to give money to political parties. I mean, that's the legal version of reality, and then there is the real version of reality. I'm not exactly sure how it works in France, but I believe that also in France, in fact, there is such a law. However, that did not prevent kind of officially Le Pen's Front National from getting financing from a Russian bank. And, they needed to have laws preventing parties from getting, money from banks. Maybe you do, but until you get that granular, a generic finance laws does not prevent different avenues for money to fill the coffers of parties in Europe and elsewhere. There is more than one way to skin a cat, unfortunately, in this case. And I will add a further example. In the case that was widely publicized in 2018 of a deal that involved 65 million euros going to the coffers of Salvini's Lega in Italy, it was not in the form of campaign finance, official type of financing. It was in the form of, okay, I forget the details, but it was some complex financial transaction that involved Gazprom selling gas for a discounted price, and then Eni getting the money and then channeling to Lega. I believe only a couple of people actually understand the details of that, but the point is that, at the end of the day, those are things that are managed by the financial consultants, but the money ends up in the coffers, financial campaign finance laws or not. It's a matter of, I'm not saying that it is not relevant, okay? Campaign finance law can have a role, but it is the overall attention to the topic. It's the overall culture that has to be in line with the idea that we should not let fascist regimes influence the politics of democratic countries, unfortunately.
Thank you, Notorious BRP. I do appreciate the insight. I think that is an excellent approach. Look, I am in favor of a more stringent, in general, for most countries, money in politics approach. I think that it should be one person, one vote. I think if people want to talk about their candidates, they should argue online or get up an old-fashioned soapbox and yell in this village square. As annoying that is, certainly beats having billions of dollars paying for stuff. So I am certainly in favor of any sort of more stringent approaches. That's just me personally. I'm sure everybody is inclined to their own different views. It's a democracy. We're allowed to argue. All right, Raver, thank you for waiting super extra special patiently.
Yeah, anytime, finance. It's all about the space, not about the person. So on the issue of European politicians and allegiance to Russian goals, there's an old saying that defeat is an orphan. I think as Russia continues to be defeated, we're going to see people like Orban and Italian politicians slowly begin to modify their tune. We're already seeing that with Erdogan. I do not see it as being possible that Azerbaijan went after Armenia hammer and tongs without Erdogan at least knowing informally beforehand and giving his tacit approval. This means that Putin's ability to influence and sway European politicians is retreating, perhaps not as fast as his armies, but it's definitely past its high water mark.
I mean, I think we're long past the high water mark. It looks like the tide is going out at record speed right now. Yeah, no, it's as I said, hopefully we could luck into one of the many effects of the Russian losses and possible Russian economic difficulties, we're going to be polite here, and Russian political instability that we are already seeing some signs of, is that hopefully all these people who like to be very, very cozy with the Kremlin, with Putin, with Russism, all of that will quickly go out of favor as either they cut their budget for supporting these people and or it just becomes too politically inviable no matter how much they're trying to pay you. And that will just cut their political efforts down super heavily. And I am really hoping we could have that after effect. I don't know that we can predict it. I can't say that that's for sure going to come true, but I don't think it is unreasonable at this point. All right, Freebird.
Yeah, hi, Finance. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Yeah, it came up when you said there's no German on the panel, and Brian had a question regarding the Social Democrats. But since he left and we kind of moved on, I'm also glad not to go deeply on the question why or if the Social Democrats are able to, well, let's say, overcome their internal or their attitude towards Russia and their Eastern Europe policy. So I think it has been said enough on the space, and only one thing I can add: there won't be, in my view, soon a change in the government. You have to remember we only had elections last year, and the Social Democrats, the Greens, and the Liberals, they formed, you can say, a reforming government. They have certain projects for the renewal of societal reforms and other energy topics. And I don't think it's likely that this coalition will break apart. I mean, yes, there are certain cracks appearing, but nothing unusual. And I don't think that we will have a crackdown of this government prior to 2025 when the next election will be. So I guess we have to go with Scholz the next 3 years, about which no one is really happy on the same side of Germany. But yeah, that's the way it goes. There might be a chance that if Scholz is really or proves really to be incompetent in the near future, that of course the Greens and the Liberals will split up. But I don't really see it there. And the Social Democrats, they are known for killing their own chancellor in the past. It's been twice already. But there also, I don't see a faction inside the Social Democrats that will go down on the chancellor regarding Ukraine or Russia. I can't see that. It might be in the future, but not at the moment. Okay.
Thank you, Freebird. Appreciate having a German on the space. Now that I know we have even more German firepower, I know to look for you next time we have some German questions. Speak up next time. I didn't realize we had a local German. I also noticed Alex Cartelli is on the space. Haven't heard from our Georgian friend in a while. How are you, Alex?
Hi, I am fine. Busy, but good. I wasn't able to follow closely these events, but was really impressed with the progress Ukrainian army is making on the ground. I'm all excited about it, and I think it will have big ramifications, not just on Ukraine, but on the region as a whole. So, trying to watch very closely this stuff. There are a lot of different topics discussed. One is this renewed conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. I think it's also, I think Armenia made the wrong bet at some point on Russia, and for 2 decades. Basically, what Russian army did is they occupied big portion of Azerbaijan territory. I think committing ethnic cleansing of Azeri people there too, but I'm not so sure. Now, there is a risk, obviously there is Turkey behind Azerbaijan. And while I would welcome liberating territory that belongs to Azerbaijan, it's there are also regions that populated by ethnical Armenians, and knowing the difficult history between Armenians and Turks, I think there is a risk of so basically what I'm saying is
we've already hit 2 topics, Alex. Let's stop here.
Too many topics at once. Agree.
Yeah,
but
so no, I think there's a lot of ways to go into the Azerbaijan-Armenian conflict. I would rather not go into it in too much detail. I think the two key things here is one, leveraging Russia as your security partner clearly is not a good strategic plan anymore, and yeah, that's I think the first and foremost one as this conflict is breaking off. And 2, I certainly hope that loss of life is as low as possible in this situation, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah, it was not a good idea to begin with, even back in time. But anyway, it's past now.
But I think it speaks very well to the incredibly deflating power of the formerly thought to be number 2 army of the world of the Russian Empire, which clearly was not, and clearly is not in the current form. And yeah, no, I would tell you exactly where the map is, but apparently any map we look up is usually like out of date by the time someone writes it up. War Mapper, who makes all sorts of great maps, we've all been watching since the map came out, said it took him 12 hours to make the map the other day. And I literally, tweeted at him in response. I said, "In serious question, like, how many times did the map change in the 12 hours you were making it?" And he actually responded to me to discuss the fact that the map had in fact changed in the 12 hours he was trying to make his map to both, because he was trying to add all the little details, add all the roads, add all the little towns, etc. And as he was making his map to try to understand where the Ukrainian army was rocking and rolling, that in fact the Ukrainian army kept coming out through various sources that they were moving the lines too quickly. So that's what's going on. So that, as far as that goes, has been absolutely great. We have excellent Daniel trying to come up. We are working with somebody to get them up. I currently have the glitch where I cannot, in fact, bring them up. Other things you haven't missed: Twitter still being Twitter. They still have lots of glitches. It's got a little bit more stable on the space. Twitter POC still exists, though. We really do wish they would call us up. We have more programmers here than apparently they do, and we probably could fix their space. All right, Freebird.
Yeah, thanks. Since Alex is here, what do you say to regarding the proposal of doing a referendum regarding the retaking of the what's the region called again? You know what I mean. Can you say something? Can you share the thoughts with us?
I think it's funny. It's first time I hear that somebody proposed. It speaks to the kind of okay. So it's funny because it's first time that countries want to hold referendum to take back what belongs to them. It's almost like, UK makes a referendum, should they, fight back for Falkland Islands, or leave it to, whoever takes it or grabs it. It's there are constitutional obligations, but given difficult history of the area, and given the fact that this government in Georgia is Russian, they are not quite Russian puppets, but it was definitely a product of compromise with Russia. And now they are doing their best to hold to the power because they know their time is like the clock is ticking. They know, and hence all this crazy stuff, because they, on one hand, there is very strong popular support for Ukraine. On the other hand, you have this government that is between like a rock and hard place. They fear to say anything against Russia because that's what they do. They fear Russia with their guts, and they are paid by Russia. They were brought by Russia, and allowed to stay in power also by Russia. The elections, so-called elections, which allows them, first of all, they changed the constitution in every possible way. They tried to abolish democracy where they could. For example, the president of country is not elected directly anymore, and the president is also stripped from all its powers. So it's very like they were doing all they wanted, using again, leveraging Russian military presence in the area. And yeah, and so far people were kind of not really accommodating, but in a way they were, because like again, nobody wants to Russian invasion to or wanted. And as we see Russian military power deflating, those now they are like in a hard position, the government, I mean, because they know who they are, everybody know who they are, and they know the clock is ticking, so they come up with all kind of crazy stuff. Like nobody wants a war. Like if you do a referendum and ask them, do you want a war? People will say no. If you ask them, do you want your territory back? They will overwhelmingly say yes. Like, imagine you have two houses and in one of them gangs broke and you can't get it back. Now you have asked, there are two possible questions. Do you want to fight? That's one question. With the gangs who are armed to death, and last time you tried to fight, they kind of beat the shit out of you. That's one thing. And also they would ask your kids and your wife, if that kind of crazy stuff. On the other hand, the question is, do you want your house back, or do you kind of want to donate it to whoever grabbed it? And that's as simple as that is. I mean, I'm not saying that Georgians now should start arming. First of all, you need a leadership that is not pro-Russian, right? You can't begin any military activity with being led by whoever is traitor to begin with. Second of all, again, once Russian military is kind of or image of Russian military might pops like a balloon, I think there will be much clearer view of way ahead. And I don't think there will be like genuine interest of those minorities there, whom Russia used to kind of proclaim that so-called independent republics that nobody recognizes, and then grab territory and commit ethnic cleansing of Georgians. I do not think those minorities without Russian are up to. They will try to seek, some peaceful solution, and that's what we'll do. They are already doing it. Like for any medical health. They are totally dependent on Georgians. They moved to territory controlled by Georgians, you know, for whatever
So,
health care they need.
yeah, no, I
For
agree with you.
whatever document.
So two things, Alex, I would leave you on, and then we're going to move to the next two hands up. And M, I believe, will be switching in for Tim, who has to run if he's even here. So M will be joining me as co-host in a moment. Tim is still here. All right, Alex, I'll leave you with this. I do agree. The other thing to look at for yourself, and that we don't have any easy way of monitoring, but it absolutely happened, is earlier on in the war, when Russia went to continue their non-mobilization mobilization, they actually did something very strange for them. They decentralized the mobilization, and they had the regions recruit and possibly train the troops themselves before sending them to the front. Theoretically, that was all part of the centralized Imperial Russian army, for lack of a better thing of calling it. But maybe it wasn't, because by the decentralizing of the recruitment, it leads to the distinct possibility that there might be a region or two that has a local army that maybe wasn't sent to Ukraine. So that just leads to another possible source of instability. I don't know if we'll be able to see that well. I don't know if we're going to ever have visibility into that sort of thing, because let's face it, if there is a region holding that back, especially someone like Tatarstan, who knows Russia has eyes on them, they are not going to be loud about it. They're not going to be reporting on that. You're not going to see it in Commersant. But certainly it would be a useful activity. Daniel Arfire, you've been waiting for a while, and then M, whether he's co-host or not, follows you. Daniel.
Okay, I want to say Alex is right. You never made a referendum to declare war. It's just a stunt, because Tbilisi is in the same place like Minsk. When you have two regiments already full gear and with huge experience of war, you think a bit of the future. But I can add two layers to that. First, Georgian militia were deployed in Ukraine at the beginning of the war. They were utterly shattered and go back. The Russian troops are not present now in Abkhazia, not like there was years ago. And I think also the government of this dream in Tbilisi look up very well at Armenia, asking Russia to intervene for them against Azerbaijan. Russia don't make any gesture. So at this moment, Armenian bloggers ask for opening the border with Iran to let Iran army to defeat Azerbaijan, which is so funny. And believe me, Finance, you get a great punchline with that, with voluntary battalions in province of Russia. You say about Tatarstan. Tatarstan is close, is near Urals. But imagine what will happen in Tula. Tula is so far away, so hard to get there. And how can you contain them? And look at all the military bases are not only in the western part of Russia, which can get there with a train full of soldiers and equipment, but are so many far places in orient of Russia, in south of Siberia, which you have a governor which will not receive money, will not receive fuel, not receive bread to feed the population, and population will revolt and will ask the head of governor. And what the governor will do? Will blame Moscow and will ask for independence, and he'll have the troops and maybe even some nuclear silos, so nobody can move against him. And this is a real threat to Moscow, because Moscow now is not so powerful. And maybe that's why the government in Tbilisi exited with this funny proposal, but also is a small finger against Russia, a small gesture, because is clearly not a Russian friendly. Okay, it's a political stunt, but it's not a Russian friendly message. And European Union, when they said, we want to join with Moldova and Ukraine, European Union said, first of things, make something look like you want West, you have another choice, and it's a small gesture, it's insignificant, but it's first.
Yeah, I can say that. Sorry, I should have addressed this earlier. I find really strange and bizarrely actually, I would love to hear M's views on this. I actually don't understand why they're doing a referendum and don't think it actually adds particular credibility to their claims to the land and the people, especially with so many of the people who belong in the land being kidnapped to Siberia, quite literally, especially in the case of Crimean Tatars. So I truly can understand why Ukraine wants to run referendums in what is clearly Ukrainian territory. And among whatever else M wanted to say, I would love to hear what M thinks on that.
Thanks, Finance. Good evening, everyone. Let's start with asking Alex a question from one of our listeners. So to you, Alex, he is asking if you can, hang on. If you can put the comments from Georgian government regarding the referendum on reclaiming South Ossetia into context, please. Let's start there, and then I'll give you what I think on about it. So, Alex, please go.
It's not South Ossetia. They wanted to ask referendum if they should start war with Russia. And this is a narrative they are using to basically justify the lack of support for Ukraine. And yeah, and I would not take seriously. I don't think there will be any referendum whatsoever. I think this is like a clown who is making some funny sounds. I do not think there is too much to think on that. But like I said, people who are calling themselves Georgian government today are using this card that, oh, we don't want war with Russia, because that seems to be the only thing they have. Nobody demands war with Russia to begin with. So I don't even understand where this is coming from. Now, with regards to South Ossetia, there is no, well, again, there is no referendum about South Ossetia. South Ossetia, both South Ossetia and Abkhazia, are Georgian territories occupied by Russians. Now, part of those groups were fighting alongside with Russian and committed crimes alongside with Russians. But that's like, that would be not much different from DNR and LNR you would see in Ukraine. Main reason I would not, right now, I would not support any war or any military activity in Georgia is because, like I said, our government is not pro-Georgian, it's pro-Russian. And that is the problem. It means they control the army. It means the military policies they make is not to strengthen country, or to protect country, but to weaken it. It would be something Ukraine under Yanukovych, with basically Russian FSB making important calls, especially the most important calls. So, and that's the main reason. Honestly, I trust currently all Georgian army consider them to be in Ukraine, fighting in Georgian Legion. That's, simply put. And like I said, yes, you need to get rid of Russian military presence in the area. I'm pretty sure those who committed crimes will, leave the area alongside with Russians. And we will work on reintegration of those territory as peacefully as we can. Now, obviously, if somebody starts firing, and doesn't want, to recognize central government, there will be some police actions to be taken. But that's not different from any other place where you have separatists and criminal gangs. What else?
So Alex, do you
yeah.
see this more of a domestic political maneuver or something that signals
Absolutely.
something
It's
to the international
political
community?
maneuver, and it's to basically create even more confusion.
Right. Thank you, Alex. Off to you, Finance.
I do not think international community will take seriously those.
So it's more of a political maneuver for domestic consumption, basically. That's your assessment.
Exactly.
There you have it, Finance. That's what I thought of it as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Georgian piece is very, very. I'm so confused by that. All right, Em. You sort of teased that there might be some surprises today, sort of in the back channels. Is there any surprises to report yet, or are we still to wait with bated breath what you may have in store for everybody?
Well, I think the story that should be front and center is President Zelensky's visit to Izium. It signals a lot of important messages. I believe there was some sort of attack or explosion that took place nearby. He didn't flinch, completely unshaken, went about his schedule, supported his troops, and celebrated the liberation of Izium. We might be seeing total capitulation in Kherson and a big drive south sometime soon. Maybe also an incursion into the east, so we'll see.
Yeah, no, I think that that's been absolutely obvious. It's been huge for the Ukrainian side, and it's been huge to absolutely crush Russian morale. Their Telegram channels, from what I'm hearing, are going absolutely wild with understanding. My favorite was the one where the guy basically said, "How are we allowing this?" in sort of angry, aggressive tones, and I just cracked up laughing when the account that was translating this was tweeting it out. I'm just, I mean, you don't have a choice, buddy. You're losing. Once he gets to go there.
It's more than enough to see their prominent quote-unquote military bloggers quote-unquote freak out over social media and start leveling criticism against Moscow, against the higher command of the Russian military and whatnot. So I think they are in total meltdown mode now. Some serious questions to follow would be, what are they thinking? What are the options they are debating? Who is willing to go ahead with any of the options should they actually choose one? These are the real hard, tough questions. Unfortunately, we don't have an insight into that yet. But we can imagine the amount of talk or discussions or lack thereof in the upper echelons, and how they are basically worried about saving their own selves right now and actually pursuing any option that can change reality on the battlefield. It is still a very fluid situation. The Ukrainians are doing all the right moves, making all the right choices, taking their time, yet moving fast enough. And it has been brilliant. So I guess it will unfold over time. Over the next 72 hours, we might see several developments across both fronts.
When you say both fronts, given how much of Russian occupied territory is collapsing, can I ask which two fronts you mean?
Kherson and the Donbass.
Okay, so Kherson and the Donbass. You could have just as easily told us, Luhansk or Crimea or something. Like the speed at which the Russian army is turning around and running is sort of amazing over here. These gentlemen really should try out for track meets more often.
Well, usually when you say fronts, you're referencing active combat zones. So those are the active combat zones or area of operations or operation areas. So yeah, apologies for being too weak.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so hopefully some good news according to M on Kherson and Donbass as the Ukrainians stare at the backs of the Russians, or possibly the fronts. We're not really sure. Retreating, maybe a few of them are still firing weapons. Oh, by the way, M, while you're up here, maybe has anyone come out with a count of all of the stuff Ukraine has captured? They were struggling to count it all. Last I heard, all the various mechanized equipment they were picking up on the way.
I believe that the most accurate assessment based on visual confirmation during the last maybe couple of days would put the amount of lost equipment, at least 55% of it or 60% of it were captured intact by Ukrainian forces. I think this is the most important statistic to highlight. Around 55 to 60% of equipment losses, Russian equipment losses, were captured equipment that can be put into service with the Ukrainian armed forces. So good news is Russia remains the biggest supplier to Ukraine when it comes to ammunition and equipment. So thank you, Russian Federation, but no thanks.
While this is going on, I'm getting texts from more than one listener, just being absolutely thrilled about the question I just asked and your answer. In other words, the impressive amount of supplies that the Ukraine Armed Forces finds itself receiving from the generous donations of the Empire of Russia. Ouch is my current favorite response.
I would add that not the most optimistic analyst would have thought the condition the Russian armed forces are in. The fact that they still have operational wings with their air force that are failing to deliver on any front. So their strategic bombers aren't up. Their fighter bombers aren't conducting any close air support operations or enough sorties to support their retreating forces or even their futile continuous attack against Bakhmut at this point. And it's just, the whole hashtag. What Russian MOD doing? Pass it out. What Moscow doing at this point? What Kremlin doing? Pass it out. It's just an utter failure. All the way from the political leadership to the military leadership to combined arms operations to down to specific leaders or chiefs of regiments and brigades. And I think the entire First Guard tank army is gone. The 237th Air Regiment, Air Assault Regiment is gone. So many units. And then, I mean, how on earth can they recover from such a military loss in the future? Will those units be fully disbanded? Will they change names? How can they reconstitute any of that? How can they recover any of that? I believe at this point, it's fair to assess that more than 35% of the officer corps of the VDV is gone. There are a couple of very interesting Twitter accounts. One of them is Russian officers killed in Ukraine. It relies on open source information. Obituaries, VK pages, quote unquote, mourning the death of Russian officers deployed to Ukraine. And I think they have counted more than 1,500 officers at this point, if not more. It's just an utter failure. The condition they rolled in, the choices they made, the logistical failures they suffered, the operational and tactical failures they displayed, a total failure in pursuing any of the strategies they pursued, whether during the first phase of the campaign or the second phase of the campaign, or the fact that they decided to reroute some of their most equipped or best equipped units to the Kherson front to counter the Ukrainian counteroffensive there, the opening move, all while basically keeping a very thinly defended front in the east and the northeast, and Kharkiv and the Donbass, that could be completely taken out, as we saw, by a fast and a mobile lean force conducting surprise attacks and proper combined arms maneuvers.
It's amazing the extent to which, as somebody who truly didn't understand anything about how militaries work until February, and so my level of knowledge is still, kindergarten level at worst, and first grade level at best. It still amazes me that what seems to be just the standard of a competent modern military, combined arms maneuvers, just multiple different kinds of troops working together, which is how you do things just the standard way, cannot be done by the Russians. Like, it just seems shocking. But as you pointed out, what Kremlin doing? What Russian MOD doing? Do you have any ideas for why their planes are mostly grounded? Like, I understand that most of their pilots aren't particularly good, but like, it just shocks me that they don't have anyone competent who can fly any of their planes to do something of value. Like that just sort of shocks me in a way that, like, how in the world is that the case?
I mean, who knows? Is it pilot shortage, maintenance problems, the lack of running low on ammunition stocks? I know we've seen a couple of videos where some of their planes are flying using commercial GPS solutions, right? I think it's about time to realize that Russian power, or the myth of Russian power that was peddled during the early days of the invasion, has been put to full display right now. It's just paint and rust. And whether commanders were sending reports back saying everything is fine, or whether they were requesting for resources and supplies, and they were given obsolete equipment in terrible shape, and here, sign a document, say that you received this amount of tanks, or this amount of BTRs, or this amount of whatever, right? We don't know. We simply don't know. It's currently unavailable in any open source domain, any proper information about the condition of their air force. But their silence is just eerie. Whether they, there's also the fact that the Ukrainians have deployed their air defense system assets very carefully, and they have denied the Russian Air Force any form of air supremacy or superiority throughout the whole entirety of the invasion and the following military operations. So it's just it's a complete foobar. No one knows. Maybe in the years to come we'll understand more of it. And with that said, Finance, off to you. Let's take some of the raised hands. And if anyone would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. We have a couple of free speaker slots. With that said, let's go to Stephen first.
Just a comment. With everything you've been saying, I just wanted to quote The Art of War, and that says, 1 cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own. And that's the huge mistake Russia made. And obviously without discipline. And the importance of capturing all that artillery shells and all the supplies from tanks to bullets. That's all. Just wanted to throw that out there. It's everything you were talking about. Just it brought me to that quote, and I wanted to share it.
Well, sure. I really don't understand what they're doing, right? I don't understand why they thought that they could move all that amount of, or all those amounts of ammunition specifically artillery shells, and think that no one is watching, and think that no one is going to pass on that information to the Ukrainian, and think that the Ukrainians aren't going to deploy the weapon systems and platforms they have been granted or assets that they have against logistical nodes to cripple advances and weaken defenses, right? It's just beyond me that it's the year is 2022. They are not practicing any security measures. They're not practicing any counterintelligence measures. They are acting in a theater, knowing that they are being closely watched by Western countries' I-Star assets. And they would assume that those pieces of information are being passed on to the Ukrainians and integrated into Ukrainian operational design. But here we are. They are fighting a war in 2022, an illegal and a criminal invasion against a sovereign nation, using a 1970s doctrine. All those billions of dollars spent on quote-unquote modernizing the Russian armed forces, they yielded nothing, no dividends. They are failing at a power projection in the near abroad. We're not talking about power projection globally. We're not talking about aircraft carriers. We're not talking about quick or rapid deployment forces that they can deploy to any part of the world. We're not talking about a global transport command. Where they don't have that, and they will never have that at this point, and they will never have that in the future. And it's just when you watch Russian television, even after the last few days, when the tone has started to shift and change and they have allowed more dissent on display, you still get those retired generals who have become TV pundits, saying Russia can do this and this. We haven't started yet. We haven't thrown everything we have at them yet. It's just a special military operation that we are fighting. And don't forget that we're fighting against NATO. Well, NATO hasn't arrived yet, sunshine. The Ukrainians are doing all the work. They have proven to be a good international partner, a security partner that you can train and you can equip, and you can rely on them and depend on them to deliver on European security objectives and European security long-term strategies and goals. So what are they doing? I don't know. They surely live in the past. They surely lived 50 years ago. They think that this could fly in 2022, and having failed since the early days of the invasion, they just keep pressing forward and doing the same thing, hoping for a different result, which is the definition of stupidity. So we can all call them stupid now. And if we don't want to be mean, we can just say that they suck terribly at strategy, terribly at responding to changing reality, and terribly to shifting momentum on the battlefield. So it's just a complete and utter failure at this point. And they suck at disinformation as well, because after spending so much money and so many years on propping up a global disinformation ecosystem that penetrated many Western countries and many countries in North Africa and many countries in Asia and Indochina and South America, at least one portion of that global operation has now been rendered completely and utterly useless. It's being dismantled in the West. They still get a couple of journalists and a couple of pundits and a couple of opinion writers who would describe the support of the United States of America and Western European countries to Ukraine as quote-unquote something that inflames the conflict. This is not a conflict. This is an illegal invasion of a sovereign nation that reached out, according to international law, to its partners and allies seeking help. And they were very specific. Give us arms so that we can defend ourselves. And they are using those arms to liberate their occupied territories. And whenever they liberate an occupied territory, we are all stunned to see proof of Russian war crimes. Let's not forget about Bucha. Let's not forget about Irpin. Let's just wait to see what's going to be unrevealed in Kherson and in other regions of Ukraine. Let's not forget about Mariupol. Wink, wink, because we might see some good news soon in that direction. So it is what it is. And history will not forgive or forget those who for months more or less relied on their credentials. And this has nothing to do with academia. I have nothing against academia, but academia without a backbone is nothing. Or academia without a full understanding of the fact that humanity is forgetting the lessons it learned from the Second World War, and that basically this is probably the most educated and the most connected generation humanity has ever given to humanity, and still it's suffering from self-inflicted wounds and being totally ungrateful again to what generations before them has worked so hard to secure for them. And I think that we might be seeing an end for all that. And with that said, I ranted too much, so let's go to Rusty.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Rusty. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this Twitter account, but there's a Frenchman. His account is a J Com Jeje. Anyone heard about J Com Jeje?
Nope, but carry on.
Ukrainian maps, and he just posted that there's a revolt in Luhansk region. They fled from Balaklia in Kharkiv region, and they want to send them to fight in Donetsk direction. So he's talking about the LPR, and there's a video where police has showed up, and there's a scuffle with the LPDR and the police. And it says that it's at the Luhansk Academy of Internal Affairs.
Academy for what?
Luhansk Academy of Internal Affairs.
Is this back to some Soviet KGB like Orwellian naming conventions? What in the world is that?
I'll try to post it.
I'm just pointing out that I think on this space we can call it the Luhansk Oblast of Ukraine, currently occupied by Russia. It is a Russian occupied territory at the hopefully very brief present. It is certainly not a people's republic. It is very, very clearly a part of Ukraine that is currently occupied by Russia.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was just quoting the article about the LPR. So there's probably a Russian source that Jekomsh Ukraine maps. He has a Twitter account. Helios Runner.
Right, Rusty, whatever you're looking at, please DM it to me. We'll look at it first and see what we can do with it. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
I'm just going to say I'm new to Twitter. I made an account yesterday, so I'm going to try to send it to you.
Just DM it. My DMs are open. Adrian?
Real quick, before Adrian goes, I need to highlight that we are about to have a speaker at 8 o'clock or 20 Kyiv time, 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's Phillips O'Brien. I am told is the appropriate way to call him. He is a professor of strategic studies at the University of St. Andrews. He is truly one of the best, if you will, in the world at what he does for analyzing war. We had an excellent conversation with him last time. Our military experts came up as well. John Spencer joined. Yehuda was here. Hopefully we can have as entertaining a conversation with him this time. Really looking forward to it. Everybody tune in. The other thing I would like to point everyone to, it's actually the first thing in the nest. Luis, who also helps us with our website, has pointed out the MriyaReport.org website now has a button which you can jump directly from the report to the current live space. And apparently they've worked out the technology such that even when we go down and come back up, it will follow the space. I have no idea how this works. You can PM Luis if you have any technical questions.
I don't do the technical stuff, but I do appreciate that we have many gentlemen who do. So everybody, if you want to send that out on Facebook or any other sort of social media to get people interested in the space or want to show people that we're here, please do that. Our website is there. Also an excellent way for people to learn about the Maria Report. With that, thank you for that brief announcements of just some updates. Mr. Philip Sabrine will be here tonight. Should be absolutely excellent. And then after that, Adrian, to you.
Hey there, Finance. Hey there, Actually, I jumped. Internal Affairs Academy sounds like a police academy that also can be for firefighters and so on. This used to be in Romania. Obviously, they changed it many years, but yeah, it's like a Soviet-style convention for internal security troops, police people, traffic cops, I think, and firefighters. They used to have like a umbrella academy for all of this, and it was under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But anyway, I jumped in because I had a question, and actually now that you spoke about this expert that is going to come, the question seems more appropriate for him, but I would like to hear M's thoughts on it. We've been talking a lot about the concept of culmination in July and August, that the Russians will just exhaust their supply and exhaust their force. And it didn't really take into account, or it seemed to me that they didn't take into account the losses that they've experienced in Kharkiv, which seem to be insane. What does this big offensive and these losses do to this concept? Does it mean that they've collapsed? Does it mean that we are going to see just every new offensive push that Ukraine makes be met with victory? I mean, maybe that's too optimistic, but I hope I get what you mean. You get what I mean, that I guess many of us were expecting an offensive and some push, but we weren't expecting this amount of destruction of the enemy and capture of their equipment. And I'm wondering, in your estimation, what does that to them long term? Thank you.
Well, this is a rout. The rout was caused by taking a risk to carry out an operation against perceived weakness or a discovered vulnerability in Russian defense lines. How the Russians responded to it reflects their own morale and reflects their combat readiness. One of the first consequences of it is also the psychological effect on the remaining troops operating in the vicinity of the liberated areas, and what they witnessed and how disorganized their retreat was and the losses they suffered. They talk to one another. They're also watching Telegram. They're watching other communication channels. They communicate amongst themselves, and they are seeing the failure of their leadership to lead them against a successful counteroffensive and the failure to conduct an organized retreat or an organized withdrawal. How the rout will continue to go forward, it's a snowball effect. How big it will get, we simply don't know. Will there be more determined Russian units to fight? We simply don't know. The Ukrainians are keeping the momentum, and they are making the right choices and doing all the right things, and they're moving fast and slow at the same time. But we cannot really predict the outcome of every single battle going forward. Probably the Russians are trying to reinforce a defensive line east to the, I don't know how to pronounce it, the river in the Donbass that they are on the eastern bank of right now. And probably they're trying to do this as fast as possible. Will Ukrainians be able to advance victoriously further to the east and take down those defenses and continue to liberate more villages and more cities and more towns and continue to defeat more Russian troops? It's possible. They have the initiative. They have higher morale. They're fighting the good fight, and they're fighting for the righteous cause. But we simply cannot predict the outcome of every single battle going forward based on what we have seen so far. But we can know for a fact that the Russians are squeezed, right? We know that their logistical hubs and nodes are being hit hard. We know that they have lost so many men and they lost so much equipment, and that their troops are talking amongst each other and that their morale is low. So these are all favorable conditions for the Ukrainians, but they do not guarantee outcomes 100%. So the situation remains very fluid, and it's moving in Ukraine's favor. And hopefully they will manage to maintain this momentum, continue to make the right choices, continue to do the right things, and continue to liberate more and more villages, cities, and towns as we go forward. But nothing can guarantee predicting the outcome of future battles based on the battles that went down over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank you. That makes total sense. So optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. Let's call it that.
Exactly, cautiously optimistic.
Arvind.
Hi. I just tuned into the space, so I'm not sure if the panelists, are experts in the question that I'm going to ask. So I have a general comment, and I have two interrelated questions. My comment is, as someone from, India, a country that is very dependent on energy imports. I think the West needs to recognize this opportunity, particularly in countries in Africa and Asia, which have been developing relations with the Russians. I think they need to capitalize on this opportunity to push the message that the immense inflation and economic crises currently being faced is the fault of the Russians. And that push needs to be made with economic aid, with technological aid, with capacity building measures, and so on. I think this is a great opportunity for many of these nations to pivot their relationships from China and Russia towards the West. And it is something that should not be squandered. Now, my question is, there's been a lot of chatter on Twitter about the conditions set by the Ukrainians, which are of course 100% justified, which is a complete retreat by the Russians to the 1991 borders, reparations for the war, compensation for all the dead, demilitarization of Transnistria, and so on. But as the war progresses and the costs continue to mount, what are the potential risks of a Treaty of Versailles-like situation occurring? Because of course, unlike the Second World War, where Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany were occupied militarily and institutionally denazified, if I could call it that, which has now resulted in these two nations becoming liberal democracies. That seems to be out of the question as far as Russia is concerned. An occupation is not on the horizon. A complete change in the system of government is not on the horizon. So what are the risks of that happening, particularly as the war goes on? And the second interrelated part is that there was a third power in the Axis, Italy, which had a genuine popular uprising against Benito Mussolini, which resulted in Italy not even being occupied, but rather transitioning to a democracy. That would, of course, be the preferable situation in this case, but it's also something that many of the speakers have considered to be impractical or unlikely given the system of government that currently exists in Russia. So what are your thoughts on Italy-like situation happening? Thank you.
I'm legitimately curious to hear your answer to this question.
All right, so Arvind, can you please summarize the first question?
My first question is, since we are not looking at an occupation of Russia, we are not looking at a change in the system of government in Russia, what are the risks that after the war ends, there is a sort of internalized resentment within the Russian state and the Russian people that transforms it into something like a North Korea, a country that is willing to pay the costs of being cut off from the rest of the world and a constant military threat to its neighbors, resulting in a situation that led to the rise of Nazi Germany. That is my first question.
All right, so first of all, we can establish right now that they do not pose a threat to their neighbors in a conventional scenario because their weapon systems are not superior to Western weapon systems that were supplied to Ukraine and helped the Ukrainian armed forces push back Russian forces. So, given the sanctions regime, given the destruction of almost, at this point, more than 25% of the military task force Russia fielded to invade Ukraine, I would argue that the Russian military will take years and years to recover from this blow. And through those years, the Russian military may not pose a threat to its neighboring countries. However, Russian security systems might pursue a different strategy to destabilize countries they consider hostile or countries they wish to destabilize, be it through non-state actors in the form of terrorism, be it through non-state actors in the form of whipping up an opposition armed faction, trying to covertly train them and supply them to destabilize a neighboring country. So that's a different approach. Still, it's hybrid warfare, but it will not be as intensive or as big as what happened in 2014. Bear in mind that the sanctions regime is now yielding its results. And I think Bloomberg is about to publish a report that shows that the Russian economy has been dealt billions of dollars blow to its operations and its value since the beginning of the invasion or since the sanctions regime kicked in. So, will Russian resentment rise amongst the population against the Ukrainians for being defeated in the war? Sure. But I think that the real resentment right now is rising against the people in power, and that more and more Russians are actually talking against the political leadership and talking against the leadership of their armed forces. I don't see a scenario where the Russians end up being defeated and then live in denial like the Germans did after the First World War and become resurgent and then attack again. I don't think no one is going to allow this to happen. And I don't think that they have the tools right now to mobilize their own population in that direction. It's more of an iron curtain being slowly lifted, and the population is asking more and more questions about the failure rather than not believing that there is a failure. But again, we will see. So next, the second question, please.
So just a comment on that. The kind of situation that I fear is as follows. Now, of course, the sanctions are having an effect on the Russian economy, and they are losing access to critical technologies that are necessary for their military. But China is not going to stop trading with the Russians. China will continue.
You don't lose access to critical technology. You're losing access to some resources, not critical technology. Their Orlan B has a plastic water bottle for a fuel tank and a Canon camera for its optics for its main optics lens. So you're not losing access to critical technology. You're just losing access to some resources. But carry on.
Right. So in that sense, what I was positing is that as the war goes on, as the right-wing nationalistic factions in the Russian political establishment increase their opposition against Putin and, supposedly even depose him, what might happen in a worst case scenario if like massive reparations have to be paid, the cost of which is increasing in the billions every day, would lead to this kind of focused channeled internal resentment that they will focus towards military mobilization at a much larger, more organized scale.
I
But the
answered that. I answered
consequences,
that. I answered
right,
that.
right.
They don't have the capability to do that, and this is not the scenario that will take place. But Axel, if you would like to take this one, please go ahead.
No, you did this much better already.
So Arvind, you asked the question and I answered it, and then you're answering it again. Will there be a right-wing nationalistic government in Russia after the end of the war? Maybe. Will they become another North Korea? Who knows? Will they channel that energy to become resurgent and be able to level further blows against their neighboring countries in the future? No. Russia will be sent back to oblivion. Russia will be sent back to the Iron Age.
Okay, and my second question is a little more just speculative. Is that what is the likelihood of an Italy-like situation happening where a popular uprising deposes the government and it transitions naturally to a Western democracy?
We don't know. We simply don't know. That's too early to call it. And you don't cross your bridges until you come to them. I don't think there will be any Italy scenario happening in Russia anytime soon. Any further questions or comments?
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your answers.
All right. Thank you, Arvind. Let's go to Freebird.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I just want to go thinking about what Arvid asked. That last night we had Molly McHugh on, and she was referring to that question a bit in the end. And what I was very interesting was her idea or her proposal that the West should not wait what happens in Russia, but should have an idea or actively engaging the change in Russia to at least have a slight chance that it will become a positive change. That was really something that stuck with me, and yeah, she really had some great ideas on the future of Russia, or some good ideas, some interesting ideas, and it came to my mind. And also one thing, Arvind, please do not make the mistake, and as it's often done especially outside of Germany, to say the Treaty of Versailles was like the reason for the rise of Nazi Germany. It was not. It was a factor, a little factor, but not the only one. And mostly, it's a mistake.
Fertilizer. It was fertilizer.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Yeah, it was rather the experience of the First World War that was even more a fertilizer, and the Treaty of Versailles was just the i-Tüpfelchen, you can say. Yeah.
The dot on the
Okay. That's all I want to say. But really, listen, do we have a recording of Molly McHugh's appearance last night?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Do we have a recording of Molly's appearance last night?
Not yet. Yeah, we have a recording, as all the spaces are recorded, and we will have a properly sound edited version, meaning where we try to make sure that no disturbances and the likes are coming out on Spotify. I cannot tell you when one of our wonderful volunteers who do this on a regular basis will be able to do so, but typically interviews, especially of that kind of caliber, we try to get out as quickly as we can. Go to Spotify.
Really enjoyed it last
see
night.
the
Yeah.
update.
For both of you, before we get to the next hand, which I believe is Jingyu, I would note for Arvind and anyone else who has that question, I actually think it was a legitimate question. I do agree with the social contours of the question, right? That losing the war, the way they're losing it to a people that the Russian ethnocentric mindset cannot handle being an independent democratic people that is kicking their behinds so badly in a war, paired with a peace treaty that will actually return Ukraine to Ukraine, and possibly hopefully will return all citizens of Ukraine to Ukraine, and could even include reparations, which would be fantastic. But I would note that the Russian economy and industry, which is almost less stable than the German economy and industry of in between World War I and World War II, despite a 100-year technological difference. They can't even make train cars right now because they can't make ball bearings. The same thing that was an issue for people after we blew up the German ball bearing plants in World War II. So we're back to the same prosaic industrial problems of then, except that Russia doesn't have their ball bearing plants blown up. They just never built them in the first place. So this is not exactly the robust economy that can go build a whole bunch of scary, great modern weapons to go threaten the world with. This is a economic basket case and an industrial basket case with no, Germany faced hyperinflation during Weimar Germany, the Weimar German period, but their industrial base was sound. Their manufacturers, their engineers were still strong. They could build great things. Russia cannot do that. Their industry is highly reliant on import of technology, and it is unstable, and it is a complete mess. The wheels are falling off the bus right now, and they will continue to do so in the future. So yes, I'm not particularly optimistic about what happens with them socially, and how that may affect their neighbors. But their economic base, their industrial base, yeah, that's a joke. Like that's been shown to be a problem. All that corruption in their military that has, if you've seen the pictures of their tanks where their reactive armor is not reactive armor but cardboard, where we've seen cope cages which have no actual purpose, this kind of thing. Imagine that is one huge Potemkin village, and that's a lot of their economy, especially the further you move outside of oil. With that, I believe it's Jingu or Rusty. I don't know who came first. Do you know?
Jingo, then Rusty.
Okay, finance, you said it very well. So, Arvin, I'm going to give you some data points, okay? So, I know that if your source of information about China is mostly from one of the two sources, either it's from McKinsey report or Boston Consulting report or Communist China propaganda, you will be living under the impression that China's technology is very, very advanced, okay? The reality is could not be further from truth. Yes, China has huge GDP. There are people making a lot of money. But let me give you two very simple facts. Without Japanese exporting the tin foil to China, China could not even produce the cans for food, Coca-Cola, all these things. Everything every time you see a tin can, okay, the metal wrapping around it, China doesn't know how to produce it. That's number one. Number two, you use ball pen. China does not know how to produce the tip for the ball pen. That material has to be 100% imported. Why? Because the metallurgical industry in China truly sucks. Now, we can go into the detail. There are many people who dispute that. I can tell you here's why. In China, if you are an engineer, you stay engineer, you are a loser. Everybody who's in engineering wanted to get out of it by the age of like 30, 35. So that's why many Chinese engineers are busy filing patents, because by filing the patents, they fill the quota. Once they fill the quota, they get promoted. If you are trained as an engineer, you should get out of the engineer by the age of 30. If you stay and retire as an engineer, you are a loser. It's even worse than Russia. Chinese military, the corruption is worse than Russia. The Chinese engineer, their social status actually is much worse than Russia. The entire society right now, once you start to see the foreign investment pulling out, you will see actually the Chinese economy, Chinese society is actually in a worse state than Russia in many aspects. So therefore, China is completely different, very different from Germany before World War II. Just like finance was saying that Germany, its industry, its technology was sound. However, China truly does not have a lot of technology. If you don't believe it, I can send you a video. You just watch it. China recently had a tank competition. It does it every year with Russia. You can see T-72 zoomed past the best Chinese tank so fast. So Chinese weapon compared to Russia, every aspect of it is decidedly inferior in quality. Not that China does not want to produce something better, but because it does not have the technology, because of the system, because how the system operates. It's a very, very corrupt system. Now, there's another piece. The Germans learned how to make a lot of things before World War II, because Germany was actually a very good student of the West, starting from the late 19th century. And because of the lesson, after World War II, there's a regime imposed, which is called Comco. And also, after 1996, it's transformed into the Westerner regime. So that's actually to restrict the totalitarian nation, the communist nation, getting access to the Western technology. So you probably hear a lot about China is making the choice, and so first of all, these things you can go to Walmart, go to the store, see they are no longer made in China because the cost is rising too high. The second is the core technology. When it comes to anything that can be militarized, China actually has very difficult access to it, and that's actually the lesson people learned from Germany before World War II. So it's a very incomparable. Yes, China will do everything it can to support Russia. Count on it. China will do. Recently, you heard about Russia is going to North Korea to buy the dumb shells and so on. I will bet you these things are most likely be produced in China, sent over to North Korea, slapped on a North Korea-made brand or something. However, that's as far as it could go. When it comes to if China wants to support Russia with its technology, I don't think even Russia wants it, because when it comes to the core technology, China is decidedly actually behind Russia, not ahead of Russia. That's my point.
All right, thank you, Jingo. Let's go to Rusty and then Not So Crypto. Rusty.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if we know who's in control of the city of Crimea, because last day we heard Yasuda talk about the fall of Crimea, and there were news that partisans or local population had raised the Ukrainian flag there. But I'm just reading a Twitter post about the Russians returning to Crimea. I sent it to M, so I'm just wondering if you know anything about Crimea and Svatov. I'm curious if the Ukrainians have taken Svatov.
We're looking into it, Rusty, but so far we don't have any updates regarding that.
Thank you.
Not So Crypto.
Right, yeah. You commented on the utility, or not on the utility, but rather on the availability of mobilization as an option concerning the willingness of Russians to go and die in Ukraine. And with the Iron Curtain being lifted and the war being a failure, I overall agree with you, but I would caution that from what I can see, there's also a very large segment of the Russian population that is getting more warlust. Maybe that's selection bias because we are all reading primarily pro-Russian imperialists. It's probably very hard to tell what the average feel in the Russian population is, but overall I would tend towards not underestimating your opponent, but rather overestimating him and building capability in that way. I wonder what you guys think about the average feeling in the Russian population, considering what we see from Russian propagandists.
Right, it's a very good point. So hypothetically speaking, let's game this, okay? So let's say that Russia declares public mobilization, and let's say that they have 1 million men willing to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Now we've seen them field 190,000, 200,000 troops since February 16th, right? So it's been 7 months, almost 7 months, and they are failing miserably at sustaining 200,000 troops, and they lost, in Ukrainian estimates, 50,000 troops of the 200 deployed. So that's almost 25% combat losses. Now, if they find 1 million willing men, and sure, they have depots and they have stores and they have equipment and storage, how long will it take them to train those men, arm those men, send those men, and how much will it take them to sustain those men to carry out?
No, I entirely agree with you on that. Michael Kaufman had some very good episodes on that. It's not that I'm saying that Russia can press the mobilization button and send 1 million Russians over a week after, but rather that Russia has the ability to sustain this war for years to come, possibly. I think with mobilization, we will see a further drop in morale, which will probably affect combat effectiveness even more. But my point is that Russia can sustain this war for much longer than we might hope or think, especially now that a lot of people are very happy about justifiably happy about the win in Kharkiv. I think it could be dangerous to overestimate the long-term utility of that victory.
Sure, I'll tell you this. So if we skip the mobilization part, and Craig is going to continue answering your question and your points, but simply speaking in the now, if they can sustain this long term, why can't they launch enough close air support sorties to support their retreating forces, for example? Why can't they send in more supplies and more troops to fortify that front east of that river that I can't pronounce its name? So far, they are in disarray. The thing is that people might think that Russia has a lot of resources and has a lot of money, and they are still selling oil and gas, and they must have tanks and howitzers and ammunition and men and rifles and bullets in their stores. It's not this. But Craig, please go ahead.
No, so I would just say that Russia does not have the ability to sustain anything. Okay, it does not have the ability to sustain any long-term effort, and that's because the enemy gets a vote. Ukraine is the one that is being supplied with Western logistics, Western munitions. That is a limitless pool. I know that that's kind of a euphemism that people kind of throw around, that the United States has unlimited resources. Well, because it kind of does, because it has a navy that can get merchant goods where it needs to go. It can guarantee shipping lanes. It can go to the broader world market to get software, to get different raw materials to produce. That then allows you to then scale up production, to increase your throughput if need be. It may not be. It may need to be scaled up, but that's irrelevant, right? Well, it's not irrelevant, but it's irrelevant to the discussion of whether or not Russia can sustain. Russia's military forces are gone. They are dead. There is nothing left, right? There are no more formations that are well trained, that know what they're doing, that can launch some kind of well coordinated speared counterattack and thrust in a la World War II style. That's not the way this is done anymore, right? It's just not. They don't have the ability to interdict supply lines. They don't have the ability to engage and create these shaping operations. Ukraine does have the ability to create shaping operations. Russia does not. Russia can launch a caliber here and there. They tried to do that a long time ago when they were attacking substations all along the western border of Ukraine. The truth of the matter is that the Russian military is dead. It is dead as a doornail, right? Those units that did have the ability to do something are now dead. Russia has suffered in terms of KIA. Think about it this way. The United States lost 50,000 men and women, in Vietnam over 9 years. Russia has lost 50,000 over the course of 7 months. At that time, during Vietnam, the United States was still incredibly strained to support that mission. And that was on the other side of the planet, right? And we were straining every single supply line that we could to do it. And we just lost the political will to be able to execute that. For right or wrong, we lost the political will to do it. That doesn't mean that we didn't have the logistical capability. We did. We could have put in 1 million men into Vietnam. We could have done that if we had wanted to, if we wanted to go to full war footing, because we had the Navy, the logistics, the supply, and the capital to do it. Russia is down the street, quite literally. It's the near abroad for Russia. And they lost 50,000 dead. Forget about wounded. 50,000 dead in 7 months. You are not going to do that and think that there's any type of formation that you have in reserve that's going to be worth anything that that first wave was not, right? The Russian army is effectually a shell. It really is gone. There's nothing left of it. And if there was something left of it, then we'd see some kind of increased performance. We'd see them winning a battle here and there. We'd see them be able to outmaneuver Ukraine. We'd see them be able to do this. We'd see them be able to do that. It's not happening, right? Unless your goal is to lose the war. Like, usually when you're in war, you're in it to win it, right? You're in it to win the war and to defeat the enemy on the battlefield. How humiliating would it have been for Ukraine to launch this offensive and then to be shattered on the greatness of Russian formations, right? That didn't happen, right? The Russian formations just flew to the winds, and then they got pummeled all the way towards Severodonetsk. The Russian military is gone. It's dead. It doesn't have anything left. These are the death throes of the Russian military, at least in our lifetime. It's not an effectual fighting force anymore. It just really isn't. You just got to say it out loud. Because in order to be an effectual fighting force, not only do you have to carry out combat missions, but you have to carry out shaping operations. You have to interdict supply lines. You have to create the circumstances that breed success. You have to create an overwhelming amount of logistical supply that allows you to carry the fight to the enemy in a sustained, prepared way. It's not just about tank formations and first armored this and first guards that and blah, 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 right? It's not about that. It's about shaping operations, logistical support, sustainment of operations on the offensive, on the go, right? To be able to exploit these things. Show me at any point where Russia's been able to pull that off. And the answer is you can't. Now, I'm not saying you specifically, but nobody can, because it's not possible, right? It's just not possible. They just don't have it. They're gone. They're dead. But unfortunately, they just haven't realized it yet, and that's going to cost a lot more innocent Ukrainian lives, and it's going to cost a lot more Ukrainian service member lives.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my point. For example, if we assume that Russia mobilizes and they take like 6 months' time to actually set up units, equip them with old BMP-2s, maybe BMP-1s and T-72s, even then they would lack the resources to actually, as you said, shape operations, conduct proper reconnaissance, and to use those units effectively. They would essentially lead those units to a slaughter, get a bunch of conscripts killed, but they might have enough troops to actually overwhelm Ukrainian defenses locally. I don't think that they would be able to win the war necessarily, but they would certainly be able to strain Ukraine significantly.
They were able to overwhelm Ukraine with one thing, and that was artillery, right? That was the only thing that they were able to do, was to overwhelm Ukraine with saturation artillery bombardments, right? 60,000 rounds a day. That's absolutely insane. That is an amazing amount of artillery. But your burn through rate of that, and you'll be able to and you'll be able to sustain that, they don't have that anymore. And what HIMARS does and other things is that they create the ability for Ukraine to strangle off these logistical nodes, these rail junctions there's 2 or 3 main rail junctions that go into the Donbass from Russia. Ukraine makes it a dedicated mission to knock those out. And you're not going to be firing 60,000 shells a day. You'll be lucky if you get 20,000, if you want me to be frank. It's that bad. So there's no overwhelming numerical human wave style attacks, because that worked in World War II when people were firing bolt action rifles, right? When the highest magazine you had for a rifle was the United States with an 8-round magazine that was semi-automatic. Now the average firepower that the average infantryman fires is a 30-round magazine with high capacity machine guns. You have automatic cannons. You have drones. You have the lethality of the battlefield is only increased. So it doesn't matter if Russia puts 1 million men into the field. The lethality of the weapon, that might have worked when you were firing bolt action rifles and muskets. Sure, that has its own quantity, has its own quality, but not anymore, because the average infantryman carries enough firepower to kill a company if he's aiming properly. If you want me to be direct about it, they carry 8 magazines per person, 30 rounds. Do the math on that. That's nearly 200 rounds the average infantryman carries, forgetting about everything else that he has in his bag of tricks. Those human-style wave attacks, they don't work anymore. That age is long since passed.
Thank you, Craig. Does this answer your question, Not So Crypto?
Oh yeah. I don't want to take away too much time from the other questions.
Right, thank you so much. Let's go to Danny, then Auntie, then Dryfly. Danny, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was just reading today that the International Energy Association have assessed that in August, Russia has made the least amount of profit from selling petroleum products since February 24th. So just to tie it to what the previous speaker was saying, I don't think they have 6 months. They can't afford 6 months to regroup and redeploy. It looks like them complaining about sanctions has been exactly that, complaining that they're being crippled by them. So I'm not sure if you saw that assessment, but if you'd like to comment on it, I'd really like to hear your take.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Craig.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that that's probably the same report that I was highlighting earlier, that their losses are staggering. But please, Craig, go ahead.
No, I mean the thing about Russia is that everybody was kind of watching the price of oil go up, right? To say, call it $110 a barrel, and I know there are other things involved in terms of software and things that matter in modern warfare, such as computer chips and that sort of thing. But if you just talk about oil as a commodity, it was trading at about $110 a barrel, give or take 109, 110 ish. But remember that it looked good for about 3 or 4 months, and now it has since nosedived because the price of oil has come down marketably, down to about 86. I can pull up a chart right now. It's somewhere in the 80s, right? That's almost a 20% drop in price. Now, if you're spot pricing at $110 on a contract, you might be able to walk away with $60, $70 a barrel, depending on where you're taking it. Because remember, spot pricing is showing up to market. Hey, I have this. Let's negotiate a price. Bingo, right? That's you take a loss at the spot price. But then you also have your shipping costs increase. You have the length of the transport. It's much cheaper to run something down a pipeline than it is to load something onto a ship and drive it all the way down to, say, Southeast Asia or South America and try and find a buyer. I was watching a ship in the Atlantic Ocean do circles for about a week trying to find a port. It was quite literally just doing circles off the coast of Brazil, and then finally just gave up, and then it just went back north, back into Russia. And so the markets that they have are drying up. The price is coming down. And so what was a haircut at $110 a barrel, right, goes down to, then their spot pricing gave them, say, $70 a barrel, give or take here or there. Now you're taking that same percentage from now $80 a barrel down to, say, 65, maybe even $60 a barrel. Somebody smarter than me, I'm sure, knows what the cost of production is, right? What's the cost of production for a barrel of oil? Is it $50, $40, right? So their profit margin has shrank marketably, and it will continue to shrink because this is where it really gets into the nitty gritty. Europe is never going to trust Russia ever again. It's never going to be held hostage like this ever again, ever. And the markets, I can tell you personally, I'm working with companies here in the United States that are building LNG rigs a mile a minute. I mean, these guys are pumping hundreds of millions of dollars into this stuff because the demand is so big. So those gas lines will come online. Germany will find another supplier. In fact, they already have found more suppliers of liquid natural gas. It's going to take a while to come back online. But long term, Russia doesn't have any more markets anymore except for spot pricing and maybe a few contracts in Central Asia and China. That's pretty much about it. Because when it launched this invasion, it also lost its biggest customer, and that was Europe. And they're never going to get those markets back. And market share is going to be gobbled up by the United States, by Mexico, Canada, and a few other production countries around the world.
Thank you so much, Craig. Let's go to Antti.
Thank you. So I just read a tweet by one of the more interesting military tweeters out there and followers of the Ukraine war, Thomas C. Thainer, and he basically noted that there is a very good reason why the US is trying to pressure Germany to send Leopard 2s to Ukraine, and couple of things is that Germany still has these tanks in storage, that they're still in production. But the more interesting thing to me is that he notes that while the Abrams is that there is a problem with it that at least I haven't been aware of. Mentioned on this space previously, but that was a really long time ago. So I actually forgot about that. already, but that was a good rehash of that ability. But yeah, that covered what I was talking about. So thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Antti. I've just been joined by Colonel Spencer. We're trying to bring him up. So, Colonel Spencer, if you're listening, in case you didn't connect, please just leave the space and shut down the Twitter app and start it again. I'll send you an invitation. Drive-by.
Hi, I was going to comment on some of those reports about the caller you had earlier about the Ukrainians and the Russians overrunning them in mobilization. There's been a lot of noise on that this morning across Twitter. I think most of it is just as a result of the lack of news. So they're filling the void with noise. I'm not saying that the caller was a troll or anything like that. I'm not suggesting that. But there's just a lot of, I wouldn't call it misinformation. I would call it baseless speculation. And there's just a ton of it out there this morning. So you're probably going to hear a lot of it. I at first was rather concerned by some of the readings. Then I started poking around and like, okay, people just don't really see what's going on. So it'll be interesting to hear what your guys, your people with the real ears to the ground have to say, because I agree that the Ukrainians seem to have done a very good job. There does appear to be a bit of a pause, consolidation, which makes sense. And the Russians may be going back into some of these places like Crimea, just because the Ukrainians aren't pushing forward as hard. But I don't even know if that's the fact, because it's just so much fog of war out there. So I'll listen. Looking forward to hear what Mr. Spencer has to say.
All right, thank you, Drivefly. I'll send him an invitation. Let's go to Robert.
So
Craig,
just yeah, no, I just wanted to just add. So the British armor is Chatham armor. It is spelled, for those that are kind of interested. It's spelled CHOBHAM. Chatham armor. I'm not sure the British accent there. That it after Trump. Okay, thanks so much, David. Thanks so much for the help. I appreciate that. So it's British Chatham armor. It is a highly classified piece of information that the Brits and the Americans. I think the Brits in the United States we actually co-engineered that, if I'm not mistaken. It might just be a British invention, but that armor is not going to be released for it to be found or broken down on the side of the road, especially against Russia, who's going to turn around and give it right to the Chinese.
All right, thank you, Craig. Let's go to Robert.
Thanks. I did want to talk about Ukrainian natural gas potential, but before I ask the question, I will make the observation, having quickly Googled, that the Abrams is also protected by Chatham armor, and it was improved by using depleted uranium mesh at the front of the hull and turret. So that's what Google brings up very quickly on Abrams armor. So I'm just wondering about, since there was a fair amount of hydrocarbon development in Ukraine in 2014 that got canceled, what about Ukraine's ability to contribute to European security for gas? There's a lot of shale in Donetsk. Can that produce petroleum as well as gas? Is the pipeline infrastructure robust? Things like that. So if we can spend a little bit more time on natural gas, these questions have been on my mind well since the war started.
Axel, would you like to comment on that, or Craig? Go ahead, Craig, please.
Yeah, so I would say that the search for other markets happened at the very beginning of the war. Obviously, fuel production is a finite resource. It can be scaled up if need be, but the only way to do that is either for, quite frankly, Saudi Arabia and other OPEC countries to open the tap, which of course hurts their bottom line. They are a cartel. OPEC does guard that cartel commodity very closely for obvious reasons, because it is their economy. It's not a part of it. It is the economy. The issue is that it takes time to get these other suppliers online, to redirect, to maybe pay a premium to get that ship. So one ship, if you can aggregate this out, one ship that was being negotiated for purchase, because obviously oil's bought on futures, right? And so part of why you saw this spike in oil prices is because everybody flooded the market to get at the oil, and you're going to pay a premium for that, right? You increase demand on a supply that is static, you're going to increase prices, right? That you could have fallen asleep in econ class and learned that one, right? And when 101. The idea though is that we saw this huge surge in pricing because everybody was trying to get their hands on it. You're going to pay a premium to do that, right? You have to out purchase, or you have to outspend the guy who's bidding on that future, right? So to speak. That's a very simple term. But now that those resources they're coming online, more is being released from the United States, more rigs are being built as we speak, that capacity is increasing. And it's only a slow, steady process. It's going to take time. Just please remember, we're 7 months into this thing, folks. 7 months. We're not even into a full fiscal year yet before we start talking about these things. But it is only a matter of time before new supplies are found, new kind of sustainment is there. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Germany has, I think they're at 75% storage capacity of the reserves. I'm not sure. Somebody check me on that. But the point of this liquid natural gas is that it was a hot topic a while ago when it's $110 a barrel, but it was a hot topic, right? Everybody wanted to talk about, oh, look, Russia's winning. But now when it goes down to $80 or somewhere near that, you don't hear any more talk about it, right? It's kind of faded to the background. Nobody's like, oh, Russia, this great oil superpower, is going to conquer the world through its power of gas. And now that that's gone down to $80, nobody's saying it anymore, right? The absence of evidence, as you will, is not necessarily evidence of absence, right? It's a quantitative measure that will extend over a period of time. It's not an immediate flip of a switch. This is a national economy that you have to turn around. That doesn't happen through a ministerial decree or parliament taking a vote. The entire economy, those that consume the most amount of energy, have to get used to these things. They have to scale down production. They have to kind of slow things down so that they can kind of wean themselves off. And then once they get a proper supply, they'll start to pick up production again. So it's a time issue. It's not so much a quantitative issue in terms of there's not enough. It's actually both. There wasn't enough at the time, but now there will be, and there is, and Germany is getting more supply routes. And the number one term which you should walk away from when it comes to LNG, ignore everything that I've just said and just focus on this one word, this phrase, market share. Russia is losing market share. It is getting gobbled up and consumed by other people, the United States, Mexico, Canada, and those around the world that produce natural gas. It's only going to get worse. And all they did was they didn't cut off their nose. They cut off their hands, their arms, their feet, and their legs to just to spite their face, right? And it's going to cost them, over the course of 10 years, it's going to cost them trillions of dollars, what they've done. Ignoring all the sanctions, it's going to cost them trillions, because they're never going to get those markets back. Those markets are never going to come back into their fold. And that's something that I don't think that they really anticipated. I don't think they thought the West had the will to do it. And so market share is a finite thing, right? And if you have 20% of market share and you do this, slowly but surely that 20% goes down to 10, goes down to 5, goes down to 2 or 3, and you extrapolate that over a decade, that's trillions of dollars that they've thrown out the window in terms of oil and gas revenue.
Understand. I'm trying to understand how quickly Ukrainian gas reserves can be brought to market after the war. They have like the second largest reserves in Europe after Norway, and lots of unexplored potential. So I see that as a big potential aid to European energy security.
Well, I mean, you have to build the rigs. If you want me to be blunt about it, they might have the reserves, but I don't see where the rigs themselves have to be built or have to be pulled up. The line has to be cut, and then you quite literally have to float the oil rig, because this is what they do. They float them across the ocean. They don't get there with a Ural pass, right? They get there by floating these large. For those that aren't familiar with how big an oil rig is, it is absolutely enormous. It is one of the largest engineering feats in the world, if you want me to be frank, not just from a physical standpoint, but from the complexity of these are enormous things. And so those things are not going to be built overnight. Right now, a lot of the material that goes into these is being built in the United States. A lot of companies in the United States are buying up a lot of these resources to put them in the Gulf of Mexico, and other places around, not necessarily the Gulf, but maybe the Baja coast of Mexico and closer to Central and South America. That's where you see a lot of them starting to go in. And so to answer your question, I know that you asked about Ukraine production, but those rigs still have to be built, and the average rig, I think, takes about 2 years to build, give or take, maybe 2.5 years, depending on supplies and labor. And I just don't know who in the Black Sea or the Mediterranean, maybe the French and the Italians might have that, but those resources are finite. It's not something you just put into a factory, and I'm sure you understand that, but the reserves exist. But
the problem, yeah, Craig is right on the money here, but the problem is that first there will be a need for a Black Sea comprehensive security strategy. And it will need to be demined, certain security demarcations will need to be made and observed, and a Ukrainian Navy will have to come to exist to protect any submersibles or any deep water platforms or any other projects. If they have proven reserves, then there will be the need for prospections, and then you'll need to get a rig there, and then you'll need to dig, and then you need to verify that it's actually NG, not H2S or any other type of gas. And if there's fracking happening, then there's also the calculations of whether fracking will yield a higher ROI than agricultural, and how it will affect the ecology of Ukraine, etc., etc. There are a lot of questions here, and we're talking about a country that will be recovering from a war and an invasion. So the first question will be the security assistance. The second question will be the economic assistance that comes on the heel of the security assistance that will be able to secure those economic interests on the long term. So it will take a long time before we see any Ukrainian resources come online and go upstream or downstream in the market. But Craig, please continue on that. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, that's it. You hit the nail right on the head. That is a period, full stop.
So that's the same story for the land-based exploitation of the reserves in Kharkiv and Donetsk Oblast. The rigs may not be as big, but it will still take years for them to come online.
I mean, land-based rigs are different, of course, but then again, the security question comes into place. We're talking about the fact that now they have liberated Kharkiv, for instance. Kharkiv need to be protected with an air defense network, right? Because otherwise the Russians will be just, flying a rocket here or a rocket there, destroying a project here or destroying a project there, and everyone will be what? We can't do anything about it, right? Land-based resources, of course, are exploited differently from water-based resources, and they might come online much quicker. But then again, also it's still too early to call the shots on this, because any economic investment requires security and stability first. So it's a bridge too far right now, and therefore no one can give any realistic timeline for when we can see Ukrainian resources being properly exploited to the benefit of the Ukrainian people with legally abiding companies, etc., etc. It's a very complex question, and I understand the enthusiasm for it, but technically speaking, it might take a minimum of 5 years, and that's after winning the war and reaching some sort of a peace settlement with Russia, or establishing deterrence against the Russian Federation.
Thanks for that.
Craig, would you like to comment? Thank you, Robert.
No, sir. You did that. You hit it right on the nose, sir.
All right, thank you, Craig. Let's go to Nina. We have a lot of hands up.
Thank you, Em, and hi. I didn't hear all the discussion here, but I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, those companies which like foreign companies that have been in Russia and left I doubt that those who want to go back, or of course I don't know, but the reputation would be like really bad if they would go back. And who can trust Russia anyway anymore at all? And just a question about Ukraine's energy thing that you were talking about, this oil and oil rigs that I don't understand a lot about. But of course, they have the nuclear plants, and I'm thinking that I don't know how long it would take to build a new like more nuclear plants in Ukraine. Of course, the war is not over, and as you said, it will take at least 5 years to like rebuild Ukraine, which I understand. But of course, would that be a possibility? Because I'm what the development that I'm seeing in my own country is that we are putting more money on nuclear energy. Thank you. And excuse me if I was completely off topic.
No, it's right on topic. Actually, it can be answered very easily. So the subject is how can Europe find alternative energy sources to break free from Russian energy sources that they rely on for running their economy and providing heating and other energy solutions for their populations. The question was about when can Ukraine fully exploit its energy natural resources to supply into the European market or the global market and replace Russia as an energy supply. It takes years. It comes on the heels of providing security guarantees and clearing the Red Sea and providing prospection rights to oil companies regarding land-based exploitation, and so on and so forth. Building a nuclear reactor, of course, is an equally long-term undertaking. And should Ukraine choose to build more nuclear power plants in order to sell energy to Europe, that's their choice. So these are very complex economic choices that require first the political will, the political consensus, and then the security guarantees, and then the economic investment, and it needs to be feasible, and then it will come online. It's a good dream. It's a huge dream. It's a big dream. It will come to become a reality, but I don't think it's the right time to discuss it right now because it's quite complex and it's a side topic to what's currently going on and the breakthrough the Ukrainian forces are carrying out against the Russian occupying forces. I hope this answers your question, Nina.
Thank you. Yes, it does. And of course, the war is not over yet, so it's way too early, but I understand that you are talking about the different options here. Thank you.
All right, Dryfly, then Danny, then Pendolino.
Yeah, you guys nailed it. There's really two basic branches. There's onshore. Much of that will be fracking. That could probably be picked up quickly once the security is in place. The offshore is going to take some significant time. I used to sell components. Before I retired, I was selling metal components. I started out as a chemical engineer, but then went into metal manufacturing. And I ended up at the end of my career doing a lot of oil and gas downhole. And so I was going to big shows like OTC, which was the Offshore Technology Conference, and talking to these guys that build rigs. Europe has the capability of building quite a few rigs. They build a lot off of Stavanger, Norway. And they ship, it'd be easy to ship around, but the lead times are ridiculously long. And you're right, the security is a huge problem. It's not just going to take an enormous amount of time. They may be able to get the land-based production quicker if they can get, the next province secure, which, we're just starting to scratch at that. So yeah, you guys hit it on the head. People, it's great for people to think about it, but in the short run, the war is still the issue. It's going to be the issue. And until that's resolved, the rest of it is sort of like thinking way down the road. Listen, thank you.
Given the Ukrainians, I'm sure they have assembled a team right now that's looking in the future, whether it's economic or militarily or other sectors of society that they need to work on. It will be a very proud and resurgent nation, in my opinion. Thank you, Dryfly, for your
Agree
value.
100%. Thank you.
Right, let's go to Danny.
Hi.
This is a very interesting topic because we haven't talked about it in a while. Essentially, since the Black Sea front calmed down with the liberation of Snake Island. But I'll remind you, in 2014, with the annexation of Crimea, Russia also took control of a couple of gas rigs. Actually, more than a couple. I think 3 of them. So those used to belong to Ukraine. They're just off the coast of Crimea. There are gas fields in Crimea. So are there gas fields in the economic zone of Romania. So the Black Sea doesn't have a lot of gas. Not a lot of petrol. It has a lot of gas. But there are 2 rigs currently called Modu Crimea 1 and Modu Crimea 2. And the third one is still on fire. The one that you can probably remember was struck early on. That's still burning. You can see it on firms. But I was just wondering if they did not, in fact, booby trap Modu Crimea 1 and Modu Crimea 2, then hopefully those can be returned to Ukraine, and that could be the start of them exploiting the gas fields there, likely for domestic use initially, because I don't really know what output they would have, but we shouldn't forget about them. Those need to go back too as part of the negotiations.
Thank you, Danny. It's actually another interesting point here. So, yes, the rig that's currently on fire, the reason that it's still on fire is that no company can send a firefighting vessel to put out the fire there because the Black Sea is mined. And in order for a minesweeper to go in, it needs to be accompanied by a naval task force, and that's not going to happen because Turkey has enforced the Monroe Convention. So that's what I was talking about earlier when it comes to security guarantees for economic operation. There is an exclusive economic zone for Ukraine that the Ukrainian government can exploit by offering leases to companies that can search for oil and gas there, as well as for Romania and other countries. But the fact that the war needs to end first and security needs to be restored in the Black Sea, and a comprehensive Black Sea strategy needs to be laid out and carried out and executed before economic interests can be developed in the area or offshore. Onshore, like Dryfly has just explained, is a completely different story. And let's not forget that I think it was Ryan and Craig early on, months ago, we've discussed the fact that within the oil market, almost every human resource is booked until the end of this year, and there's a 6-month or 7-month lead time on piping, because all companies and all businesses are basically recovering slowly from the COVID shutdowns globally, and still haven't resumed full production capacity yet. Pendolino, please go ahead.
Yes, and I wanted to share some, I think, big news from German politics. And I'm glad to see that Axel is also...
Auf geht's.
Yeah, Axel came online, and I would also put it into political perspective. So first, the German coalition made the biggest reform on social security for 15 years, which was a poster child of the left-wing SP Social Democrats, the ones that are opposing any further support to the war on the side of Ukraine. Then, on the other hand, 1.5 hours ago, Annalena Baerbock gave an interview to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung after she
Finally,
from her visit.
after having denied Konrad Schuller and colleagues for months and a half.
Yes. So she returned from Ukraine, and then she asked her. So the title of the thing is "Our German Weapons Save Lives." And then the first question of the interviewer is, can you understand the demand from Ukraine for German Leopard 2s? And then she said yes. And then, of course, will you provide them? And then she goes on, and I think I should follow her answer because it's getting better with every answer she gives. So first of all,
Yes,
about
please.
all the Panzer delivery things. First, we see that the things that we delivered are very effective. So we provide air defense, artillery, and M217, and we should deliver more of them, and we should also scavenge the Bundeswehr for it. So we're going after our own capabilities to provide more. Secondly, we need to make sure that all the stuff that we provide gets repaired. That's why we set up a maintenance store in Poland to take everything in and getting it right on the front in due time. Third, we need to support Ukraine with ammunition for all these systems. That's why we create additional production lines for these munitions that we for the material that we provide. So means primarily, I think, artillery, but also maybe tanks. Because then the last thing about the tanks, will you provide tanks? So yes, in the past we already provided tanks, but indirectly through the so-called circle delivery. But now it's the time to decide if we would like to provide modern Western tanks. And the time to decide is not in months' time, but it is now. And it looks like they are, I think, only a few days away from a decision on this matter. So that's it.
So, Annalena Baerbock has just laid out that she wants to be the leader of the Green Party because Mr. Robert Habeck in recent days has fallen out of grace.
Yes, and what she says is way more relevant to the cause than what, for instance, the German Ministry of Defense says, because Ms. Lamprecht is only a deputy of the SPD, and Ms. Baerbock, as one of the co-leadership of the Greens, are the vital part of the coalition because they are the biggest partner, second to the SPD, and they have, of course, always the alternative to switch the main lead of the coalition by joining
now
the
let's have it. Let's have it. So did you just say that Annalena Baerbock said that Robert Habeck being weak gives her the opportunity to be the Otto Graf Lambsdorff of the Greens?
Exactly. And I mean, also in other news, so first of all, the SPD got a big win today with the Bürgergeld because the liberals hate it. Secondly, it wasn't really a project of the Greens. It was purely a project of for many, many years, also during the coalition with the conservatives of the SPD. So they had a really big win, and the lead figures of the German left in the SPD got silenced in the last few days. For instance, the General Secretary Kevin Kühnert, who was tried a balloon by saying, well, maybe we shouldn't even, the Ukrainians doing good, we shouldn't do anything more. He left Twitter, deleted his account because he couldn't stand the critics anymore. The other guy who is in charge of leading the left-wing fraction also got somehow dismantled.
Sorry, Pendolino, please, you're Swiss. Did you just tell us that German politicians can be bought off?
Yes, I mean, there's always room to negotiate, you know, that we call it negotiations.
We should have more Swiss mediators for the German politics on the left so that they can finally acknowledge that their elections are just about money and power.
Yeah, but we have our own money. We don't need foreign money. That's the difference, I think, to Germany.
I love it. The funny thing is that the people who champion their own independence are so dependent on other people's money, but having their own money as a courtage. No,
just a short from the Swiss history. Switzerland got slammed by the United States after the Second World War and had to pay reparations to the United States of 600 billion at that time for the gold that they hoarded from the Germans. I mean, there you see where you have to go.
Pendolino, I'm not going to go into gold issues of Switzerland in regard to the Second World War, because I could say a lot of things. Let's park this for a moment. But the key thing which you highlighted is that today, finally, the power struggle within the double-headed spearhead or eagle of the Green Party has been decided. Robert Habeck who has been under pressure for many, many days for having failed to do his job appropriately and being anti-nuclear more than her, has lost his bidding, has lost his role. Because young Miss Baerbock, incompetent as she may be in regard to physics and chemistry, understands power better. That doesn't bode well for German politics, but still it is typical. And it shows you one thing. Power is dearer to them than morality. But evidently, in the recent days, the images Ms. Baerbock has been shown by President Zelensky, his staff, and people have been so impactful that even she could not resist them. Glory to the heroes. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin
Heroin
Slava.
Slava.
Slava Nazi. Smert Voroham.
Smert Voroham.
Oh, and one last thing I think about the tank question about the armoring of the M1A and the Jelly. The German Leopard 2, which is also in use with the Swiss Army, of course, has the same armor as the original German Leopard 2. And in case you would deliver any Leopard 2 up to the A4, then you would deliver an armor that has been dismantled already in northern Syria and securely analyzed, I think, by everyone who was interested back then.
So let me tell you then one thing. Just imagine that the armor which is coming is slightly upgraded, and we're talking 6 and upwards.
Can I ask a question in regards to German armament and preparedness? Because I have no idea what I'm talking about, so I just have to ask the question. Is there a chance that the Bundeswehr is, I'll put this delicately to our German friends, is not a well-prepared force? That what tanks and what armor they do have
It's terribly it's terribly prepared in numbers, but it's perfectly prepared in terms of tank maintenance. But we're not talking about this. Pendolino and I are not talking about what the German Bundeswehr can share. No. We're talking about the release.
Okay. No. I understand the political component to that. I was just curious from my own perspective. I mean, can somebody put a number on this in terms of leopards that they can? Is it a couple hundred? Is it 100? I mean, do we have any real idea as a number?
So we know that there are about 3,500 Leopard 2s have ever been produced. And many of them were, so 2,500 of them were used by the Bundeswehr and later distributed among other countries. And I think about 1/3 are still on the A4 configurations and the others were upgraded. And the idea which was proposed is not that one country gives 100 Leopard 2s of one configuration, but we make a pool of which is already in existence, the European pool of Leopard 2 operators, and everyone just gives some of them. So if you collect from 29 countries like 10 Leopard 2s,
we're talking 980 Leopard 2s available in that pool.
Okay, so 900, and so in that, of that 900, how many in the Bundes? So again, there's a political component.
The Bundeswehr doesn't matter, Craig.
Oh, okay.
Listen to Pendolino. Okay. Explain to him how this works.
So the Bundeswehr got rid of 2,200 of their original 2,600 Leopard 2s. And so in that way, and also with foreign sales to Switzerland and the Netherlands already in the past, so there are 3,500 Leopards 2 in existence. And so we have more than 20 operating countries. And in order to share, or in order to make it attractive for a country to buy a Leopard 2 instead of an M1, they created a pool of the operators to share supplies and everything and work together also with the upgrades. Despite what you read about, well, the Leopard 2 in Norway and Spain and so with the different endings, in fact, these are always more or less the same configurations on the main armament and cannon, but only with different communications inside or so. And therefore...
Pedro, stop. It's let's just call it. It's the main battle tank of Europe, and it's the main battle tank of about close to 24 nations.
Yes, yes. And the idea now is, I mean, the Bundeswehr cannot spare 200 of them, but when you have 24 countries with Leopard 2s that have the same, even if they have the same configuration, let's make it A6 or A5. So most of them are, I think, now A5 and A6. Even Poland has 200 A5. Spain has A6, I think 300. Norway has a few left, etc., etc. If everyone gives maybe 1 battalion or even 2 platoons, it would be enough to bolster like 3 tank brigades in
Pendolino,
Ukraine.
In 2 minutes, we have the friend of the space, Professor Philip Sabrine, coming to join us. Please stay around. Don't go away. Why is this important? Why have we been, since mid-March, arguing heavily for the Leopard 2 to be given, and finally this wonderful cat to be released into its natural habitat? Because all the nations can give it.
Yes, you can make it. It's the easiest thing. You don't have to put anyone forward. You put simply 10 countries forward. And who would Russia go after when 10 countries release their stuff instead when only well, of course, the United States doesn't matter, but only if, let's say, Poland would give stuff or so, right?
So, Pendolino, is it quite fair to say that this is absolutely immoral, pernicious, and quite literally insane for Olaf Scholz to have stopped this from occurring? Because he could have started in March with Leopard 1s, which are fantastic recce tanks, and could have actually given Ukraine substantial capacity to supplement their mechanized infantry forces already. The Leopard 1s, by the way, just for everybody who thinks badly or considers them to be, say, not quite suitable, that is complete and utter tosh. They are fantastic tanks. They are fast, they're swift, they are light, they are capable, and in their current upgrades with proper sensor technology, the Leopard 1s would completely upstage most of the things them Russians can actually muster. But Pendolino.
Axel, sorry.
Wait, Nina, no, wait, Nina, please. Pendolino, what would happen from your perspective if 2 divisions, or let's say 1 full corps of Leopard 2s were to be released into their natural habitat?
I think only the fact that you say to the Russians that they will be released in 3 months into the wilderness with a nice winter cameo, which looks really nice, by the way, I think the Russian army would rather run away.
I must say, just really quickly, I am thoroughly enjoying this conversation and hearing the pride that Germans have in their panzers and everything like that. It makes an American all warm and fuzzy inside, because we realize that they are just as good as they ever were. So just from an American perspective, it makes us feel great.
And
I mean, the thing is,
contrast, by contrast, we also, Pendolino is Swiss, don't forget. We feel the shame that they haven't been released earlier. But Pendolino, please go on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for the Russians is not that they didn't know that the Leopard 2 is a really good tank, but now they know that even their T90M is rather shit. I mean, this really drives some decisions, I think. I mean, they already wrecked 1 Guard division. I don't think that they would like to crash the other one.
They only have to. Alrighty, in about a minute or two, we should have our speaker, Philip Sabreen. If you give us a second, we'll try to cycle up people. There's a Twitter glitch at the moment. Give us a second, please.
In the meantime, Axel, I'm going to take a question from Auntie, unless you want to pause and hold all questions until our guest joins.
Keep going. Keep
Okay.
going. Keep going.
Yeah, Auntie, please go ahead.
So I was listening to you, Axel, talk with Pendolino with the greatest interest. And am I reading the situation correctly that there might be the first tiny movement visible, that there might be a change in losing certain beasts to their natural habitat?
The dam is breaking.
Gott sei Dank.